even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? To live a little. Why don't you live a little? 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 to live a little.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time. See, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah, turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time. See, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
All these years I don't know where to begin. Do I repent this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun now lost the ferry man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lies I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, down a gone now lost the ferry man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Yeah.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last. I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. good people do bad things. Oh, sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling at defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
Blow out the candles, honey. Come down the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fueled, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface.
if I can make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round and round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last.
Let in the sunshine, feel it on your face. Gone are the gray skies, clouds are blown away. Time is on our side with a dandelion wish. We dream our cares away. Let the summer sun shine. Let the summer sun shine. Sand in your toes when you're leaning for a kiss.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕的，反要让他们为所。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶了，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Welcome one and all to the Spring Festival Super Weekend. We are here in the LPL. We're in week number 2, and we're about to get close to wrapping it up. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric, and if you're wondering what the Spring Festival Super Weekend is, it is going to be a fun little weekend between the 21st and 23rd where we have a blue and white porcelain theme on the LPL, which I'm very excited for. Little gifts, little presents, I guess, for the broadcast throughout the weekend for sure. But the big thing is a performance capping off on the 23rd, which is going to be a fun one for sure, ain't it, Lear?
Yeah, super excited to see what the LPL brings out. You know, preparing for Spring Festival and the Spring Festival break, which will be coming up pretty soon after, actually in the middle of the next week. So it's gonna be cool to see. We're gonna have to get there first, Mazel, because we still got quite a few games ahead of us.
We definitely do. That's what I'm all excited for. First, we got to talk about yesterday's games. It was a doozy of a day for sure, as we did have 2 full-length best of 3s and very fun ones at that. Especially, I know you're gonna highlight the first series, but I got to talk about the second series.
Second series, phenomenal. I think Cream and Shanji having a pop-off game in their 1 win. BLG looking like the super team in their 2 wins. But you said it, Mazel. V5 once again picking up another victory. Rookie popping off. Always phenomenal to see in their 2 wins. And you know, it brings us to the standings. Because the most important part of the standings, Mazel, is the fact that this team is undefeated. We don't care about the other undefeated teams. Victory 5, they're coming.
It is
actually they're already here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have they arrived or are they still coming? I don't know anymore. It is, it's still early in the season, but it is impressive to see so many undefeated teams so far, and starting to have a little bit of thoughts on the other end of the standings for sure on what's going to be happening with a lot of these teams. But we will be seeing 2 of these teams today, as we're going to be bringing up the schedule for today. It's going to be 3 back-to-back-to-back best of 3s. Starting off with Ultra Prime versus LGD, going into RNG versus Anyone's Legend, and rounding us out will be Thunder Talk taking on Weibo.
And when you look at today's games, I definitely expect some messy ones. I expect some close ones. This first series, both teams looking to pick up their first win. Even the second series, I do not think it's out of the realm of possibility for Anyone's Legend to beat RNG at all. So yeah, I'm expecting a little bit of chaos.
just a teeny bit, but that's what we love here in the LPL. That's what makes it fun and exciting. But especially for the first series, right? Somebody's gonna pick up a series win tonight. That's what's exciting. But first, we got to talk about these 2 teams and break it down a little bit about their story, a little bit of what we're looking at for them today. And we have a semi-little theme here, a little cherished heart thematic going on here. And just imagine all the wonderful things that will never happen if you do not let them lyric.
Yeah, and if you don't know, this is what Ellie said to Mr. Fredrickson in the movie Up. And I feel like Ultra Prime kind of live by this quote. Ultra Prime, they come in, they play really aggressive. They don't think about what could be or what could have been. They go for aggressive plays. They look for the win. They're continuously playing. They don't look like other bottom teams, I think, where sometimes you wonder, hey, are they playing not to lose? No, Ultra Prime are always playing to win. I think a lot of that is coming out from the aggression that their bot lane and jungle duped up across the map.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at some of those plays, and especially some of those bot lanes or those duos across the board, and really get a little sense of what we're going to be looking at today from Ultra Prime. Because as we were already kind of talking about, both these teams looking for their first series win on the day, and they've got to make it happen any way they can.
I do want to say for Ultra Prime, when it comes to their losses, their series have looked close. They took a game off EDG.
Exactly.
It just really can't be overstated enough. Like, Crazy coming in. They got 2v2 kills in bot lane against Viper and Mako. Hacker all over the map. Cryin roaming. And I think that's when Cryin looks best, like what we saw on RNG. If you get Cryin on a pick that can leave lane, whether it's, by happenstance of their kit, like the Twisted Fates and the Gallios, or in this matchup where you have Syndra against Victor, who will be able to push in, he is having a high impact. And if Cryin and Elk are able to have a high impact in the game, it lets ZS, Hacker, Xiaoxi be those role players that they were set up to be. So I think Ultra Prime definitely looking a lot better than their 0-3 scoreline would suggest.
Yeah, and that's why today is pretty important, right? You definitely don't want to add another one to that loss column for sure. But
there it is, Mazel.
Hey,
There's
I
that
like
quote.
it. I like it. But continuing in this tradition, still looking at Ultra Prime, we got ourselves maybe a couple of main characters, maybe a couple adventurers in representing the characters of Up in Elk and Xiaoxi as Russell and Mr. Fredrickson, respectively.
Oh, of course. Elk coming in. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because I guess technically Elk is coming into Xiaoxi's team, but still it feels like Elk is the player with more pedigree here. So Xiaoxi coming in, very adventurous, very aggressive. We can see this bottom lane, 100% first blood participation for Xiaoxi. It's leading to aggression in the bot lane overall with high kills plus assists. Still doing well in the laning phase with Elk typically coming out ahead in terms of his CSD. And then when it is all about the aggression in the bot lane, their duo proximity is going to be very high. So I think this is one of the most exciting bot lanes to watch in the LPL right now. They play a plethora of different champions, as we've seen, ranging from the Kai'Sa to the Ziggs, 2 very different play styles. We know with Xiaoxi we're always going to get cool things like the Blitzcrank. And going up against LGD, that's the point of the map we want to see Ultra Prime exploiting.
Yeah, exactly that. And continuing on the heartfelt trade, at least for me, we gotta talk about another would-be explorer of the wilderness on the other side of the take, and LGD's Shadow, who I have had the highest hopes for this player, right? I was a huge fan of him on Mad when he came over to the LPL, had a little bit of a rough first year, but was really looking forward to his bounce back in this year. It's been a little bit of the same story, but you still see the makeup that can make this player so great.
Yeah, and I feel like the Wilderness Explorers is a great way to put them. Just from the fact that they're kind of similar to Ultra Prime in the sense that you are expecting proactive plays to come out in the early game. I feel like the early and mid game is where LGD have looked best so far. We've seen them able to combo things with Shadow moving around the map, pairing up with Yeji, and finding some of these picks, especially up towards that top side. It seems like whether it's Garvey or Fearness on the Rift, they're willing to go up there and put those resources in. Today it will be Fearness, so I'll be excited to see if they can continue to enable him. And like you were saying about Shadow, I feel like Shadow continues to show decent performances and be the heartbeat, the pulse of this team. So for the side of LGD, we need to see if Shadow can find a lead on Hacker if they want to pull out any kind of win.
Yeah, that matchup is going to be so crucial. And both players really, I feel like tonight is like a night of proving yourself as a player, right? Proving yourself above other competition and being able to set yourself apart, as we do get to see Ultra Prime take it to the stage.
Always great to see the boys in blue, ZS, Hacker, Cryin, Elk, and Xiaoxi. And, you know, for expectations coming today, I definitely think Ultra Prime should be looked at as favorites in this match, despite the scoreline being the same. Even as we hit on the way that their series have gone, I think has looked dramatically different from LGD's in terms of the level of play that we're seeing. So Ultra Prime, I think, coming in with a little bit more pressure than on the side of LGD, where things have looked lost and expectations for them were not high at all.
I just think the whole like Cryin, Elk conversation is so interesting. Both these players really needing a standout year to prove the naysayers wrong and trying to find that on Ultra Prime. I find it so interesting. But now we gotta look the other side, you know, the secondary, as people who are going to be taking the stage, taking the Rift. It is LGD and the squad.
And for those wondering, it is Fearness starting in this match. The rest of the lineup the same that we've seen so far. Shadow, Yeji, Eric, and Jin Zhao coming in on the squad. You know, if only we could have fit the up reference for them, because having Jin Zhao, at least we can call him the old man of that team. He's been around for so long, of course, you know, making a past Worlds appearance with the IMA squad back in the day. So, for Ultra Prime, you got some veterancy. I don't know how far that brings you or if that really means anything at all, but you got it.
You got it. That's all that really matters at the end, doesn't it? No, but what really matters is the strategies that are going to unfold in front of us, Lyric. And, you know, we've seen such high presence from those very infamous ADCs at this point, the Corkies that I know you absolutely love with all of your might. But, you know, the rising presence of the Twisted Fates, the Xin Zhao presence that we see at like 92% right now. We got to talk about this draft coming up, because we've seen, you know, teams at their lows at this point, but if they find those comfort picks, if they find those things they know they can execute on, that is crucial in this best of 3 league.
And when you hit on strategies, I feel like we've seen different things come out of both teams. LGD have leaned very heavily into playing the range game that we've talked about pretty much every series right now when you are highlighting Victor and Corki. They've played 3 games of Jinx, they've played Ezreal, they've played Ziggs. They aren't one of the teams that have leaned into bringing out maybe a Kai'Sa pick every now and then or a Samira. No, it's all about just trying to kite you out. Makes sense when Jinjo's most played support as well as Braum, which I think is very telling stylistically. So our Ultra Prime have been a bit of a mixed bag. They've played just about everything you can. We've seen the Jax come out top. We've seen team fighters like Kennen and Ornn. We've seen Renekton to set up aggressive early game action. So even when it comes to draft, I think favoring Ultra Prime a little bit. We need to see more from LGD. Can they bust out more aggressive picks? When we were highlighting, that's what's been more successful. The style that they've been playing, Mazel, hasn't been the one that has really been working for them.
Yeah, and it's all about getting the pieces early that fit that kind of aggression to an extent. And I feel like, at least for the Ultra Prime side, right, there's is a huge focus on the bot side of the map. Elk, Xiaoxi are the main carry resources, I would say, for the team. Maybe they're all the balloons that are tied to the house. We'll keep the reference going for them. But it definitely feels good that the meta kind of coincides with that. But that makes me put a bigger spotlight on the rest of the map. Right? Seeing the stability from ZS, from Cryin, seeing how much proactivity we get out of Hacker, who tends to be an aggressive style jungler just like Shadow, right? These are 2 junglers where we could see a decent amount of invading early on.
Oh, of course. And talking about Hacker, right? When Hacker started in the league back in the day on Suning, he was one of the most hyped up junglers coming in, one of the most promising stars that people thought teams would be able to build around. I think definitely having good performances on Suning back in the day. Sadly, didn't work out with the team. We've seen him move around a bunch, having stints on OMG, now on Ultra Prime. And I think he still always shows flashes of that with his very aggressive performances coming in. Sometimes he can just single-handedly take over games. It just feels like it's very few and far between for him. Luckily, though, when you have a carry like Elk in the bottom side, it feels like you at least always have this reliable late-game insurance as well. Mazel, apparently, we're just straight into picks and bans.
I like it. We got to get into the action. The LPL competition is calling, Lyric. And we're into game 1 of Ultra Prime versus LGD. Ultra Prime on the blue side, ban away Shadow's Talon. Oh, I was kind of excited. I wanted to see that one. The Ziggs, the Renekton, join that ban table. TF, like we were mentioning before the draft, gets banned away. High presence there. Jinx and Aphelios by LGD.
The first thing that jumps to mind is that Corki still open. You would expect for Ultra Prime to go towards that one. And Crying does have 4 games on it so far already. So for LGD, you can potentially be looking at which way we want to go. Victor has been the most common answer, as we know, but there are still things like either LeBlanc or Vex to open up for a more aggressive style of game, Mazel, which
I'm just surprised you got through that without like heaving or something. Like, I can't believe you said that with a straight face. I like it. The composure is good, Lear. But yeah, I think
as long as you can't have Jinx and Corki together, I am completely fine. It is the pair that ruins me.
Too many rockets for Lyric. Xin Zhao is the first pickup for LGD, so a stable choice for Shadow, something he can find that innate aggression on.
Oh, and instantly going to go towards the Rakan pick as well, so setting up some of that aggression just potentially lend itself to something like, maybe a Jhin pick later on. Actually, Rakan has a bunch of pairings, even things like the Ezreal. We have seen Xayah played a couple of times in the LPL so far. But for the side of Ultra Prime, they're going to say, hey, you take whatever support you want. Caitlyn is still left open. We're going to go straight towards this pick. You would expect maybe jungle to be the thing that can come out for Ultra Prime. No! Really like aggressive, going for the Morgana.
Oh, they say... It is potentially like bullets are rockets. Who knows? Caitlyn is still gonna fit that niche. First time also played for Elk, so very exciting for this this start of the series. But that Caitlyn Morgana, it's still as strong as you would ever think.
Oh, and this is the tried and true duo, right? This is the OG push enemy into their tower, take all those turret plates. Jungle enables you by giving you vision, and it's all about that bottom side. Binding, of course, setting up the trap coming out from Caitlyn. It all works quite well. The interesting thing is seeing Xiaoxi on the pick, since Xiaoxi is known as the aggressor, the engager. I mean, he is Mr. Hook City. He was the guy who, when he came into the league, was picking Blitzcrank left and right. So we're going to see if Xiaoxi is able to pilot this pick to the same level that he is able to bring out his others. On the opposite side, though, we are going to have the Varus coming out into the Caitlyn. So at least going to be able to match range with those arrows coming out. Able to be a bit aggressive level 1 with E-Start, and then at level 6 having some kill pressure that is a bit mitigated by the Morgana Black Shield. It is going to take people like Chijao to be able to bait out some of these key abilities, whether it is with his W or with his ultimate, the quickness. So you do have tools there for LGD, and LGD are doing what we set up coming into draft, leaning into the more aggressive elements that we wanted to highlight from them. But Mazel, we're still going. Right now, Gwen pick being locked in by LGD. There's so many top lane bans, I think this makes sense.
Yeah.
Gwen has just been a standout in the LPL so far.
Yeah, absolutely. One last little point. I do appreciate that all the champions going to the bot lane are new for the players, at least in the year. But also, it changes things up a little bit from what we've seen constantly the last week or so. But as we do get to those picks, you do see the Gwen, as you had mentioned. I like this, though. The Gragas locked in for Ultra Prime.
Gonna go with a top laner that is safe to stand by himself. They are quite AP heavy on the side of Ultra Prime, the Morgana, the Gragas, and the Corki coming out. And now for the side of Up, so many junglers banned away. Right now, hovering the Olaf, you do have the Chains of Corruption on the opposite side, so that Ragnarok will be getting a ton of value. And Up go with it. They have a strong pushing bot lane to try and enable this aggressive jungle pick coming out with the Olaf. And now for LGD, looking to counter the Corki in mid. We highlighted some of the options. You can look to kind of just shake hands with Cryan, look for the Victor pick, play something a bit more slow, or maybe I'd expect another aggressor coming out. We already hit on both Vex and LeBlanc, I think look better, but oh wow!
That's
we
a
get the
spicy
Echo
pick.
coming out.
I like it for
Yeah.
G too. All right. My big thing for this guy is like, try to find something stable for yourself in the mid lane. Try to let and make sure the rest of the map can play around you. Well, we got the Echo, so
Stable.
I'm not necessarily saying it's gonna be that way.
I was gonna say I don't know if I would describe Echo as a champion as stable,
I'm
especially
saying
going
that's
up
what I was
against
looking
Sikorsky.
for G, but hey, I don't know if we're gonna get it.
Well, this matchup's going to be really exciting to watch. You'd expect him to get pushed out, maybe void a little bit in the early levels. It is going to be a lot about pairing up with his jungler, setting up for those aggressive 2v2s. Before you start to hit 6, you start to get towards your mythic, and then you will have that kill pressure on Corki, and you will win out in side lanes. So we're going to be looking at that matchup a little bit later on. Can Yeji survive the early stages to be able to get there? But you were hitting on it, Mazel. 2 very different comps than we've been getting in the LPL. And I think this spells out a lot of action. LGDs especially wants to be aggressive, wants to play around that bottom side with the Xin Zhao. And heck, for Ultra Prime, it's about enabling Caitlyn and Morgana to do the same. Take those plates, get super far ahead, and then move that artillery siege unit around the map.
Yeah, a lot of the similar looking, at least strategies for both teams. Now it's all about execution, right? Seeing who gets down to that bot lane first. Seeing the boxing match that is about to go down between Hacker and Shadow on the Olaf and the Xin Zhao, respectively. I'm so excited. Yes, the spotlight does rely on the junglers a lot for this one, especially to get the ball rolling. But when those team fights come around, it's going to be about who is feeling good, who is feeling cohesive, and who's got the shot calling. Because this first game, as you were kind of alluding to, it just feels like it's going to be all-out aggression for both teams. Both teams trying to find their first series win, trying to make a stamp on the spring split, especially Lyric, as we load on to the Rift for the first time of the night. We got 3 series to bring you League of Legends action all night long. The Spring Festival Super Weekend kicks off with LGD versus Ultra Prime.
You already laid it out, Mazel. Aggression, the name of the game. Both teams looking to get that done in different ways, though. For LGD, I think the name of the game is going to be skirmishing. You want to see Xin Zhao impacting these lanes a bit earlier on. Once we get Yeji to the point of level 3 of having all his abilities up, things like the W, being able to chain that to the E, bringing Shadow to that mid lane, being able to find an avenue to win, and then
Yeji is
Mazel,
just going for that one-on-one. I like it.
Mazel, it's level 1 Echo versus Corki. No kill is going to come out from this. You're right, though. Nice from him. Making the lane volatile. We see Cryan walking through brush, so taking advantage of the fact where he is in range to be able to trade with those autos. Runes, pretty much stock in standard across the board. And like we were saying, for LGD, setting up those skirmishes, looking to transfer pressure from mid-jungle towards that bottom lane.
And as you see, that path is heading down that way for both junglers. The early binding actually land onto Eric. A decent amount traded back, or onto Xin Zhao. A decent amount traded back by Eric. But this is the name of the game for El Kashausi. Keep pressure in the lane. Keep that presence up.
And that goes to the win conditions of Ultra Prime, right? Even though we said aggression is the name of the game for both teams, for Ultra Prime, I think it's a lot less skirmish-based. You don't want to be fighting too much as a 3 or 4-man unit. You mostly just want to try and win through the aggressive laning phase coming out from your bottom lane. Isolate it, leave it as a 2v2, get some aggressive vision down there from Hacker, hover towards it, and just let them win out naturally. Bring counter ganks when Shadow looks for the play. But we don't want to see all too much team fighting coming out from Ultra Prime early on. And even later, it's going to be a lot more about the setup from them. But it all revolves around Caitlyn Morgana.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And especially the catch-outs, I feel like, are going to be super, super important. But lanes have been consistently in the same place. We are finally getting a bit of evening out on the bot side, but Elk and Chelsea definitely don't want that to happen. Priority has been constant, though, for LGD in the top and mid.
Not too surprising in the top lane, right? Having Gwen go up against the Gragas in mid. Echo, once he does get to level 3, can just start spamming that Q, have a consistent ability to contest in that. Ooh,
Oh my
I'm going to
God,
pause,
Eric.
though. Eric.
That's a big amount of damage on Eric. The cleanse had to be burned. The dark binding connects. Xiaoxi just can't miss at this point, and Elk is laying down
Hacker's
the
here.
headshots. Hacker's on the side. Jijiao is off of the tower. Now he knows he needs to go back. The undertow misses between them. A little bit of a split there, and Ultra Prime hit another dark binding. This Xiao just died in the headshot. Oh my god, Xiaoxi is out for blood right
Goodbye,
now.
Eric.
And Eric is about to get dove. He almost gets hit by another binding. He dies. A double kill for Elk. This is tragedy for LGD.
Round of applause to Ultra Prime, though. Elk and Xiaoxi do it again, but my god, Mizel, the action's not going to stop, baby.
The
Shadow
boxing match, they're just
waiting
not
in the
hitting
wings.
each other. They're hitting the other members of the boxing match, I guess. Yaji taking a lot of damage before he can get this dive off. Cryin wants to turn around a kill. He goes Valkyrie forward, gets it back. It's a 1-for-1, and beautifully done by Ultra Prime to pull it back.
Overall win for the side of Ultra Prime. The fact that LGD are the ones dedicating 2 members to the mid lane, but Cryin able to Valkyrie forward, find a trade back kill, I think is huge, especially when he is on this Corki that is going to be look to be that scaling menace later on. But oh, I'm surprised we're not getting a replay in the bot lane. Gonna see how the trade comes out. Q into the E, forcing out Cryan's flash. So Yeji's been doing a pretty nice job in setting up some of these circumstances where he has been able to keep the lane in a winning position. Then we're gonna see here, not able to find the stun. Does get the shield, times out before though, and Cryan just like, hey, you're diving me from both sides. The set goes super low, all in on one side. Sure, I'll still go down, but I get more than I would have gotten otherwise.
Yeah, you'd love to see that, especially when you just watched your ADC get 2 kills bot. And we've been saying the eyes are on bot lane, the eyes are on Elk and Xiaoxi. They're just chugging away just fine. You have a bit of a roam that will be spotted out by a ward for Yaji, and the pressure continues on bot side because this is what you can do now. Lyric, you can just stay bot lane without any fears.
Ultra Prime definitely going to keep doing that, but I like what we're seeing Yeji and LGD as a whole start to do, right? He started to move down, clear out some vision, get his own vision down, because now when he starts to get that push, he can just try to lean bot, play with Fog of War, and put pressure on Ultra Prime's bot lane without even having to fully commit. Cryin did get another ward around mid, though, so they will spot out Yeji anytime he starts to move down towards the bottom lane. And for Ultra Prime, they realize that this will be LGD's plan, and they're going to keep looking for this.
It's just impressive that Xiaoxi has been able to land so many bindings so far. It just feels so ruthless. And because of the pressure in mid and bot, it does leave Hacker to be able to get the Scuttle Crab in front of the Dragon Pit.
See, though, we are seeing the positive properties from Xiaoxi being Hook City transfer over, right? Great at hitting skill shots. The thing that'll be scary is when we get into the mid game and he thinks he's on Nautilus Blitzcrank or something like this and thinks, hey, I could walk in by myself and face check for the team. And then it's going to be like, oh, wait, no, I'm on Morgana. Sure, you have the black shield, so you have a less of a chance of getting picked off. Another binding
Oh my
hit.
god, it's just impossible. It's impossible. Elk gets the trap underneath. The Jinjiao just has to be out of the fight. The Dragon goes down to Hacker, but he's stuck in the pit. Does not have flash. Will just have to fight his way out and not able to turn it onto Shadow.
Nice response by LGD. Ultra Prime's bot lane bought a lot of time, but still, LGD just decide, hey, we're just going to muscle our way in. Even Fearness started to move down if you look at the mini-map, so maybe going to lose a minion or so. Luckily, Zedis not able to push it in fast enough because it is a cannon minion. But LGD reallocating all of their resources towards that bottom side to be able to find a pick and response for the Dragon.
Things return to a semi-state of normalcy for sure, but it's been going pretty right for both sides to an extent. It feels interesting saying that. There's definitely a lead for Ultra Prime already, but when we were setting out the win conditions and seeing where we could see that strategy unfold, right? Elk getting kills is beautiful. The aggression from Shadow, finding those 2 kills, beautiful. And now it's just about how do they utilize these early small advantages.
And we got to see where those advantages are, right? LGD, it is in the jungle role, so going back to the Wilderness Explorers, like we highlighted, always about Shadow when you are looking at this current iteration of LGD. We've already hit on how it is a lot about trying to enable skirmishes in their bottom side. Their bot lane might be starting to fall too far behind, though, so might have to change focus. Though, as a whole, both teams going to be changing focus towards the top half of the map right now with Herald up. Looks like LGD going to consciously concede, so it'd be nice to see some of the members start making their way down towards the bottom half of the map to start getting vision back in their favor.
Package is there for Cryan as we get the supports in. Oh my god, take it away. I'm sorry, it's just insane. And then we get this not often seen anymore solo bot laners for the moment, as the support's just trying to get the ball rolling now as we are just about to crest 9 minutes.
And for the bot lane especially, right? I mean, positions like this typically is where Caitlyn would have to be a bit fearful of the Varus, because the fact that Chains of Corruption could come out, that kill pressure could be there. But Elk has started to stack up that advantage. Probably sitting on a decent amount of gold right now, though. Wouldn't be too surprised if he's pretty close to being able to pick up his Mythic from how many turret plates, the kills, the CS advantages that he has found. So going to be waiting for a reset to come out from them. And here it is.
And I like the highlight from the observers, the fact that the bot turret is on 3 plates and the Rift Herald is available for Hacker to use as he heads down towards his bot side. The question is, are we going to see that absolute focus into Elk, or are we going to maybe try and get Cryan a little bit of resources in the mid lane? But things are definitely starting to change a bit in terms of priority across the way. And the resets are going to do these teams very good to kind of rebalance the lanes a little bit.
For the Rift Herald, I think using a bot is definitely the play, especially when you look at the side of LGD either. I think one of the considerations that comes in when using it around mid isn't just the fact of like, hey, mid lane's nice to break open because you get control on both sides. An important factor is how much wave clear is there. And for LGD, they don't have all too much. The fact that you have the Echo in the mid lane means you shouldn't have too hard of a time breaking down mid lane turret later on. So we can already see Hacker moving his way down here right now. Looks like they're going to set up for that play and just keep enabling Elk, try and get him into other lanes even faster.
There's going to be so much gold for the Caitlyn, and then you can literally just move this bot lane wherever you want around the map and start taking towers. We'll see the tower fall. First tower goes over to Ultra Prime as a top lane. ZS with the cask, trying for the outplay, just needs one more little boop to kill Fearness. The healing from he even flashes on him with the style. Another binding lands as well. Yeah, G has to get out, but then the root on the other side, and Elk snipes him down with an ace in the hole.
Yeah, this is not going so well for LGD. Ultra Prime are winning everywhere. Their bot lane, we knew they would decimate just from the champion matchup that did come to fruition. Their bot lane played it to a T, though. Xiaoxi is not missing with these skill shots. The fact that ZS, though, is solo killing in topside, absolutely ridiculous. Cryan, though.
He's a little bit overextended. Doesn't have anything but the flash and the Valkyrie.
He's fine.
And Hacker, which, you add those 3 things up, I'd be pretty fine too, Lyric.
Mazel, you are always more than fine. You are a great human being, and never forget it. Just like Elk right now is a great Caitlyn, and he shouldn't forget it because he's 3-0. The Gale Force finally picked up. You look at where both top and mid turret are at, both extremely low, so they can start whittling down those plates in mid right now by moving their bot lane. And we're going to get a replay of top. We see Fearness in with the Q. Does get a nice trade-off. Stays in lane, maybe expecting ZS either getting vision or rotating down. And you could see Shadow is already on his way up, but Fearness getting caught off guard a little bit too soon. Holds the flash for the E, and the kill does come out.
As we come back to live to get another dragon in the belt of Ultra Prime. Shadow was top side, actually, but a lot of bodies from Ultra Prime being moved up this way now. And exactly like we were talking about, just moving Elk and Xiaoxi away from the bot lane they've already broken and trying to get some more plates. They do have a little bit longer, about a minute and a half.
And I would expect they should be able to get one more, at least one more up here, especially with the fact that you're keeping Varus in mid right now. For LGD, probably push out this one wave, start moving them up towards that top side would be my guess. If not, you're going to give Ultra Prime free real estate on this turret. The only other option that LGD have, since it looks like they don't want to contest, would be pushing out mid with Varus Rakan and start making your way down towards bottom lane, dive ZS, and try and find some kind of return.
Well, here's that dive and trying to pull that off. ZS sniffing something out, but doesn't see them because the control ward doesn't spot him out. And ZS, the double body bump into the cast. Xin Zhao does pop the quickness to get the top down, and they'll surely be able to finish this off, right? He's not too big, right? Right? The Crescent Guard, everything utilized, and they finally get him. but they've overextended themselves so much here, Lyric, and they kind of realize that as Hacker actually just pops the Ragnarok trying to kill Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao actually might just get out of here. Shadow providing a nice distraction for the teammate. Cryin getting put down a little bit there, but Shadow takes a shot from the tower and dies himself.
And you know the worst part is the hidden consequences of the tempo loss on the opposite side of the map as well. You've now not only
10
wasted so
plays.
much time, you haven't gotten bot tower, Mazel, but now Elk is able to do this. Xiaoxi is still here as well, so they can finish this one off. Might have to start backing out soon with the fact that resets have come out and even the members who died on the side of LGD are respawning. But man, huge hiccup.
Ooh, flash in mid lane from
Cryin.
Eric. Half of his health gone from just a couple shots. Top tower tier 2 falls. Elk has gotten 10 plates himself, 3 towers, a side lane tier 2. Like, that's insane. This guy is so strong. You just look at that gold discrepancy, 2.2k. Now we're unfortunate for Fearness. He thought they might have left. They did not, buddy. They did not. Although Fearness trying to get out as well and does do so. His ace in the hole, I think, was available, but not pulled.
Looks like he didn't have enough
Yeah,
mana
I was
for
just
it
about
at the
to say
time.
that too.
So, yep, just hitting the 100 mana needed to go for the cast. Sadly, wasn't able to close it out, but this Ultra Prime is extremely close to giving me the title of 2020 Rogue Warriors. And people listening right now, even you, Mazel, you might be wondering, what is the title of 2020 Rogue Warriors? 2020 Rogue Warriors was a team that was honestly not very good. They also weren't very bad either. They were a team that would consistently be on the edge of playoffs, but their games were super fun to watch. Ultra Prime right now, I think in competition with anyone's Legend, which is hilarious because they actually are. They were Rogue Warriors. But I think those are the two teams competing for that honored title because that is a massive accolade.
It is. It is. You gotta show respect where it's due. As the first objective of the game finally falls in favor of LGD, and they get their first tower plus an objective bounty.
So at least a bit of gold injection back. The problem is the opposite side has a 5k gold advantage. We've already hit on the power spikes coming out from Elk. You look at the opposite side of Eric, only sitting on the Ghost Blade right now. He is not doing any damage. He's gonna be tickling them a little bit, but for the side of Ultra Prime, you don't have to worry too much. Even looking at the rest of the map, though, Cryin already done with the Muramana. He's in a good spot. We've seen him. Doesn't have to fear either Echo or Gwen too ferociously in the side lane. And heck, the other side lane is Gragas. LGD have already tried to dive the Gragas.
Yeah,
Diving Gragas is very, very hard. He is an ultimate. He is damage reduction. He's a dash. He's so many things that can circumvent these plays. And for Ultra Prime, with the fact their bot lane's so far ahead, they will always win out on tempo or objectives on the opposite side of the map.
And for me, it's about how Ultra Prime utilizes this lead, right? And they do have another Rift Herald available to them with complete neutral objective control, right? And so where is this going to be utilized? How are they going to use this as a distraction? Because, you know, we are about to be at 17 minutes. We are about to be at a potential soul point for Ultra Prime. And LGD, while they still have a chance to give up one more and fight for it, they definitely don't want to continue to bleed out like this.
When we talk about how Ultra Prime use their advantage, it's going to be all about setup in my mind. They do drop the Rift Herald to be able to pull LG to the mid lane, kind of like you were just hitting on as distraction. But we know their comp is very fragile, very squishy members through mid and bot. If LGD can find the flanks and find the team fight, we hit on their composition has more tools to fight.
Oh my God, Cryin just almost obliterates Shadow straight out of the gate. Jin Zhao has to go through with the quickness just to save his life. Yeah, G, it's a little bit split right now from LGD. He's all by himself in a 1v5 and gets obliterated. There's no hope in that dragon fight, and that's sole point for Ultra Prime.
I have no idea what LGD are trying. Well, I know what LGD are trying to do. Cast
there
comes
you
out.
Go. The dashes are there for Jin Zhao. ZS with this sparkly plays, unable to find it in the end.
Zell, so the idea that LGD have is like, okay, we need to try and get in the river. We need to find these flanks because we were just hitting on. They have very squishy members on the side of Ultra Prime. You have a ton of AoE damage tools, AoE lockdown for LGD. Maybe not as good of a front line because ZS has been able to just play this game just fine and is the only true tank on the Rift right now, but still, the coordination was so weird. I'm sure we're going to get a replay. I don't know if we need or want to replay, as it was just members of LGD jumping in one by one. But,
right on cue.
you know, Mazel, yeah, Shadow posturing forward. If you look at where the other members of LGD are, Eric trying to back off to get the honey fruit, Jinzhao being like, hey, I need to go in now to save my jungler, and then Yeji, I mean, again, I don't know if he's playing with locked cam and didn't just see what happened on that top side and decided not to just be like, oh, okay, my jungler's going in a bit too soon, I'm going to back off, and just completely runs it, I feel like would be the political way of putting it.
Well, and for a player that, you know, I was saying I wanted to see some stability out of, I want to see them be able to play outside of Yaji and have him as a supporting role to an extent. Not going to happen this time around on the Echo mid, but it is definitely a rough game for this LGD squad. Ultra Prime just putting the pedal to the metal at this point, which they can with a 7K gold lead.
And for LGD, it was a bit expected coming into today's series. I definitely think them and TT have looked like the kind of set bottom two teams in the league right now. I do want to preface right now because, again, there's a lot of time going into Chinese New Year that could change that.
Absolutely. And that's time for change there, and that's a time for change, rather. I will say this is a bit overzealous for Ultra Prime, but they have ZS in the back with the cast. Only hits 3 and separates them just a bit, but Ultra Prime feel the need to back away. Elk is putting down some traps, trying to separate the space here, and able to put down some poke as well. Those needleworks doing some work, though, themselves. Yes, it's LGD finally finding some kills. Will they be able to clean it up, though? Yeah, G has to use the chrono break, and it's going to be a couple kills to LGD.
A 2-for-1 trade for the side of LGD. That is what they're looking for. Ultra Prime getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Despite the fact that the gold lead is 9K right now, you do still have that lockdown, that AoE damage that we were hitting on, like we saw from the needlework in that fight. LGD sadly not going to be able to turn it into any objective. Members of Ultra Prime are still on the map. The only thing really up would be something like a Baron play, but that would be way too hard. But we're going to jump straight into the replay because Hacker walking in, ZS coming in from the opposite side, so it seems like they wanted to try and find some sort of pick. Sad for them, LGD were already waiting in the wing. Shadow popping his ultimate, denying a lot of that damage, able to come out from the side of Ultra Prime. And then the needlework is popped, and they can just continue to jump in. Because as we hit on for Ultra Prime, you only really have one frontliner coming out from the Gragas. Sure, Hacker also functions as a pseudo frontliner as well, but sadly, he was chunked out at the very start of this play. So you're just left trying to kite out the members of LGD. And LGD actually have a fair amount of even mobility coming out from the Gwen, the Zinzao, Echo. Heck, everyone except your AD carries is sporting some kind of mobility.
Yeah, I want to take a moment to highlight a couple key pieces for LGD, especially. We've already put a lot of the spotlight on Shadow. He's doing well in the Zinzao. It was a perfect pick, I feel like, for the style he wants to go for. Just trying to put out some fires across the map. The other standout to me so far has been Jinzhao. I think having these incredible grand entrances, the quicknesses to back off the engages from Ultra Prime, it is key for LGD to have a hope of staying in this game. And the Rakan performance has definitely been impressing me so far.
In Jinzhao's very short stint as a support, you know, he's kind of weaved out over the past year and a half of, I'm playing support, I'm playing AD carry, playing support, has stuck with it now. I think Rakan has looked like his best champion just overall throughout that time. Still, though, Mazel did get hit by quite a few bindings, maybe even more than quite a few.
It's everybody's got to have a healthy breakfast, okay?
I guess that's not champion specific, though, right? Regardless of who he played, those bindings probably would have hit.
Probably, no matter who was in that position. We did have the TP utilized. Oh my God! Yep. So how you like it, Corky now? But we do have a setup for the next dragon here. Seriously, and this is going to be a tight one. LGD need to fight this.
And, I mean, for LGD, they're not going to be able to walk in. You don't really have any members who can walk forward. You need to chain with these flanks. Yeji trying to come in.
It's too little too late. Shadow has to pop the crescent guard. They get the flank there with Yeji. He's just taken out, and it's a slow but steady burn. Elk is untouched. He's firing the headshots away, and Fearness all by himself dies. LGD lose another fight. They lose the soul. Here comes the snipe, and it's a kill. Domination from Elk.
And now for Ultra Prime, they have the soul, they have the kills, they're going to be able to make their way over towards this Baron now. And if LGD thought the siege was oppressive before, man, is it going to get a lot worse now.
I am just living the dream here, being able to say these ADCs are popping off in 2022. 7-0 right now for Elk. Was the main carry we wanted to focus on for Ultra Prime coming into this with Xiaoxi in the bot lane, and they have proven us right as we get a replay of that dragon fight.
The massive thing is parallel convergence locks down 2 for Yeji. Sadly, Elk is not one of them, so Elk just able to kite out the fight on the opposite side. Also, Cryan able to play with some relative safety. Sadly, as we saw in the beginning of that, the cast kind of throwing Shadow into some of the other members of Ultra Prime, I think did lend itself to people like Hacker falling down, but nah, you know, it happens. You already have a 10k gold lead.
Yeah.
One person goes down at the end of the day, not too big of a deal. I think the sad thing in that replay is you see the glimpses of if this game was even at this point in time, right, LGD's comp would actually be pretty strong. They would be the ones winning out in these team fights. The Echo especially would be doing so much work alongside that Gwen, but shows how much Ultra Prime hit on their win conditions of enabling the bot lane destruction to follow through. And heck, shout out to ZS as well, just for still surviving that laning phase, getting that solo kill, and not being a liability in a hard matchup.
Oh, Eric, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what has been done to you. They're just taking this in him tower. There's nothing that LGD can say or do about it. 3 items plus for a majority of the team, right? And the carries itself. When you get to a position like this with a double marksman composition, it is so oppressive. And we've seen it the entire game long, it feels like. But especially at this point with this Baron buff, Ultra Prime want to finish this first game pretty quick.
Edgy though, Mazel. Keep your eyes on the Echo.
He's got the flank here. We've seen it try to pull off a couple times, but not able to be so. And there's the quickness. Beautifully done. There's the engage from Yaji, but he's engaging all by himself, and LGD are completely split off of it. The 5-man turtle is coming out strong for Ultra Prime, and we're going to be getting the TP reset coming back into the fight as they are sticking around. Health bar's full. That Ocean Soul doing wonders.
And ZS with the massive cask in that last fight, he actually knocked away both Shadow and Jinzhao as they were looking to coordinate with Yeji. Like you said, they're going in though. Looking for the end.
They are surrounded here. Yaji on the flank yet again, but as you said, it's not an even game, so it's impossible to pull those off. Shadow just dies. The Baron minions are still under tower, and the towers are falling one by one. And Ultra Prime, they realize there's a flank, but it doesn't matter. They have won this game. It's just a slow and steady win that they will ensure now, and killing the last couple members remaining of LGD. And game number 1 in spectacular fashion to kick off our Spring Festival Super Weekend will go to Ultra Prime.
Despite their 0-3 scoreline, Ultra Prime definitely were the favorites coming into this series. In their previous series, they did show signs of life. They took games off both EDG and Top Esports. They had a competitive showing in their 0-2 loss to LNG. Nice to see them bounce back against a much weaker team. Bring the confidence forward. Just double down on their strengths was really the name of the game. Just, hey, we have this bot lane that has showed they're kind of cracked. Let's give them an aggressive pairing and let's let them do work.
And to temper Shadow's aggression in doing so, right? Like, it just felt like they knew what they wanted to do, and they also snuffed out what LGD wanted to do, in part by going for a similar style, right? That bot lane focus, that jungle focus, it just was pulled off better by Ultra Prime this time around.
Also very different, right? Because even though we're kind of hitting on some of these focuses, it is kind of like, hey, we're Ultra Prime. We want you over there. You stay way over there. Don't get near us. We have this giant gun. Where for LGD, it's kind of like we have a sword. We need to get up close and personal. We want to fight. We want to scrap. We want to brawl. Sadly, though, they got too far behind when they were able to finally start finding those brawls later on in the mid game. And even the coordination, I think for LGD was just really, really bad. We saw in the one fight where it's like, hey, you have this amazing flank angle from Jinzhao. Guess what? Ultra Prime actually aren't checking. They aren't checking what's behind them. They aren't trying to clear these wards. Shadow goes in a bit too soon. Jinzhao has to save him. Then Yeji, for some reason, I guess throws his hands up in the air and is like, well, my team's just running. I'm just going to go in as well. And it led to this massive game where damage numbers unsurprising. Cryan and Elk able to put out a massive amount of poke.
And you see the complete, pretty much game control by Ultra Prime, right? They lost 1 tower, they had all 9, they had 2 Rift Heralds, the Baron. It's incredible. They got the Soul for the Dragon. The goalie was a steady climb. And this is the kind of performance you want to have from Ultra Prime. As you were kind of mentioning, being 0-3, right? Like, you need to continue to build that confidence in yourself. And this is definitely one of them. And I'm a little bit worried going into game 2 for LGD, right? It was a little bit of that coordination, but the confidence is key for this team, I feel like, especially for Shadow, at least knowing the history of the player. And so I'm hoping for a total bounce back from LGD going into game 2.
So, Mazel, what you're saying is you want to see Garvey come out and play some mid laners top again. You want the Corky top again, don't you?
Yes, I do. I know you would love that one. I know you would love that one. Just get Corky everywhere. But it was an impressive game 1 from Ultra Prime. They do take the win. We're going to take a little break, step away, and get ready for game number 2 of our first series of the night.
some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. I am what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a You're spinning round and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
Welcome everyone back to the Spring Festival Super Weekend. We've got Ultra Prime going against LGD, and Ultra Prime taking a dominant game number one. Lyric. It was a fun one for sure.
You know, I feel like the problem was our analogy coming into the day. Because we came in and we said, hey, Ultra Prime are Russell and Mr. Fredrickson. And we're talking about the movie Up for everyone out there. If you haven't seen Up, then I don't know what you're doing with your life.
Go watch it.
We said LGD are the Wilderness Explorers. And if you don't know, the Wilderness Explorers is just like the group that Russell's part of, just, you know, your normal, like, Boy Scouts. So how are you going to beat Mr. Fredrickson and Russell? Maybe had we set them up as, like, Charles Muntz, the villain, they'd win a game? But we didn't do that, Marcel. So sadly, LGD just kind of got clapped.
I was trying to find an alpha reference for LGD in that game, but I just could never find it. Just always looking, but never finding. But in all actuality, right, it was a disappointing game for LGD. That's what gets me so ready for this next game, and especially, you know, having seen the performance that Ultra Prime put up in the first game, which was incredible, to say the least.
And a lot of that was off the back of Xiaoxi hitting those bindings. I expect we have an MVP.
I think so. I haven't heard the name yet, but I think we do have an MVP.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did
Okay,
get
so
the
actually,
update.
I was right the first time during the break. I guessed it would be Elk. I kind of pivoted to Xiaoxi just now because Xiaoxi hit the bindings, but this man put down all the damage needed for them to be able to pull it off. You can see they have 31% damage, 81% KP, and this is why every Ultra Prime series you guys watch, you're just going to hear us talk about their bot lane. Because their bot lane has just consistently popped off. Elk, in his first year, was a player who showed a lot of promise, looked a little bit of a liability, played a bit too aggressive. With time, though, he has really blossomed into this player that we saw the signs of, that could carry games when he got resources put into him, who could take over games when he found kills, and this game was a great example of that.
I don't know, Lyric. I see that one death, and I don't know. It's too nah. in all actuality, Elk was constantly pressuring the bot lane. He was finding the crits, the traps on the bindings that Xiaoxi was constantly landing that you were mentioning earlier. And it's pretty much just an Elk highlight reel, right? You're seeing so much good mechanical play from this bot lane of Ultra Prime. But also got to give a secondary shout out to Hacker, who was the reason why Shadows felt pretty snuffed out and a big reason why Elk got so far ahead.
Hacker definitely doing his job, just like, hey, I have winning bot. I'm just going to hang it around bot the whole time. He did it to a T. For Xiaoxi, though, I also want to say, so cool to see. He follows the same school of support that I think a lot of people typically mention when it comes to, like, Hilly and Sword Art, like these aggressive supports that are willing to die to find some kind of big impact for the team, which makes sense, right? Because Xiaoxi is the successor of Sword Art. Xiaoxi was handpicked by Sword Art to replace him in Flash Wolves back in the day. And that's why, even over these past 2 years, Xiaoxi's been very hit or miss. We know originally when he came into the league with E-Star, he looked phenomenal, but since then it's been up or down. It just comes from his play style. I think Xiaoxi was a player we always knew if he was on a better team would work out because of his mindset, and it's cool to see him working out with this Ultra Prime roster. But guess what, Mazel? Elk is not getting another game on Caitlyn.
He is not, rightfully so. We'll see if Xiaoxi maybe pulls out something else that fits his playstyle a little bit more. But we have LGD there on the blue side, Ultra Prime on the red. The TF, Aphelios, Caitlyn banned away by LGD. The Ziggs, Talon, and the Renekton banned by Ultra Prime. First pick of the Jinx.
You'd expect Corki to come out for Ultra Prime right now. Probably does set up for something like a Jhin to potentially come out in the bottom lane. We have seen Elk index into other picks like the Kaisa. It can work theoretically because you have things like the package, but I don't like it. I think the fact you have Corki just play a longer range style, go with the Jhin right now, put the ball into LGD's court. You have both the Lee Sin, Xin Zhao left open. Heck, even Jarvan, who will get a lot of value agency up against immobile picks like the Jinx is open. So I think Ultra Prime's rotation of mid ADC makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it definitely does. And the Jhin, just to be that utility carry, just set up the double marksman composition, I really like. And it's a little bit different from game number one, right? Where you have that Caitlyn that was absolutely steamrolling the map, it felt like, and the Corki was there to back it up towards the end, towards those team fights, really putting in the damage for crying. But that turns our attention over to LGD, who are looking to get a decent amount of, I feel like, stability from that game number one in the Xin Zhao, where Shadow had some things that looked good for him, but setting themselves up at least with stability on the bot side of the map, right? Making sure that they have a duo on the bot side that is not going to get trounced on by Elk and Xiaoxi.
And going towards that Nautilus, already knowing that for Ultra Prime, they're going to be going towards a more aggressive support pick as well. We've seen the Leona come out time and time again. You have the Jhin, so you are thinking of things like the Leona, the Rakan. Typically could bring out a Karma. I don't think you would in the situation against the Nautilus. The Leona is going to be locked in, and now we're going to be looking towards second phase for Ultra Prime. The fact that they already have a mid laner, they can try and ban out certain things like the Victor that would slot quite well, having the Jinx alongside it. And for the side of LGD, I think you just try and take away some junglers again. Push Hacker down into one of those secondary picks. Sure, he can play them like we saw the Olaf last time around, but don't let him get the Lee Sin or the Jarvan.
I was going to say, you got to ban away that Jarvan. It's just such a powerful pick. The Camille as well being banned away by Ultra Prime as we're in that second phase. And just a little point, right? I love to see Xiaoxi getting something. He's played so much this split already, even though it's so early. Very, very heavy comfort coming in for the majority of Ultra Prime in the first phase. And that just makes me feel like they're using a lot of the momentum coming off of game one specifically, as the Jace gets banned away for the final ban of Ultra Prime.
Ultra Prime wanting to take away some of the carry champions that Fearness is well known on. You still have a plethora of other high-value picks still open. Gwen, of course, is the first one that jumps to mind. I think probably the best blind pick top laner left open. Grog is still being there as well. I think for Ultra Prime here is where you should just index into a jungle pick. Still certain things left open. We know the Viego's still there as well, but looks like no, Ultra Prime maybe just wanting to head towards the top laner.
Interesting. All right, so the Gragas comes through from Ultra Prime, and so far, so good in their style of composition they want to go for, bringing back the Gragas and the Corki from game number one. Now we got to look at the solo lanes for LGD as we maybe potentially looking at some carries to back up the rest here, but maybe even a tank at the top lane to shore up that front line that we wanted to see last time, and it's the Ornn locked in.
So not having confidence in going for what should theoretically be a winning lane matchup when he did bring out the Gwen last time around. We've seen the LeBlanc covers a little bit, and I think it would fit their comp quite well. When we talked about more aggressive options coming into the mid lane, still brings a bit of that volatility that the Echo does, but also gives you a lot more room to play safe with the fact that you have distortion, then having the Mimic as well, so having 2 getaways. We highlighted the Lee Sin being left open before. For the side of LGD, they thought it was more worth to ban out the Olaf, which you do have a ton of CC on your side as LGD, so I guess Ragnarok would be quite annoying. Ultra Prime are going to bring out the Lee Sin in the end. And for Ultra Prime, I think things are looking pretty similar. I will say the one big difference, though, is your damage profile is being heavily indexed into Cryin this time around. He needs to be the big carry in the game. Elk going to be more of an enabler.
Absolutely. And I still feel like Hacker is going to have a lot to say in this one, especially on the Lee Sin, right? But as a whole, the whole Ultra Prime team, they can space a fight out so well. I'm so interested in how we see the approach to big team fights to objectives as we get the game going, because this team is definitely going to be able to pick apart some of the pieces for the side of LGD. But on the side of LGD, right, I do feel like you're shoring up a few of the weaknesses we got in that first game, as you said, for G having a little bit more mobility, a little bit more give and take with the LeBlanc, but as well as getting that power pick in the Jinx, getting the tank front line that you needed in the first game, and having a lot of engage to back up the shot calling.
I love that you hit on the tank front line, not only for the engage. The fact is, we saw in game one, when LGD had trying to get into River, they have no one who can face check vision. Shadow tried to walk in, just got chunked out by the Corki. Then it led to that really botched coordination where they couldn't find an engage. Now you have 2 members in Fearness and Jinzhao who can easily walk into River and set up for these teamfights you want to find.
Indeed, we do, as we get the flashes of the emblems across the screen. This is make or break for LGD going into game number 2. They are on the verge of losing yet another series on the spring split, but they need to make a comeback. One of these teams walking away with their first series victory tonight, and Ultra Prime are the first ones to try to make that happen as we go into game 2.
The standard LeBlanc ward coming out to start the game off. Always just W over the wall, get that on the red buff, try and spot out what the enemy jungler is going to try to do. So getting some nice vision. Even Shaoxi looks like getting a ward in the bottom side to spot out just in case Shadow wants to go for any cheeky ganks. And Ultra Prime now going to commit to a full-on invade. Maybe just get some more wards down. Digi spotting it out, though.
Yeah, able to spot it out. See some vision there, but the ward finally placed down. As we do get a little bit of that jungle vision for both of these teams. At least trying to find out the early pathing, right? Because that is what snowballed the game in game number 1, was the early pathing from the junglers.
And once again, I think the jungle plans are decently telegraphed. Sure, we see pathing towards the opposite side of the rift to try and go along with the prio you will have to be able to take those crabs. But you have Ornn versus Grokkus in the top lane. Not a matchup where, sure, let's say both junglers dedicate time there, right? You get a few kills on either of your tanks. It doesn't add to very high value. Your only windows to do that are early on. They will get too tanky too quickly to where you can focus them. I still think both teams will focus different areas, though. For LGD, definitely should be mid once again. You have this LeBlanc against Corki. You have the setup to try and get her out of lane. For Ultra Prime, I think typically you're heading towards the bottom lane first before looking mid, with the fact that you do have Shaoxi once again on an aggressive pick.
Yeah, and especially if you could set up this bot lane, you get 1-2 kills for Elk. He will be able to have a little bit more presence in the lane. But the early game is definitely going to be a little bit rough against this combo of the Jinx and the Nautilus. And especially when Jinzhao is landing some pretty nice hooks to start the series off, or the second game of the series off, for Shaoxi on the other side last time.
Yeah, at least for the... Oh, actually,
that's what I'm saying,
hook.
man. Like, oh my goodness. Elk almost dies to the rockets, but now Eric has to get away. The Deadly Flourish doesn't connect, but the Zenith Blade did. And first blood for Shaoxi. I don't know if that's a caster curse or just good play from Ultra Prime. And then, what? Shadow finds the solo kill. That jungle vision is king.
Also, Shadow aggressively going into the enemy jungle. He has a pushing mid laner. Sure, the top lane might have been neutral at the point, but knowing he can win out in that 1v1. A ton of action going across the map. I wonder which one we'll get a replay of first. We're going to find out. Looks like we're going to see how Shadow does it. Just passing through topside. Waits for Hacker to commit to the red buff with his Q. Can't get away now. Does have Lash, but it doesn't matter in the end. Sneaky Shadow finding a kill, and this is the early aggression we set up from LGD in this series.
Exactly. We are getting that focus towards topside, but it's on to ZS under tower. Fearness is tanking tower shots, though. Will not be traded back, and LGD pull off a tower dive.
On the opposite side of the map, though, they do got to be a bit afraid. Ultra Prime. They do have one wave right now. Xiaoxi goes in.
Early engage, though, and that's a problem for Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi dies.
Yeah, it seems like he just wanted to force a bit of an aggressive trade, maybe to start it off, trade some HP, because Hacker not in a position to go in yet, even Cryan not here. Cryan has almost no mana.
TP coming down here from the top side. Eric dies already. Cryan taking some damage too, but it's 2 for 1. Cryan gets both of the kills.
In the end, it even equals up to being a 2 for 2 if you account for the Xiaoxi death that
I guess
started
so,
it all
true.
off. I think the silver lining for Ultra Prime is the fact that, okay, you got 2 kills on your Corki. We hit on how Corki is going to be your main carry and has to start getting accelerated in the mid game to be able to just take over the game against the fact that LGD do have multiple damage threats. The bad side is, like, okay, you didn't really deny LGD too much. I don't think they lost too much in terms of minions in the wave. And yeah, LGD picked up the same amount of kills as you.
Xiaoxi almost gets hooked up by Jin Jiao, but will not do so. Cryan taking a decent amount of damage from Yaji as well, but Xiaoxi need to make sure this wave gets cleared out for Cryan and set up for the mid lane carry.
Looks like for now as well, LGD going to commit to having control of the top side of the map. They did take advantage of the window pre-6, where Gragas is a bit easier to dive. Maybe try and set that one up once again.
Look
with the
at
fact
this.
that summoners are down.
Eric gets in trouble here, puts out the flame choppers. The deadly flourish connects though, and here's the damage coming down. Elk has the 4th shot, but the kill goes to Hacker.
Both supports are around mid lane right now, so opens up for that opportunity for Hacker to find a sneaky way in bot. Sadly, the wave was going against him. I'm going to focus on mid now, as both supports still staying here. I wouldn't expect anything to come from this with the fact that we don't have Yeji in lane. But Ultra Prime at least evening it up. And now reset's going to come out on both sides. We do see a call in the bottom lane for Eric, so committing more towards that scaling, getting that gold, and getting closer to his power spikes. Elk plated steel caps on the opposite side, so going to be able to survive a lot of the damage that Eric is putting out early in the game. And it does seem like we have lost Mazel, which is phenomenal, because I have been waiting for this moment to solo cast once again. Lyric in chat, date number 2 or 3. I can't remember. I can't remember what happened in summer split of last year. We're just going to get back to the game, because Hacker making his way up towards the top side of the map. Looks like preempting of a potential dive coming out from LGD, because they do have push in mid. They know Shadow's been on the top side. Now we see if they can pull it off. Explosive cast up for ZS. That was so early, though, ZS. Still is going to be able to survive because Cryan does have TP. Yeah, that could have been really bad. Still, though, your Corki going to lose out a bit in terms of mid lane, having to blow so much to cover ZS on the top side. You do buy time, which is nice when we're talking about this Corki being the big carry for the side of Ultra Prime. We know it is going to have to go later for them. But I think that opens up a good conversation with myself in terms of scaling. How does this look? How does this look, Lyric? What should we expect when we get, say 30 minutes into the game? Though I might need to pause on answering my own question, because Shadow kind of hovering around top side right now. Doesn't look like he will commit to the play, so we will go back to highlighting maybe what happens later on. I think LGD actually looked very strong once we get to the later on 5v5s, right? You have the hyper carry in your Jinx. You have this massive front line, long range engage, close range engage. You got everything. If you get on objectives first, like Dragon, bam! Yeji popping over walls, chunking you out before you're able to walk in. For Ultra Prime, you're somewhat relying on picks. You will have things like the package to try to close long amounts of distance and catch out stragglers or try and find picks onto maybe Fearness later on with your jungler and your top laner, but Yeah, I don't think it spells out all too well for the side of Ultra Prime. As Fearness get chunked out a little bit. You know, I feel like with the fact that Mazel's gone and I've completely taken over this stream, it would be a great time to bring out more up quotes. Sadly, though, I don't have more up quotes. Sub is a phenomenal movie. I used to have a Mr. Fredrickson Christmas sweater. I did leave that in Shanghai when I left, though, sadly, but you guys don't care about my Mr. Fredrickson Christmas sweater. You guys care about this Rift Herald. And we all care, because Ultra Prime, moving to the top side right now. Fearness might be caught out. Does have Flash. Called the Forge God, not open yet. ZS going for the big Flash, and we see Hacker following in. Cast does go down. Hacker kicking him away. Does have to Flash to finish off the kill, but Ultra Prime pick it up. Crying with the package. Shadow will he be able to get away? Shousey going in with the aggressive Flash. They find the stun, and Shadow will get the Rift Herald, but goes down in the end. Yeji, you don't want to be here, my dude, as he does use the distortion to get away. Elk and the rest of the members are going to be able to put some damage down in mid and look for the siege. And Ultra Prime finding some much-needed kills. LGD, though, did get the Herald. We are going to be keeping our eyes on where they are able to drop that one. They haven't been able to get plates in really any of their lanes so far, so no obvious place to drop it. We have talked about the philosophy of in terms of like things like wave clear coming out, maybe dropping that one around mid, though Jinx is your hyper carry, so I think getting those plates on her is nice. As Lyric, break down this replay for me. Thanks, Lyric. We see ZS landing a nice Q. Fearness already being low on mana. No call of the Forge God. ZS flashing in for that one. Hacker able to finish it off. Is, you know what time it is? It's Herald, which means it's package time. Crying can close that distance so easily. We can see Elk able to stay far away. Curtain call, boom, boom, bam. Sniper shots come out. And yeah, that was the level of analysis I provided you guys. Boom, bam, boom, and you have to accept it, because what could you do? I'm not going to DC. I'm not Mazel. He might be back at some point. Who knows? It's an exciting mystery that we're all going to find out together, as LGD do drop their Herald bot, giving more gold over to Mr. Eric, formerly Hysteric's favorite player in the LPL. Not sure if it's still true. Maybe the Shy has actually won his heart back with the fact that Weibo looked pretty decent. Weibo looking pretty solid. And we actually will see Weibo later on today. Weibo are our third series of the day. They'll be taking on TT. So the setup will be there for the Shy to pop off. But I don't know why I'm talking about the Shy. Because the Shy is not in this game right now. Who is in this game? The Shousey, Russell, and Mr. Fredrickson. Which sets up for, if these are Russell and Mr. Fredrickson, who would be Doug? Who I believe is the dog's name, if I do remember correctly, that loves squirrels. Which I feel like it's pretty cool. Squirrels are awesome. Living abroad, I haven't seen squirrels in many countries I've been to. As Hacker is going to start off the dragon as I get incredibly off topic for long periods of time. Jin Zhao's coming in. Summoners are available on both sides. We do have the ulti available for Jin Zhao. Hacker should be forced off this, but Crying having first track in. Shadow is able to take the dragon away, finds the engage. Hook comes out from Jin Zhao. And there we see it, Hacker instantly going down. Eric did get picked off on the opposite side by Elk, though. 1-for-1 so far. We see Shousey trying to find something. Jin Zhao getting incredibly low. Zenith now in the fight. Goes in with the body slam. Explosive cast, bringing the fight all over the place. Yeji distortioning in to find another kill. And LGD are chasing down the members of Ultra Prime. Elk, Shousey, I don't know if you want to posture and turn this one. Still a numbers advantage. Crying did push in midway, so Yeji gonna go and have to answer back on that one. And we predicted a 2-game series coming in. We maybe a little bit disrespectful to LGD because they are bringing this one back. And when we've hit on how these compositions interact, it feels like LGD do have a solid shot to be able to take this game. As Yeji getting chunked out by Crying, and Crying gonna have to be the big member, does have his mirror mana finished. Oh, Yeji going in aggressively. Crying forced to flash away. Hacker was here, reads the play quite nicely. As I've been talking far too much And you people deserve a break from my voice, but gosh darn it, it's a replay. It's in my contract. I have to talk during replays. Eric, we're gonna see how you got caught out. You walked up to Elk. Elk does land his snare. Big damage with the force shot, taking him out. Crying forced out of the fight by both Yeji and Jinzhao. Even with the roam coming in from the Ornn, making it hard. We saw on the opposite side ZS keeping in from bot lane, so not able to help his mid laner walk into the fight. And that's just a difference in how this panned out, right? LGD coming in as a unit, their bot lane, at least their support able to make it into river first. Fearness coming in from top side. And you know what? Now that the replay's done, we're going to take a nice deep breath. And then we're going to make our way back in an elegant, quiet voice tone. It's crying. Kills minions across the rift. Jinzhao looking for the play bot. Elk does have both summoners up. Can he outplay this one? Commits to the trade onto Eric for now. Xiaoxi making his way over. TPs are coming out. Elk with the Gale Force into the flash over the wall. Call the Forge God coming out big, and instantly Elk is just deleted. Yeji lands a chain onto Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi is going down, and that is another 2 kills over to LGD. Elk getting a little bit too happy for those turret plates on the bot side, but the action is not stopping just yet. The knockup coming out from Fearness to lock down Crying, gonna force out a Valkyrie, and LGD just aren't stopping this one. Sadly for Yeji, not able to find it, but Super Mega Death Rocket is massive. Another kill going over to the side of LGD with Eric picking up that one. LGD hurt us. LGD hurt us, maybe talking a little bit of trash. Saying, hey, they weren't expected to come in and win today. They come into this game, they adapt with their draft. We don't see the same amount of volatility. And everything is coming together right now for the side of LGD. As, hey, we got a replay of exactly what just happened. You guys get to hear me talk about what just happened twice. Because Elk lands the snare. Jinzhao, though, wants nothing to do with it. Flashes in. Gale Force into flash over the wall is quite nice. But this is the LPL instantly into another fight. And ooh, I'm hearing in my ears, Mazel is apparently back.
I am. Gotta love technical difficulties, especially when it involves your PC. But like, you know, we got the MVP. We got the MVP of the LPL casting. All right, we gotta give Mr. Solo Lyric some time to himself. But Ultra Prime apparently getting some time with the Rift Herald. Catch me up a little bit. What we got? I see we got some action, I would say, as we're almost at a kill a minute, Lyric.
Oh yeah, we've seen a lot of spiciness, especially down towards that bottom lane. LGD though, Mazel, they're picking it up. We've seen their members rotating on the map. Fearness, Shadow, Yeji, all going towards the bottom. Save it, Brian.
Oh, but Eric just dies. Oh my God! And here's the poke coming through. The Ornn Horn has been called, but the Gale Force gets Elk out, and we're starting to see the setup from Ultra Prime here. Oh, he goes in. He can't get the kick, though. He gets it late. He dies to the tower, and Shadow gets the re-engage, as does Jinzhao, and Ultra Prime are caught running. Elk getting the depth charge used upon him, and he gets clapped to death.
I mean, LGD coming up in spades. Remember, this play was started off by Ultra Prime. Nice package, finds a kill, but still over-aggressing, maybe feeling the heat in terms of the scaling of these compositions and how this game will pan out. They're scared. The Ornn, the Jinx, the LeBlanc. What are we going to be able to do against this? Let's pull the trigger now and hope for the best. Sadly, the best wasn't very good. Honestly, it kind of sucked, and now LGD get another tower.
I like the analytical breakdown. See, my play-by-play brain has started to take over Lyric a little bit. With that hard-hitting analysis. But we
there was no replay, Mazel. The analysis comes in the replay.
Yeah, we got to set yourself up there. There you go. Perfect timing. Look at this.
Mazel, I knew. Package comes out instantly into forcing the cleanse, but man, ZS closing so much distance. This is where, though, I think for the side of Ultra Prime, you just commit to the disengage. We're going to see them look for the turn, though. They do land a Q onto Shadow, thinking that he can find the kick, but still, members like Jinzhao, Yeji able to close distance so much faster, and now Crying not really having too much he can commit to the fight. We already hit on how Elk isn't going to be this massive damage dealer this time around because he is on the Jhin. And guess what? The enemy team is tanks. Jhin hates tanks. You really can't hurt those guys. And he ends up going down the end. So just overall, over-aggression coming in from Hacker, right? You could have backed off. It could have been a one-for-one play in the end. That would have favored LGD because of their scaling, but it is better than giving them everything.
And I'm very, very much liking this bounce back from LGD. It looks like they've shored up some of that communication, right? And they're playing with a lot of confidence. We got a BM book purchase for Yaji on the LeBlanc. Can always appreciate that. Got 10 pages in that one already. But it's been a lot of that decision-making that I feel like we've seen LGD be able to turn around a bit. Still, the worry is of that double marksman composition. We'll see how that scaling kind of turns out for Ultra Prime.
I feel like the problem is LGD win in numerous different map setups, right?
Yep.
They have side lane pressure coming in from the LeBlanc, so Yeji will continuously be able to put a lot of pressure onto either ZS or Cryan, to where Fearness should be able to survive against both. Sure, he will get pushed in, so it will be one side of prio for each, but LGD, massive benefactors. Front-to-back team fights. You have the Orb. You have the Nautilus coming through. I'm going to pause as Herald does come down for the side of Ultra Prime. I don't know if they have enough damage to die Fearness.
I don't know, but Fearness wants to go for it. The kickback, but he still gets the secondary activation off. Hacker has to use the war jump to get away, but Shadow is on the flank. They're TPing down here. Ultra Prime are caught between a rock and a hard place, but they're going to try to fight their way out. Hacker getting away for just a moment. ZS goes for the engage there, but it's a 3v4. The cast comes out. ZS all by his lonesome. They just need to turn around the damage at this point, but they can't do so. They still have them flanked. They still have them caught out of position, and Hacker goes in, gets out with his life, but only for a moment as Shadow goes in with the lethalness to take him out. You've still got Eric popping rockets right now, but Xiaoxi is there to try to taper the damage off. Does not matter. He's excited, and Eric's gonna show it. Huge play from LGD.
What should have been a winning play for Up completely turns its head in LGD's favor. I want to highlight, Yeji walked all the way from top lane to bot lane. That is how long that fight took. Doesn't have TP, was sitting up topside even when members started dying. LGD able to buy time with that durability that we talked about and turn it into a winning fight and another turret.
What a play. What a turnaround in game number 2. And I'm starting to get a little excited here myself as Eric might need to get a little excited, hopefully get away. Cryan just gets him, and the confidence flash over the wall, but Yaji shuts him down.
Cryan was not happy after that last fight. I'm so happy that Yeji went in for the pick. When he started to flick away, I'm like, what are you doing? You're LeBlanc. You can easily get in there and find that trade kill.
Be careful, Ken, around all those pages, man, all right?
Whoa. You are on LeBlanc. There is only, what was it, a Lee Sin or something in front of you? You're fine. Point is, you're fine. We're going to see here the replay, though. I think here LGD overcommit. Because you look at the minimap, Yeji is tough, like we hit on. He can't TP down. This is numbers advantage for the side of LGD. It is a bit of a 3v4 right now, so they're able to get good damage on ZS. Cryan trying to find something back. Curtain Call does open a nice time. Keep your eyes on Xiaoxi. Solar Flare does only lock down one. Had that been able to hit Eric, that could have been huge, but he instead locks down Nautilus, and it sets up for Eric to just chain these resets and buy enough time for Yeji to get across the map to get here. So I think a little bit of a...
Nope, don't finish that one. As Ultra Prime fighting in the mid lane. They have already lost one. Hacker getting very low himself to get engage onto ZS. He tries to cast them away from him, but he dies anyways, and now LGD feel fully confident to push down in the mid lane to get this tier 2, or even go for an objective if they want to.
Look, this will not cast or curse this game. LGD are winning this game. LGD commanding lead. 7,000 gold. They're going to get a Baron. They have scaling on their side. They have the different ways to play out the map. And now for Ultra Prime, I mean, I don't even know what your comeback condition is. Elk is dead. Elk is dead.
Oh, yep. There's the chain completion. Yaji adds another couple pages to the book.
Like, for Ultra Prime, I feel like all you're saying is, hey, hopefully you can find picks, but I feel like the only two members you can... Maybe there's 3 members you can pick off, right? You can either pick off AD, support, or jungle. it all involves them being left alone or them walking into. As we see here, Xiaoxi once again trying to find and engage. They do have numbers advantage, so I think they could get it. But still, you're just going in on these tanky members. Shadow popping his ultimate, buying so much space, buying so much time to where Elkin Cryan not able to get in there and hurt him. And Eric is just huge. Eric is a 3-item jinx at this point in time. Ultra Prime's team comp is not very tanky. He can just completely wipe out anyone.
Yeah, and it's a lot of, as we were kind of mentioning in the draft, right, it's a lot of go forward for Ultra Prime, and when you're at a deficit like this, makes it more difficult, right? You see Xiaoxi getting these good engages, but after he gets the engage, you can't really do anything. And I will say there seems to have been a little bit of hesitance in the play calling from Ultra Prime. We saw it on that bot lane fight. We've seen it a couple times in the team fights where it seems like the target calling is a little bit spread. And that definitely, when you're in this position against this style of composition, makes things a little bit more worse for wear. As we see LGD pushing strong down this tier 2. We'll get it and on to the inhib tower.
They do have a bunch of ultimates open as well. The side of Ultra Prime, need to be careful. Call of the Forge God can be open at any time. Chain that into Yeji jumping in and finding a pick. Things get very scary for the side of Ultra Prime. Heck, I guess things already are scary. We're just talking about upping the ante. We're talking about like new age horror films compared to old slasher horror films. Because let's be real.
Oh, ZS goes in for the engage. Got the curtain call behind double. One of the Forge God gets the connection, but LGD have too many peel options, and they're too tanky to really be forced to back out of anything at this point.
And you just committed an E-Flash ultimate into a LeBlanc who can easily distortion away and feel fine. You would have had to instantly burst her out for that play to have any steam. They weren't able to do so. I don't know how they imagined doing so. Maybe a big one into a fourth shot or, you know, curtain call does it, but I feel like even that, we're grasping at straws for ways that Ultra Prime could find picks or win fights at this time. And again, a lot of it just comes down to how the champions interact at this point.
Yeah, and for me, it's honestly impressive that ZS has still been able to find all these crazy engages, even though they're not working out, right? Like, we obviously see why Ultra Prime feel confident in the Gragas.
Is it impressive, though, when you're trying to find engages that shouldn't happen?
True. Dredgeline doesn't connect. They got the TP, but it's a little bit too late. Double knockup already completed there, and Fearness just keeps walking forward. Yeah, G gets another couple pages to the book, and Jin Zhao gets his own kill. Ultra Prime spread to the wind like dust, and LGD at this point have their pick of the litter of what they want to do.
I mean, yeah, for Yeji, let's just, you know, give him some praise real quick, right? 10-0-5 on the LeBlanc. I feel like we've been talking a lot about Eric because typically he's been the one getting jumped on, but Yeji has been the one putting out a fair amount of this damage, and especially the presser, right? He's been constantly weaving in over walls with the LeBlanc to force members of Ultra Prime to back off.
They catch Cryan there. He has to use the package out, but a lot of ultimates are going to utilize the re-engage from Jin Zhao, and there it is. The resets for Eric, and the excited spree continues. Ultra Prime trying to do something about it, but the Nexus is the focus for LGD, and they'll even up the series 1-1.
Overall, just solid performance. I think we saw hints of the Ultra Prime that we didn't get on with some of the aggression coming out towards the bot lane, but LGD just had a nice answer. We saw them dedicating resources down towards bot, typically TPing or walking numerous members down, especially when it comes to top lane. We saw Fearness making his way down quite a bit. Yeji was all over the map on this LeBlanc, putting down the pressure, finding the picks. Yeah, unkilled. Just perfect KDA for him coming in. And for LGD, when we were hitting on, honestly, from how they looked in week 1, I think it is fair from their week 1 performance to be like, hey, them and TT are solidly looking a little bit under the rest. Like, how can they catch up to teams like Ultra Prime, who don't feel that far ahead of them, just have had more solid showings? And this was a great way to do it. LGD week 1, it was all about the Braum. It was all about a lot of these, like, kiting and scaling picks. This series has been about them taking a proactive role to look for skirmishes. And in game 1, it happens. Your bot lane was getting hit by every binding. They lost. You got to mid-game like 10k gold behind. This game, you go into the game evenly into the first, 15 minutes, and they're able to find the skirmishes, and it looks beautiful.
Yeah, it really did, and it's night and day comparatively, it feels like, to that game number 1. But I do want to go back to the Yagi point, because this is a player that, I was saying in the draft of game number 1, like, I want to see some stability from this player. I want to see him be able to hold his own to an extent, right? Because that has been a big question mark for me. And this LeBlanc play and game absolutely did that. Like, I feel like if you find picks like this that he can feel confident on, that's how you can unlock this kind of player. And it shows in this win, and looking forward to seeing them try to do that again for LGD.
Yeah, Yeji is a player who we've kind of been looking at, was the highlight on TT last year. And LeBlanc is his most played champion in his career. 31 games on the champion, 11 more than his second most played. So cool to see him find the comfort, bring it out, take a win. I guess to be fair though, Echo is somewhat of a comfort pick for him. It's 9-1 on the champion before today. So that's a pretty good stat. But point is, Mazel, this guy plays Assassins. We are simple people here in the LPL.
Yes, we are.
We see Assassin, we clap and laugh happily. Ha ha
We
ha.
like you.
And you know what? Yeji has brought it to the next level. Now, for Ultra Prime, I'll be honest, not a huge fan of the draft in the sense of that I do feel like you have very narrow win conditions. You have a front line that isn't as sticky as the side of LGDs. You only have one carry threat compared to two on the opposite side, and it feels like you were pigeonholed into playing the game in like very certain windows, looking for picks mostly, which once the game went into mid-game and was all about team fighting, they never had a chance to find those picks.
I feel like maybe Russell and Mr. Fredrickson just wanted to let somebody else shine for a little bit.
He's Charles Muntz. LGD is Charles Muntz.
No, I'm talking about Elk and Chelsea being Russell and Mr. Fredrickson, all right? And seeing them, maybe take a game off, go on the gym, like crying, you got this. This time I'm expecting them to have a little bit more dominance in the bot lane for sure. We are going to send it away to a little break while we get ready for the third game of our first series. So don't you go anywhere. To thrive in the LPL, teams must find a true leader. Someone who will not falter in the face of adversity. Someone who has seen the hardships and fought through them all. One who will stop at nothing to achieve every victory. A player's ceiling is always attributed to their age, but I'm telling you right now, age is only a number, and it's one that does not define V5's rookie. Measly barriers like that will not hold him back.
这位选手的话，就他风格也偏就是打法比较进攻型的选手嘛。因为我跟他对战好几次，我每次赢的时候都是我中路有现选的时候，就比较好赢。
Blast themselves into this game. UB in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jump forward and finish the save. The double kill. And I sure hope so he would win. And boy is she the triple for Rookie as he gives us a masterclass.
2021 was not a year of victory for Victory 5, but this year, some of the greatest LPL puzzle pieces have come together to ensure that will not be the case again. The deadly duo of Rookie and Karsa was a huge addition in the offseason, and they are here to make their mark for V5.
Stay here, damage across the team. Carson, two smite seal, does not have splash available, double smite available, you're right, he has one as well, and Carson gets it! Rookie with a kill, Pew chased down as well, there's no way he can escape.
Former brothers now cross swords. Jackie Love must arm himself to the teeth and prepare to take down once fond friends, and there will be no backing down this time. When pride is on the line, there can only be one winner.
Sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gold, but Triumph's on the wing. It's a choke and top esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. Is dicey, but Jackie Love's still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away, matches the counter strike. A quick QSS. Zenith's actually dying though. Zenith is dead. It's a triple kill.
Although a bright star, Jackie Love is never alone. You can always trust his knight in shining armor to help him in battles to come.
It's Knight Silas, Chain Lash, Kingslayer. 1v2 me, bro, I dare ya.
On one hand, you got Jackie Love and Knight, two of the deadliest carries in all of the LPL. On the other, you have Karsa and Rookie. Brilliant minds come together to potentially form one of the scariest mid-jungle duos of all time. The lights are on and pressure is high. Only one team will stand victorious. So let go of the past and take hold of the present. Top Esports versus Victory 5.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take.
我觉得获得春季赛第一个舞台就运气好吧，然后心情也是挺好的。下一场对阵老干爹，然后面对他们双人组的话，我们下一场就是给我们自己做好，然后给我们的沟通做得更好就可以了。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Spring Festival Super Weekend. We got to hear a little bit from Elk there on his pentakill to start off the year. Yeah, feeling pretty good about himself. But I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric yet again. He's not solo casting anymore. Technical difficulties aside. Hopefully I'm not caster cursing myself. But what a game, number 2. And it's the first best of 3 series I get to be a part of in the entire LPL Spring Split. So I'm excited about this one. My energy's a little high, but it's going to be a banger, especially after we saw LGD bounce back from that game 1 with an incredible performance from the team, but as well as Shadow, who will be our man of the ring.
No surprise as well, right? LGD come in with a nice draft. They get a bunch of priority picks. First picking the Jinx, they get their hands on these Zinzao, ban out other junglers, which allows this man to have the level of impact that he did in this game. Was phenomenal to see. This game was just defined by skirmishing, right? We saw so many fights down towards the bot lane, especially around Dragon Pit, around River, and him, Yeji, heck, even up in the top side, Fearness were a part of all of them. But man, I love it. We continuously just get sent straight into ban pick, which means people don't have to wait and stare at us because they don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. No one wants that, Mazel.
We got to get back to this boxing match. Like, it has literally felt like constant fighting for both games up to this point. I'm hoping we get to continue that in round 3 tonight, as maybe Up is taking a little bit of a darker tone going into boxing. But Ultra Prime on the blue side will be banning away the Talon, the Ziggs, and the Zinzao. First time we see the Zinzao ban. LGD on the red side continue to ban a lot of the same champions, which is TF, Jinx, Aphelios.
So what we're saying is this is the Thrilla in Manila. Ali versus Frazier 3. They're 1-1. You know Ali wins in the end. I don't know which one of these guys is Ali. I don't want to say because I feel like we will ruin it. No. Okay, I'll decide after draft, maybe. I don't want to decide right now because I feel like I might just biasly go against LGD for looking worse. When, you know what? They won a game, so
they did.
I don't want to count them out. Corky does come out to the excitement of absolutely no one.
Ooh, you're the one that's excited about that. That's like I heard it in your voice. Crying, not changing it up today at least, as third time's the charm, I guess, for the Corky. The pretty much instant lock-in of the Renekton Jhin combo for LGD, though.
I like the Renekton. Very strong on the top side. Sets up for the AP junglers to come out, potentially Diana or Nidalee angle to be able to pair with that one. We also noticed a flex pick can go in the mid lane. We saw UNB playing that with Tarzan the other day. Ultra Prime, though, they do get their hands on the Caitlyn once again, and we get a luck. Shall see bring out another champion where he can try and show his stuff with his skill shots. It does open up for Karma. I do expect that one to be locked in as it is. You can contest for that push down to bot side. You have those mantra Qs to just be such a massive annoyance to the Caitlyn Lux on the opposite side. So for Ultra Prime, heavily indexed into range right now. Everything is going to be about kiting and playing far back. LGD, I think their comp still has wiggle room since they do have the Renekton in the top side, and Karma can use her E to just speed up the team and try and close the gap to get on Ultra Prime's members.
Yeah, and I'm liking this for Ultra Prime, right? Game 2 definitely sent them reeling a little bit, but going back to what worked for them in game number 1, keeping a lot of the long-range standoff kind of style that you were highlighting for them. But with a little bit of difference, right? With the Lux instead of the Morgana. So definitely want to keep an eye out on how that bot lane goes, especially into that Jhin and Karma combo. But now going into the second phase, LGD banned away the Jarvan and the Olaf. A lot of focus against Hacker. And Yeji's LeBlanc banned away as well as the Nidalee against Shadow.
I want to see LGD all in to a heavy engage style competition. I don't think they'll be able to win out in a battle of poke with the champions that Ultra Prime have selected so far. We already highlighted the Diana is what I would like to see come in. She indexes into that. She has set up with the Renekton. You go in with the Moonfall. If LGD's champions, what they've locked in so far, get on top of Ultra Prime, they should win fights.
And it's funny, we see the exact things you kind of laid out for both these teams, right? You've got a long-range gun, stay away from me for Ultra Prime. You've got a close-up double-edged sword for LGD so far. So it's working out beautifully, Lyric, as we do get the Lee Sin locked in for Hacker. Definitely looking for a redemption play on that one in game number 3 here.
Sometimes, Giselle, I know what I'm talking about.
Sometimes.
Those years coaching now were many years ago. I've lost all the big brainness I used to have.
Nah, don't
say
you
that
even
right.
say that about you. You've got one of the biggest brains I know, Mr. Jordan Lyric Corby.
I think that just shows how, little friends you have. Oh, Mazel roasted.
Wow. All right. We're going to move past that while I just get the fire extinguisher from my kitchen real quick. But we do have the competitions lined out. We get the Gragas. So very comfort style for at least the solo laners of Ultra Prime. But on the other side, our final pick was the Camille, which has been banned away.
So I said I'd predict who is Ali, who's Frazier after the draft. I have no idea. Because I feel like both teams index into like one straight area so heavily, which I love. I love that LGD didn't try to match poke with poke, 5v5 with 5v5. They're like, hey, we're just going to keep going down the engage route. They have the Camille and the Hextech ultimatum, which I think needs to be the game changer. The fact that you can securely lock down one of these members who can't be disengaged will be huge. For the side of Ultra Prime, though, they have the peel coming in from the Gragas and the Lee Sin kick. I think so far what we've seen in LPL, this style of composition does win more. I will say I slightly favor Ultra Prime because of that, especially if their bot lane can find the same level of domination they did in Game 1.
Yeah, that's where you're definitely looking at Hacker to renew that focus towards bot side. Maybe not let the top side influence be influencing, but especially, again, trying to set the example of snuffing out shadows, really, those invades that he likes to pull up, and having some of that yourself on the Lee Sin. But as we do get ready to get into game, this is our last game of the first series of the night. It is the Spring Festival Super Weekend, and we've got action aplenty. Both teams here, LGD and Ultra Prime, looking for their first series win of the spring split, and it's all come down to this. The boxing match between these two teams is coming down to the wire, and we already got it going, Lyric. Perfectly timed, a 5v5 at 40 seconds in, and it's Ultra Prime who take the lead.
And we see ZS going with the body slam to lock numerous members down, and then the return damage from Ultra Prime is able to come out, especially when you have Corki, who does start E at level 1, so you're getting a ton of AoE damage on the opposite side. Lux as well, incredibly strong level 1 champions. Xiaoxi channeling his inner Hung. We come onto the screen, we see a fight starting. His flash is already down, and it's going to go right here. Walking forward aggressively, is forced to flash away, but BAM! ZS hits the body slam, and Ultra Prime able to turn it down, especially with that E coming out from Cryan.
And Hacker gets a kill under his belt. Everybody else gets an assist. That's the kind of lead you're hoping for. 500 gold at sub 2 minutes. Not too shabby. But it's still, keeping the pressure on. That's something we saw that I really liked from Ultra Prime in game number 1, is when they had a lead, they ran with it. They kept the priority in lanes, and they continued to push objectives and forcing LGD out of a lot of those. Meanwhile, forcing the bot lane fight, get a binding connecting, and Jin Zhao just has to commit because he's going to die to Elk. And Elk has so much damage right now. He's got the headshots proccing because of the bush as well. Eric able to put a decent amount of damage back, especially with that fourth shot. The light binding does not connect. Eric wants these kills, but can't get the bouncing grenade over there. You need to be very careful. No jungler influence this way, though. Both junglers up towards the top side, so this is purely a 2v2 in the bot side, but now a 2v1 in favor of potentially Eric, who's able to poke down Xiaoxi and Elk a decent amount. The trading will continue.
Eric actually has some nice sidestepping there, trying to buy time for Jin Zhao to get in here. I honestly wouldn't have been surprised if he would have tried to flash fourth shot when they were initially very low before a lot of those health pots were able to come into play. Didn't go for that in the end. And still, despite the fact that Eric was able to sidestep all the skill shots right, Ultra Prime able to find more kills in the bottom lane. We hit on that their win condition is very mirrored to game one. Let your bot lane be able to try and win out. I think this time around you do need to have jungle influence though, because Karma does neutralize a lot of the poke and push coming out from the Ultra Prime bottom lane. So I'd like to see Hacker have more influence in this bot lane in game one. Shall see.
Eric flash! Fourth shot gets it. He had to burn the cleanse from that light binding, but it sets it up beautifully for LGD's comeback onto the rift. Now Hacker wants to punish the bot lane of LGD, but won't find it.
Shadow also here to cover, I think is a pretty nice move by him. Yeji even hovering down. So Ultra Prime realize they can't go over this because they see that Yeji did push out mid and is hovering towards that bot side. LGD now going to get the reset that they want. And Xiaoxi came in, guns a-blazing, but giving a little bit back. Now gold in the bottom lane completely even to where Elk did have a bit of an advantage before. And if we look at the rest of the map, Fearness doing completely fine up in the top side. Zedis doesn't pose any 1v1 threat, though I might regret saying that after the solo kill we saw in game one. And now potential 3-man play in mid. Both supports looking for this though, since Jinjar did get the reset.
Yeah, I'll see on the roam timer first, but neither support will really find what they're looking for. First potential jungle skirmishing that we have here is a bunch of bodies, as you're mentioning, in the mid lane, but everybody kind of tiptoeing around the situation, right? Nobody wanting to fully commit at this point. And from the side of Ultra Prime, I feel like you're fine with that, right? You've already established that you've been doing pretty good in this game so far, and you can continue to do so.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, I think, are the ones who don't want to opt into these types of skirmishes,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
There's a Renekton on the opposite side. He loves these type of fights himself, so he completely hit the nail on the head. And now for Ultra Prime, it's going to be about tangenting back into this bottom lane. Again, they aren't able to just freely push them under tower like we saw in game one, so the dynamic definitely does change. Both bot lanes have been willing to play quite aggressively, though. So I feel like we're going to continue to see 2v2 kills. For Ultra Prime, for the comp, I think we're waiting for the 8-minute mark to get that package online and have some of these ultimates up. And for LGD, it's the same. You need the Moonfall on Shadow before you really want to commit him into these skirmishes. You want the Hextech ultimatum, then you have the lockdown and burst that you need to win those fights.
Got to get those setups for you, especially for LGD. Get the lane gank unsuccessful by Shadow. We'll get his reset off. Both junglers back onto the map, back onto the bot side of the map, that is.
The bottom side of the map, Zell. It's where it's all about. We don't care about top lane anymore. Dragons were added. Items and champions were buffed. League of Legends is played every day. Yeah, League of Legends did happen. And now, for Ultra Prime, they have control of bot, they have control of mid. They're going to look to get some vision down. I don't think they can look for a play in bot, so they're going to make their way into the enemy jungle. Oh, looks like they are. Shadow not going to spot this out.
Shadow is there just in case. Yeah, they had the control ward in the bush there. Does spot out them coming around the horn. Yeah, G finally making his way down from mid lane, and they do dissuade Ultra Prime from making the dive play.
I told you, Mazel, you started to doubt me, but I knew a play couldn't be made when a jungler is right there, and there's a Renekton who could walk 5 steps and be in the play. So LGD, they do stop that one. They do buy some time. And at this pace of the game, it's strange to say, but I feel like both teams are decently happy. For Ultra Prime, when we talked about, hey, you have this Corki, you have this Caitlyn, you don't really want a lot of these messy skirmishes. Cool, we're sitting back, we're farming, we're scaling. For LGD, they still have some of those key ultimates for the setup that we hit on. So a bit more chillin', a bit more vibin' is what they're looking for. Herald will be up in 1 minute, though, so it'll set up for both sides. LGD will have a chance to finally find a skirmish, and Shadow should be level 6 at that point. And for Ultra Prime, we'll have a package, which, funnily enough, is equal to 5 other champions' ultimates.
I love the saltiness I hear in your voice when we talk about Corki. But we'll do
Look,
see Hacker
Hysterics,
on the top side.
Hysterics had Aphelios. I have Corky.
There you go. I like it. Oh, Fearness misses the hook shot. Gets ZS's flash because he thought he was going to connect it. The cast gets dodged out by the Hextech Ultimatum, and Fearness almost gets away with his life. He does!
He does!
What an outplay! Fearness!
Yeah, doesn't connect with it. Able to get away. Man, Ultra
was all
Prime shaking their heads at that one. Fearness buying time, and now, I mean, heck, that's a potential window from the side of Ultra Prime down. Will be able to get in lane in time for Herald, and we're going to see what happens here. Fearness has almost no mana as well, which makes this even more amazing. It is hilarious that a mistake saves his life.
It wasn't a mistake, Lyric. It's bait, all right? We're in the LPL here.
Hey, honestly, you know what? I'll give it to you. I'll say Fearness shot that into the brush knowing it wouldn't connect to make him think he'll do it. Who knows? I can't know. We don't have his pro
We're
view.
just going to go with it. 2v2 is getting fully committed on the headshot. Is enough from Elk. The damage delayed, but it doesn't matter. Elk finishes the deal, and they have won this 2v2. The light biting into the
flash
headshots.
biting.
Pilt over Peacemaker. No, it's the ace in the hole that does it.
Ultra Prime's bot lane delivering once again, and they're also looking to 3-man on the top side. Packages up.
I was getting sad because I thought we weren't going to get action, but here we go. 9 minutes in, another kill to Ultra Prime as they make it 5-1 in totality. The Rift Herald fight will ensue. Yaji has arrived, pops the dominance, flashes there onto Yaji, or onto Cryan, but it's already shadowed down in the pit, and the rest of LGD have to run away. Does the root connect for Jinzhao? It does, and they survive, but they lose the Rift Herald and the kills.
This game quickly swinging in favor of Ultra Prime. Now almost a 3K gold advantage. Dragon's still up as well. They can easily pivot down towards the bottom side. Maybe drop this Herald, push that tower and get Dragon. Just, it's a ton of options available to them, but we're going to go straight into this replay. Oh, it's actually a replay of bot. Binding does hit. Straight into the trap. Just a really nice, easy combo able to land. Flash even wasted in the end from Jinzhao. And I love this. Xiaoxi getting forward. Actually set up
That
by Elk.
trap
And
set
by
up.
Yeah, it's not even really too many options for him to go, right? If he walks on the other turret, he will take more damage. Here, though, LGD posturing the fight. I think Fearness walking a bit too far forward. Does LGD have two options here? I think either one, you just instantly bring Renekton over, pull the trigger, Hextech Ultimatum, jump on the Corki. You're going to fight on the package, but maybe can win if you burst him out. Second, play it slower, give time for Jinzhao to follow up on the play, and hope you can have numbers advantage and try to win out. They kind of did a halfway in between of Yeji still wanting to push out mid, and Fearness and Shadow committing into it a little bit too soon.
Yeah. I will say Fearness, it was really impressive. Connected that super long range hook, but the cast came out. Beautifully timed from ZS to deny it. So I think that Ultra Prime just kind of firing on all cylinders right now. Definitely don't want to go down crying, if you will, from that game number 2.
You know,
was that too much lyric? Did I break lyric? I think I broke
that.
lyric.
That was maybe. You know what? No, Michelle, that was phenomenal.
All right, I like it. I like it.
Ultra Prime playing around Elk because this team is quickly getting an identity of kind of being a, you know, they have one giant missile, which is their AD carry. If you set him up, he will take over the game. Oh, ZS.
Nice.
Oh, Fearness held the hook.
Really nicely done for Fearness to get away.
They might be able to find return kills with Shadow waiting in the wings. Oh, looks like Hacker actually not going to commit to this. Hacker's like, boys, I'm out. We're going to mid. We're going to drop this Herald and get some money on our Corki.
So I will point out, like, I am actually very impressed at the reservedness that there was in this game, that there is, right? Yes, we have gotten 7 kills. There was that little moment of serious explosion. But for a while, right, nobody, at least Ultra Prime, weren't looking to take fights. But now LGD are turning that around and forcing them to take fights as ZS dies in the top lane. But the point stays the same. The fact that LGD were taking it very slow. They realize they need to pick up the pace now.
Ooh, let's see Hacker.
That's a nice move. Onto Eric, too. Kicks away Jinzhao. The 90 caliber net does not connect, and Eric survived.
And not able to land the skill shots necessary to find the kill. They wanted to answer back for the play on top side. Hacker starting as well. That
final
was
spark.
close. Oh, LGD might look to turn it, or maybe just try and push them off. For Hacker, though, think about it. He started this play on the top side of the map, and it's worked his way all the way down from that initial gank.
Yeah, G tries to go in to stop them, has a pop to Dominus, and does not survive the ace in the hole yet again. Strikes true.
Yeah, I don't know if that should work like that, but Yeji is dead. Plates are down. Mazel, for LGD, really nice hold up in top side. They make the play that we were hitting on from early game, right? Wait past your level 6 point, Hextech Ultimatum into the Moonfall. Bam, you're going to find kills. Wanting to cover their play on bot side as well. Just, again, a lot of small positioning mistakes coming out from LGD that are leading to these kills going over to the side of up. Game is still close, though, so I don't think LGD are out by any means, especially now that we're going to get to the point where it is going to be all about 5v5s in front of the Dragons.
Yeah.
For LGD, if they can land the big multi-man combo, they will win fights. Problem is, Ultra Prime do have a decent bit of mobility. The only easily caught-out player should be Shouse.
Finding those pickouts, finding that stability is going to be key for LGD to get back into this game. Right? It's only 3,000 gold in the deficit. Been a little bit chaotic of an early game for them, but that team composition, when executed right, will be able to put down Ultra Prime. But it's all about that setup that you're kind of alluding to. And we'll have a little while till the next Dragon, till the next objective for either of these teams.
Now, the objective right now will just kills, trying to get some more of these turrets because turret plating is going down. For the side of LGD, we've already hit on it, is going to be all about the top lane because this is where your Camille is. ZS still not tanky. For Ultra Prime, I think you're looking to go bot on the opposite end. I wonder if Hacker will sniff this out and cover top because ZS's wave is in a pretty bad spot.
It's, try to bait it out at least here, but ZS to realize what could possibly be going down. Shadow actually stops the back at first to see if ZS is going to commit, but does not do so. And for me, the next few moments are going to be key, right? And this pick for Elk has been insane. Meanwhile, they just get the combo. Yes, Eric is there to save Jin Zhao's life, but he has to back away now. Cryin comes to lane with the package right in time for the objective fight as well, Lyric.
And for Ultra Prime, oh, they're actually just going to commit on the Yeji.
Oh my god, how does that even work beautifully like that? Hacker, that's some big brain right there. Meanwhile, Elk gets the tower on bot side. Things are going all Ultra Prime's way.
Mazal, mean you have two very different definitions of beautifully. That was a little bit of a mess coming out from the side of Ultra Prime. You know, I'll give that to you. There was definitely a lot of beauty and chaos, and for Ultra Prime, that beauty and chaos turns into their first Dragon of the game. At first, I thought they were to commit down towards the bottom side because they did force out those summoners, but speaking of bottom side, Jin Zhao having to be safe, and a blue buff even being stolen away from LGD's jungle.
And like poor Yaji in that situation, literally has some ideas of what he wants to do, but has no control over his character. It felt like because they were just forcing him into those situations. But it's a symptom of what we've seen of Ultra Prime this game, right? They are just ruling the map, it feels like, and as we do get a little breakdown of that play, we'll see the intricacies of what happened, the beautiful chaos, if you will, here.
Now, Package knocking him out, instantly kicks and lands the Q, and it looks like the E damage as well going through right as he was able to flash over that wall. So sadly for Yeji, everything still was able to land. It was a bit messy at first, but Ultra Prime make it happen. Hey, Ultra Prime instantly tangented from bot side into mid while we were in the replay, forced LGD off the Rift Herald that they did start up. And now that they've transferred their bot lane to top side, they're the team that has full control over this objective. Yeah. TP not up for Zedish just yet, so if LGD know that, they have a very small window where they've man advantage on top side. So it's going to be all about how well they've been tracking summoners, though.
A lot of bodies for LGD up top here, but for me, it's really, you know, LGD trying to play to their win conditions but not finding success. But Ultra Prime, a bit of a deja vu from game number 1. They knew what they needed to do. They drafted a poke composition that they feel comfortable with. Stand away from me. And then they executed pretty much the same, it feels like, in both games, 1 and 3, where Elk is dominating on this Caitlyn. It's something you're going to have to second guess letting through from here on out.
Yeah, after this series, there will be question marks. I think certain teams will probably be a little bit cocky and be like, it was just against LGD. We don't care. We won't ban it. But I think such a good performance, you got to be scared, especially the performance they put up against other bot lanes, right? We hit on it earlier. Ultra Prime took a game off of EDG in their last series. They 2v2 killed their bot lane, and this is a bot lane that has to be feared.
It absolutely is, and you see the fear in Fearness. He's getting poked out, trying to leave. Here comes the TP now, double TP from the side of LGD. They want to make a play onto Hacker and Xiaoxi, and they get onto Xiaoxi. Elk caught out on the side here too. Hacker is still in the middle of the fight, and here come the reinforcements for Ultra Prime. The curtain call on the side is not enough. Missing the shots is Eric, and 4 members strong from Ultra Prime surge through. Crying, trying to land the rockets on the backside of the fight, but won't do it.
LGD just completely all-inning onto Hacker. They did get some summoner spells initially trying to find engages on Cryan and Xiaoxi, but I think Elk looked like a pretty premier target, maybe afraid of the damage they'd be taking while making their way up there. Now for the side of Ultra Prime, going to be able to take more objectives on the map. Elk going to get some damage in the top. Looks like Cryan and ZS wanting to try and punish in mid. I would say this would be a potential dive angle coming out from ZS, but Eric does have both summoners available.
And all 3 towers now down for LGD on the outer side, and a lot of gold influx into Ultra Prime's pockets.
And we see here the double TP coming out. They instantly jump and all in onto Xiaoxi. I feel like at this point in time, as LGD, you turn because Lee Sin's on you, but you should probably just continue to run up, try and all in onto Elk, and win the fight through that way. Cryan will be able to get a decent amount of damage onto you, but you blow every summoner onto the Lee Sin. Elk able to then get in range of the fight. Cryan continuously bombarding those rockets. It's like, hey, you can understand what LGD were looking for, but utilizing your big combo onto one pick, especially as a low-value champion, is definitely not the success to winning in fights. Because Ultra Prime should almost always win in extended fights. For LGD, it is about burst. It's about being able to take them out at the very start and by winning extended fights with man advantages.
Yeah, the trigger pull for LGD. That's where you're looking at Shadow to really have that under his belt. Him going in, getting that engage, getting the catch out, getting the big moonfall. That's what you need for LGD. Let's see how much damage Eric takes. Almost half his health bar from a single ace in the hole. Meanwhile, the package used by Cryan. Jin Zhao feels like he's taking an ace in the hole in the face, but he will not get Jin Zhao. The moonfall comes through just as we speak about it. Shadow able to get 1 kill for himself. Dominus popped by Yaji, but he gets kicked over the wall. And again, Yaji just getting displaced, but he's got teammates this time, and Hacker does not make it out alive.
Dragon was coming up in 15 seconds.
Oh, the flash body
Whoa,
slam.
ZS!
He does get Shadows. Zanya's at least, but Elk gets the kill cleanup. Now LGD have gone forward. The curtain call's hitting, but Elk is still alive. Is he going to survive? No. Fearness helps him get the kill, helps the rest of the team. Eric's flashing forward, Gale Force there, and don't call it a comeback, baby. But LGD are back in this game.
I'm just so confused, Mazel, at what Ultra Prime are looking to do. They had about 30 seconds till Dragon. Packages up there, aggressively looking for picks in topside, even wasting those cooldowns. Cool, let's say you found the pick you were looking for. Now you don't have that key ability for Dragon. You have to start transitioning over. Death timers might be quick enough on like a support right now where you can go over. I just don't get it. We're going to see here, Ultra Prime, like we talked about, look at the rest of their members. Moving towards bot side to set up for that Dragon, putting everything onto Jin Zhao. Give Shadow an easy angle, and then Hacker now is like, okay, I need to try and get away. Yeji comes in, kicks him into Baron Pit. Guess what? Camille is there, and I don't care about the execution of this play. I don't think Ultra Prime should have even been looking for it.
They look back too, right? They were out and they tried to get Shadow back as he was getting transitioned in. And that is just the go button for LGD, it felt like. And that's the target calling we wanted to see, right? Going back to the conditions, we wanted to see LGD finding back into this game about having clear decision-making, target calling, and execution on it. And they caught somebody out the side, they executed on it, and here we are with LGD at least nudging themselves back into this game.
I love your positivity. Their target selection of, hey, 2 people walked into our jungle by
Yep.
themselves.
Oh, there's the moonfall,
Shadow
though.
finds it.
Oh no, Shadow's just dead. Hextech ultimatum on the side though. Fearness is all by himself. The rest of the team is now backing him up, and this is a front-to-back fight that LGD feel confident taking. The curtain call now connects onto ZS. There's the final spark, but it's not a lot of damage. Fearness still alive as well as the rest of LGD's front line. The poke starting to work out for Ultra Prime though, and that's the scary part.
Yeah, this game is very tense. I think the 5K gold lead doesn't really tell itself to the state of the game because we saw there, right? The damage Shadow was able to put off on multiple members with this moon falling by himself. No other member really being able to follow through and get damage on the targets like Elk, like we saw Shadow do. It does seem that Fearness and Yeji were able to find a pick on the opposite side of the fight, though, so ultimately slightly in favor of LGD. Buys more time for Fearness in the side lane, and the side lane is something we haven't hit on all too much, right? Because LGD will have this constant source of pressure coming out from this Camille to get prio through, to play through.
A little breakdown of that initial play in the mid lane. Shadow. He goes in, gets a huge move ball, but look at that damage back on it.
Yeah, and sadly, Yeji wasn't able to combo in there with this dominance at the same time, right? Because that could have been more kills. Fearness was able to follow up onto Cryin, though, which did lead to 2 kills in the end for the side of LGD. But, yeah, could have been better, could have been worse. I think a nice middle ground is something that LGD is happy with. We're going to take a look at items. Things like Zanya's being up for Shadow now are going to make such a crucial difference when he is the one playing the role as a key engager. Even for the side of Ultra Prime, a lot of key items, 2 items across the board.
Yeah, the 2 items completions, working on the 3rd down there for Elk, but I will say, starting to get some completions along the lines of LGD, right? Working on those 2nd items. We finally have the Lord Doms for Eric on the Jhin to actually have some damage against this tankier front line, and I can very much appreciate that.
You know, I also appreciate tanks being killed because that means tanks were picked. And you know what? Even though everyone hates tanks, I think a meta without top lane tanks for a long time, it's kind of old. Give me Sion, give me Ornn, give me Gragas. Screw it. Add Banner Command back to the game.
Oh my god. All right, Lyric, you're getting a little too crazy. All right, all right. We do get first tower for LGD as well as an objective bounty. Shadow catching out Elk. There's double TPs from LGD. This is the fight they want to commit to, and they're going forward with it. The kickback, though, gets Yaji out of the fight. Fearness is here as well. The root not connecting just yet. Nobody is going to be able to put down the damage just yet. We've gotten trades back and forth, but so far in favor of LGD as it's a 4v3 for them.
Just the decisiveness coming out from Shadow. Goes in onto Elk, pulls the trigger immediately. We see the combo there a bit better for the side of LGD, with Yeji instantly able to follow up after the stopwatch was used by Elk. So things for LGD coming more onto point now. Still not able to transition into any type of neutral objective setup. Dragon will be up in 1 minute, though, and I'm sure we're going to see another fight as, you know, Mazel, you don't get to talk, I'm sorry, because the replay coming straight away. Shadow using the Hextech Rocket Belt to get in there. Moonfall buys time, stopwatch having to be used, and bam, this time Yeji able to get in, dish some of this damage out. Sure, he gets bursted, but he makes them blow their cooldowns, allowing Fearness to then follow up with the Hextech Ultimatum, and LGD picking off the Caitlyn, which is the key member.
And I love it because it just seems like the entire team for LGD has bought into Shadow, right? We said from the beginning when we started seeing them fall down, Shadow has to be the ticket. He is one of the main engages. He has to get that moonfall off for the rest of the combo to unfold. And the last couple times, he has been the driving force. He's like, we are going and we're going now. Get in the truck. And then they go forward. And it's been clawing back this lead to where now it's insignificant. And any fight can go over to LGD if they set it up properly.
We're at the point in time where it is all about the setups coming out or the opportunities you're able to find. Even highlighting Fearness right now, 6-2-2 on the Camille. He is massive. LGD trying to pull Ultra Prime away from bottom side, kind of bluffing and saying, hey, if you go for Dragon, we're going to start up Baron. Ultra Prime, I think, should realize that LGD don't actually have the greatest Baron damage. You can just commit one member, so Ultra Prime finally realizing that now. LGD's bluff is being called. Fearness will go back to a side lane, and maybe you could try and find top tower as a trade.
And I will highlight, just as we saw Cryin solo the dragon, he is on 3 items now. This Corki is terrifying. And so that's why, you know, we were talking about LGD, love seeing Shadow pulling the trigger, forcing the team to come with him. But on the other side, it's still a very scary task to take down. You have the double marksman comp that is on fire right now. And all LGD are trying to do is find anywhere they can find anything.
The nice thing about LGD's comp is, you know, it takes some finesse, right? Because there does need to be coordination of, like, Moonfall hopefully following up with Yeji being close by as well, and then Curtain Call being opened. But still, at the end of the day, it kind of is like, see hero, go in, kill hero. Even if, again, there's more finesse than that for sure. I'm definitely dumbing it down. Ultra Primes, though, I think is the one that is harder. You don't win out in sides because there's a Camille on the opposite side. You have, if you're going to be fighting for things like dragons, you need Caitlyn Lux to be on first to get those traps set down and try and whittle people out before they are able to walk in. If you catch waves too far forward, we saw last time what Shadow was able to do with that rocket belt. So there's a lot of things you need to keep track of as Ultra Prime to not walk too far forward.
Ultra Prime right now setting up around the Baron pit, just getting the vision
Hex
down.
gates, baby.
I
Hex
was gonna
gates.
say, the flanks are real here, and that's exactly what you need for LGD. We've seen Shadow able to catch out members of Ultra Prime in transition. Let's see if that's so this time, as they're setting up on opposite sides of the map a little bit. We'll see as Fearness and Shadow make their way potentially for a mid lane gank as the rest of Ultra Prime come in.
I want to highlight, though, that Elk is on 3 items. He is massive right now, finally having the IE as well, so we should be able to hit like a truck onto these squishier members on the side of LGD. So we're keeping our eyes on Elk for their side, Shadow for the side of LGD.
Eric had to blow the Gale Force. That is huge as follow-up for the Jhin combo, and LGD just seemed to be pulled apart from their mid lane play. Ultra Prime able to take advantage.
Yeah, Ultra Prime going to slowly push their way up in mid, try and push this wave in even sooner. They can then maybe pivot up towards top and threaten things like potential Baron baits coming out. We're still a long ways off from a dragon, so bot side not meaning too much other than the fact that Ultra Prime will need to send someone to catch that bottom wave soon.
A little bit of A-ramming going down here as Eric takes an ace in the hole. And, oh my goodness, there's that 3-item spike. Cryin buries 1 rocket into 2 double members of LGD.
Still won't be able to find anything off of it, and Fearness was able to push out this wave in bot, maybe deny a few minions. ZS will be here, though. Fearness is 2 levels up at this point in time. He's so strong. Looks like he's going to push Fearness away just because Fearness doesn't know where some of the other members of Ultra Prime are. So, not safe to stay. Could be a 2v1, a 3v1. He doesn't know. But if he had courage and he was crazy, he could have all in. It would have been a 1v1. But
that's what you really wanted, didn't you? I just know you're begging for it. But hey, not gonna happen this time. All right, we are getting resets coming out just so that people can, you know, make sure they spend all that wonderful gold they've gotten. But especially, as we've said, is so key, set up on the map for the next objective. Right? Yes, you do still have a little while, about 1 minute and 40 for the next dragon, but it is a soul dragon of the Hextech soul for Ultra Prime, so it is a do or die fight for LGD.
It is a buffed static shift for Caitlyn. That is what we
There's
want.
Shadow. The trigger pull again. He has nobody with him, though, but there goes Fearness. They have split focus. The curtain call not able to do much. LGD are getting picked apart here, and now the final spark will initiate. Ultra Prime going forward. There's the kick back into the members, and Ultra Prime just does not give up, but they will be forced to back away from that fight after having utilized so many abilities.
Overall, it's good for them, though. They got the kill. They wait out the dominance. They walk to Baron. They can start getting these traps set down as we are seeing now.
The double marksman.
And sure, could be a 50-50, though. Shadow does have Smite available. We're going to be looking at Zetas to try and keep them out of the pit, or at least, you know, use that body slam at a key moment.
All right, let's see. Shadow gets engaged on over the wall, and that's the beauty of the mobility that Ultra Prime have. The jungler is down. The Baron going to go to Ultra Prime, and they can snowball this fight into even more.
Ultra Prime now have Baron. Dragon is up in less than 30 seconds. This would be soul for them. Shadow won't even be up when that Dragon's coming up. And my God, Ultra Prime might even find more kills before this happens. Looks like Yeji will be able to get away, but still kills. Baron, you're going to get Hextech Soul. It would take more than a miracle for LG to win now. It would take 3.5 miracles and Santa
exactly.
to be real.
And
Wait,
Santa?
is real.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are you doing, all right, man? You need to calm down over there. Santa's going to have some work. But it was so promising, right? We saw those trigger pulls from Shadow. It looked like they were starting to become a comeback, that confidence building in LGD. But this fight just seemingly destroyed all of that.
I just don't like how quick LGD were to pull the trigger on this kind of play where it's like, okay, we're just going to go in the first person we see. The first person we see, shall see, go in. You don't know where the other members are. There's only 2 of you there. The rest of your team's walking in from base. Be more patient. Get deep vision down. Try and find that flank for the dragon fight that's going to come up. Or whether it is in transition before, wait for the other members to come through. I feel like they were a little too quick to do it in that scenario. Feeling the pressure from the fact that they were Ultra Prime were on soul point.
Fearness needs to get back. The package used, and this could just be it. Get the GA pop by Crying. They are still moving forward. The ace in the hole is there. The final spark as well. They're just pulling their ultimates. They're just pressing the R buttons right now. And that's all you need to do when you're in this kind of position. The minions are so dang strong. The rockets are too powerful. There's the moonfall back. Is this the turnaround for LGD? They can't do it. If they get the one back, that's 4 versus 3, and now it's starting to become uneven. Ultra Prime will wipe LGD away. They will claim their first series win of the LPL 2022 Spring Split.
And very well deserved going over to Ultra Prime. I think they did look like the better team overall. LGD coming out with a good draft in Game 2. And again, some decent play was able to give them a win, but I think Ultra Prime's coordination is there. We know their bot lane's 2v2 laning phase has been incredibly strong so far in the LPL. I think their idea of what to do on the map, just overall, was better, typically being in the right place at the right time. So where on the opposite side for LGD, we hit on, like, it was super cool how proactive and aggressive Shadow was willing to play. But a lot of the times, the plays we were looking for, it's like he wasn't looking at where other players on the map were, or maybe in comms you're talking about, hey, still just go in, but a lot of it was not coordinated. A lot of it was just like, hey, individually, one by one going in. Not just in that last game, in that last clip we did see, but if you remember Game 1, that was the problem as well when he's on the Zinzao trying to walk into bot side river. So ultimately, still a lot of things for LGD to shore up.
Yeah.
It does seem like there are pieces here to work with. ZS overall, I think, having a decent game, especially in that last game.
Well, and for me, it's seeing the style we know they kind of want to go for in building around Shadow and keeping this jungler for another year and trying to continue to cultivate his talent. And the fact that you still see, the decision-making coming off the back of Shadow going in or trying to go for those engages. And I think it shows a little bit of the structure behind the team. It's just trying to get everybody on the same page. Shadow can't be the one calling and just hoping that everybody is with him. And we'll see as the season goes on if that does develop. But my goodness, there's a couple things I would say maybe needed to get banned away this series. And Crying's Corky is one of them.
Yeah, I'm happy to move on from the LGD point myself. Thank you, my friend. Is Crying and Elk, like you said, coming in strong. I think Elk and Shousey overall just phenomenal laning phase as always.
Yeah.
Crying definitely being the man to step up with a lot of the damage he was able to do later on. Ultra Prime, though, I do still want to call him out for that aggressive pick they look for in topsider on Baron, where they use the package. Lyric, not a huge fan of that one. And like you said, for ZS, I think it was in Game 2, where it's like, hey, ZS is consistently looking for these aggressive engages. Now, I'll be honest, I don't really agree with the philosophy wholeheartedly, but if you are constantly looking to use your explosive cast, you are going to find some sick engages. And he did. Praise, shout out to ZS.
Yeah, that Gragas was so key, and that's something I maybe we should dive into a little bit more, is like the comfort picks that were prevalent for Ultra Prime throughout the series, right? Picking the Gragas 3 times consecutively, picking the Corky 3 times consecutively. These are obviously core pieces to strategies that Ultra Prime feel confident with, feel comfortable with, building around. And I find that so interesting.
So what you're saying is, it's interesting that Ultra Prime's comfort champions are also the OP champions on this patch. Corky, Caitlyn, Gragas fighting his way back. Disgusting. Actually, I love Gragas. Just hitting on it a bit more, right? I think it's really cool when you can lean on a champion like this that neutralizes so many different matchups. Wins some matchups, and sure, there are lanes you lose, but like losing for Gragas is usually typically like I get pushed in, maybe I get zoned in off some waves when like a jungler hovers over, but I'm probably not gonna die unless I'm horrible. So I think it's really cool how flexible this pick is in terms of draft, and how it does work as either an engager or a disengager and sets up for these long-range comps. We also could play a few different ways.
Yeah, and that's what I love the most, and dive into the point even more. But like, as the Gragas, yes, we've seen Gragases who get behind. It's not fun. They aren't very useful, but they still have that wow factor, that instant game-changing factor, especially in big team fights in the late game, right? The cast comes out, completely separates a fight. You have that tankiness as a front line. There's just so, as you said, so many ways to play the pick, and for Ultra Prime, definitely seems like something they'll move forward with for sure.
And now we need to think what else Ultra Prime will move forward with. Because like you said,
Caitlyn.
Ultra Prime today picking up their first win. We look, though, Mazel, to the schedule. The godly LPL schedule, their next match. Their next match is on Tuesday. It's up against Invictus Gaming. That is another winnable game. That is another game where, heck, might even be considered favorites, honestly. I think Ultra Prime and IG's level of play looking very similar. So maybe Ultra Prime can start making their way up now that some of their harder matchups are out of the way.
That's what you're hoping, right? But you have a couple days of rest. You have a little bit of time. Get ready for that series. But that is one where I'm expecting them to kind of put their foot down, right? Especially coming off a series like this. Yes, it was contested. Yes, it did go to 3 games. But they've got to continue to push forward with the momentum they've got. I do hear it. We are ready for our interview. So we're going to go ahead and send it over to Sam and Cryan.
Hello guys, we invite the mid laner Cryan from Ultra Prime. First, congratulations on your first win in this split, and it is a tough win. So I have several questions for you. And first is about adjustment after the losses you have experienced in this split. And so what kind of growth or improvement did you try to make? 那么首先恭喜你们今天也是拿到了你们的赛季首胜。想要问一下 Cryan 选手，在接连的经历了这些失利之后，你们是怎么样去做调整，以及团队有哪些进步？
我觉得前几场失利，其实我们队伍打得也不算太差吧，然后可能真的是因为对手打得比我们更好一些嘛。然后调整的话，我就觉得我们在连输的时候，心态啊、氛围各方面都保持的挺好的，然后也是抱着能赢的心态和理念一直打下去的。
So I think in the first several games, I don't think that we played that bad, but the enemy team, they just play better. So we try to keep a quite good momentum and then win this game. And the second question is about game 1, because the enemy team, they pick Echo as their last pick and a counter pick in the mid lane. So did you expect the pick of Echo, and what kind of strategy for you guys to target on him? 那么第一局比赛对面也使用了艾克这个英雄作为他们的最后一手选择，想要问一下你们是否有预料到对面的这个选择，以及你们是在怎么样在局内去对艾克做针对的呢？
赛前没有预料到过会选艾克嘛，然后选出来的时候，我觉得这是一个非常糟糕的选择，然后我会觉得这场游戏不会赢得很艰难。
So actually, we didn't expect the enemy team to pick Echo, and I think if he pick Echo, we can win this game easily. And the third question is about game 3, because there is a very explosive level 1 team fight. So did you expect this team fight there around the bottom lane? 那么第3局比赛一上来，其实有一个很激烈的一级团，想要问一下你们当时有没有预料到这个一级团的发生，以及你们是怎么样去做应对的？
是有过预料的，因为我们一开局就说要去下路那个草丛抢一个眼位，然后因为下路这种对局的话，时常会发生这种情况嘛，所以就碰撞起来。
So we expected, because we think the world and the weeds of the bottom lane is quite important in this game. So we just try to find this engagement in level 1. And the last question is about the enemy team. They try to make some overturn in the mid game of game 3, because they've got the hard engagement of Camille and Diana. So you've lost several team fights there. What kind of team communication did you do after the losses of those team fights? 那么其实，在第3局的中期，你们打的也一度很艰难，因为对面用卡米尔和皎月的强开，其实有几次开到了你们的 AD。那想要问一下，当时那几波团战之后，你们是怎么样去做沟通，然后最后赢下这场比赛的？
第3场其实我们前中期节奏都是挺好的，然后从 我有一波炸药包比较上头的飞进去，就导致我们后面的节奏就断档嘛，然后队伍也有一点小小的迷茫，所以说后面也是因为对方的开团确实有几波打得很不错，但我们的沟通就是只需要等龙魂，我们双 C 看着双 C 打的话，还是很好赢下游戏的。
So at that time, I think our early tempo was very good, but in the mid game, yes, the enemy team they just try to find some good engagement on us, and we think that we can wait for the Drake Soul and protect our two carries like Corky and Elk, and then we can win this game easily. And thank you for joining us in the interview. 再次感谢 Crying 选手来接受我们的采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
拜拜。
Thank you so much, Sam, and always love hearing from Crying here in the redemption arc being there for Crying, the
You know,
show
Mazel?
up arc being there for Crying. What you got?
Most importantly, you casted with Sam. You casted
I
TFT. Did
did.
you cast Uzi with Sam?
Yeah, we did Mobile Legends for the show match last year at the end of last year. It was really fun. The guy is hilarious, and I love seeing him being a part of the interviews. So it's really cool to kind of have that connection with him, the Chinese side. It's always fun. I did get mentioned. It is Elk who is the MVP, rightfully so.
Yeah, I was going to say Elk, just a standout player. I think easily when he got announced on Ultra Prime, it was obvious that the amount of talent he's shown is definitely above at least the results that Ultra Prime has been able to put up so far in the LPL. And hopefully now, having a player the caliber of Elk, they will be able to elevate their standing. They didn't have the best start, but as we hit on, their schedule does get a little bit easier going forward. And as long as they can keep playing like what we're seeing here on our screen, I think this team's going to pick up some wins. Quite a few wins.
I would say so. You just, oh my god, this highlight reel is brutal for the LGD bot lane, but it's rightfully so, right? Like the bot lane for Ultra Prime showed up in kind today.
Yeah, if you were not an Ultra Prime or an Elk and Shousey fan before, you are now. And I want you to go, I want you to make all the memorabilia. Mugs, shirts, socks, fanny packs, whatever you can think of to put Elk and Shousey's face on it, you go and you do it right now.
I like it. I like it. You heard it from Lyric. You have an order. I'll put in a couple orders there for two. But nicely done, Lyric. It's been a wonderful start to the night. It has been a wonderful, wonderful start to the Spring Festival Super Weekend. I am going to be done after this one. I'll be handing off the play-by-play mic to Mr. Hysterics to join you for the rest of the evening's games, which are RNG versus Anyone's Legend and TT versus Weibo Gaming. I'm sure you guys are going to have a blast. Thank you, everyone, and come back in just a little bit for series number 2 of the night.
They're like, right, we don't have Viper, we don't want to rush into this because that's probably our biggest opportunity to throw the game is going for a 4v5 without a kind of
Yeah, what were you saying? I'll let you finish.
Yeah, that's why EDG didn't want to fight without Viper, right?
No soul for you, rare out of 4 members running away as Ala is a busy boy spinning with the helicopter. He's flashed away to not absorb the damage as Lumau goes down. And wow! Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan the what? Strive is a madman! That target selection Lyric, that was insane.
He's going to TP from out. Yeah, okay. They have to be able to defend this. They've got their final thought. A big spike.
It's a bit of a pinch. It's a bit of a pinch. They've been able to jump on the people. There is the showstopper right on the cold. They're going to be able to turn this one all the way around. Look at the damage coming out now from the side of Anyone's Legend. This Jinx piece to get excited. Abel, 1, 2, maybe get some more. 3, maybe even another one. They're going to keep him alive, and Abel carries this fight. Absolutely insane play from the Jinx.
Tarzan's looking, and Haka, you're taking so much damage.
Yeah, Hacker needs to ult, but I think Hacker's dead. Yep, Hacker did not respect the pure amount of damage that was coming out. Like, Hacker has no real tank items. He even had a Sonya's or a stopwatch to use, but now we can see Tarzan behind the wall gets the jinx, and that's the perfect combination that you want to see. Tarzan is just carrying this game. 5-1 and 6 on this lead in.
Much has happened a little bit, but Corki is so overwhelmingly powerful when he does have this package. With his build, you just see what one of his rockets just Zoom's health bar.
Down, but hang on, Ultra Prime, they're getting separated a bit, package back with Zoom, trying to close the gap, but into the back line. It's done because Hacker is taking care of business, and Elka alongside the way. That's a triple kill, with Xiaopeng being the next Quadra. We're looking for the Penta here, ladies and gentlemen, as Elka's been so big in this game. He went from WE to Stardom on the Nexus. Elka looking to get the final kill. Nice buy-in time.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light of shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh. I tell my lover not to stop, oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want, I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe, I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. My mind till the sun goes down. listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want, I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe, I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly underneath the
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things.
再次回到中的话，其实这条线我也比较熟悉嘛，然后所以在那个对线方面我是也是没什么担忧的吧，然后也是新带入了一些上单的一些就是学习到的经验跟打法吧。中路路线的话就越塔有点困难，然后春季赛跟夏季赛的话，就希望就是可以往那个就一针中单之类的去冲一冲。因为首先现在就是 TP 的改动嘛，然后飞机其实是一个就是线上线权特别少的英雄，然后因为 TP 的改动，就是对面的中路不能频繁的游走吧，然后整个节奏会比较偏慢，然后飞机的话每次拿这药包对那个资源团的威胁都会比较大，打先锋团也会好打一些。
Unique insights there from RNG. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm going to be taking over, running in with Lyric here for the second series and the third series. Ahead of RNG versus anyone's legend Lyric. We're just getting a bit of an insight into how Xiaohu's thinking. This dude, from top lane to mid lane, it makes sense that we start with the sound on tape from the legend of RNG. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, and he said, right, his goal is to be first all-pro spring mid laner. And I think so far, he's making a pretty good argument for himself. He's come in, he's been clapping the competition, even if RNG's a team haven't been performing. But as a mid laner, he's great. Today, though, he's going to be going up against an old foe in Maple because, man, these guys have played against each other so many times before.
I mean, it's good time for me to come in and talk history with you because you and I, we've been talking histories for the past couple of weeks as LPL started up. And this one fits right in the good old hamster bag. Maple is where we begin our journey. And guys, you know, he's on anyone's legend who people are expecting to be a bottom 3 team. And Maple's copped it a bit in the past from me, myself, and I. But this guy, Lyric, has so many good accolades. We kind of forget that he's been at the top of the game for like 8 years.
Oh, yeah. I mean, heck, I distinctly remember season 3 because of how mad I was Gamma Bears at the time, getting slotted in directly to the quarterfinals, where guess who the only series they got to play was against? That's it. It was SKT, the team that went on to win Worlds. So we didn't get to see much of them then. But then in Season 5, when it did change over GPL to LMS, we started to see Maple just unleashed 6 Worlds attendances, 4 MSI attendances, a lot of those being top 4s as well. So many domestic titles over in the PCS. And I feel like this man was always on a mission to carry his team. And even going back to the Flash Wolves days, right? Flash Wolves didn't really play for Maple. This team played for Karsa. It was all about Maple and Sword Art linking up to enable Karsa on the map and kind of let him be the carry. So nice to see him in recent years be in positions where he is set to try and be one of the carries of the team. And if he can use all this experience from playing against the best in the world, the Coup Tigers, the SKTs, the RNGs, and make his way up the ladder of the LPL.
Such valuable experience, Lyric, when, again, when we've talked about Maple in the LPL, it hasn't always been positive. Maple's experience in 2019 Suning, he was a valuable member of that team in 2019 Spring, mainly Summer as well. But then Maple became this bottom tier mid laner on LNG. Maple left the league once again, went to the PCS. Lyric, he picked up another title over on PSG Talent. Thank you.
2 more titles.
2 more, dude. Not just 1, but 2. So Maple's come back really refreshed, recharged, and I hope that he can do something with this Anyone's Legend lineup, because he's now alongside Betty, a player that he did play with on the Flash Wolves briefly. So exciting to see them pair back up.
Yeah, and like you said, playing with Betty, heck, him and Betty won 4 titles together. They popped off 2017 and 2018 before he did come over. But now today, like you're saying, having to show that he can do that once again up against Xiaohu.
All right, Lyric. So on the other side, is about to take a sip of tea at the wrong time. Let's look at Xiaohu, because Xiaohu's talent has been constricted to the LPL, but that isn't a bad thing, especially for us fans. The Tiger King of Spring, you already announced it, except the difference is that Xiaohu, he's taken it all the way to the top and taken that title at MSI a couple of times.
Great to see from him, right? I mean, heck, 2-time MSI winner right here. Just absolutely insane. So many LPL domestic titles as well. The only people up there competing with him are players like Clearlove and Mako after EDG winning again. So the Tiger King of Spring definitely going to be coming out in spades. And I feel like Xiaohu's name has always been a little bit divisive with fans, because he'd always be known to have really good domestic performances, but then when he'd get to the international stage is where he would typically fall off. And I feel like that narrative really took over his career. Then especially in 2020, me and you remember 2020 RNG. They were not particularly good. Heck, Betty was on that roster, wasn't doing all too well. They had Xiaolong Bao, who mechanically super good. I think was a little bit too aggressive for his own good, new in the top side. Xiaohu, I feel like, was one of the only pieces that was able to try to bring things together, but wasn't able to do it. Nice to see after his stint up in top lane, coming back to mid, he does look rejuvenated and does look like the Xiaohu that we saw in the past when he was enabling monsters like Uzi, like Abel down in that bot lane, playing with MLXG.
Because a quick refresher for the fans as well, if you didn't see what happened in 2021 spring or summer, you're kind of been under a rock. Remember, the second MSI title for RNG, and Xiaohu picked it up on his first ever split in the top lane. That's a title that no one can beat. Both top lane and mid for Xiaohu have MSI titles attached to it. So we give him his respect. And now that he has the experiences he said in the starting interview, Lyric, it feels like it's made him a better player. It feels like Xiaohu has learned a lot from that top lane and is applying it towards the mid lane as we know it. Before we get into these guys versing each other as well, Lyric, I think we also have to add the caveat that just on the note of Xiaohu, he and Ming, the only members left from the real old school roster. We know Wei's in there. We know that for RNG, Bin now joining the roster. Gala has become a really good addition. But he's the old school that we talked about with RNG back before 2019.
Old school. I don't see Tabe on this roster.
Okay.
What old school?
Old school. Like, give me a bit of credit for
going
the
all
mid-tier
the way
years,
back.
dude.
Oh, you were talking about when they were actually good domestically. I got you. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the foundation of this roster, Ming and Xiao will always be the players we're looking at, which is why today we know what matchup we're going to be looking at. You guys just saw clips of Maple. You just saw clips of Xiaohu. I wonder what we're going to highlight. Bam! Bringing up Xiaohu versus Maple. I'd say in theory of what we've seen in LPL, a pretty one-sided matchup, but I do feel like on PSG, Maple did look pretty rejuvenated. The stats that we have here are only from the one series Maple has played. Fell a little bit behind in terms of laning phase, but nothing too bad. Very aggressive in the early game, 5th in kill participation at 15 minutes, and not getting a lot of jungle attention, to his credit. So he's primarily playing by himself, but man, Xiaohu dominating in the laning phase, picking aggressive picks. Decently high jungle presence as well. We know Wei likes to enable Xiaohu. I think Xiaohu is a massive voice in the laning phase. And since Maple's only played one champ so far, I thought it'd be fair to only show one champ for Xiaohu. And what champ more iconic than the Lucian? Heck, he even hit on it in the interview that we saw before the match.
That's right. I mean, it's champ. It's like, I'm not too sure how we go about it mid, but I also want to bring up that the stats supporting Xiaohu lyric. The jungle proximity, not something we'd expect out of the old Xiaohu. Since we're reminiscing on the past, it's relevant to mention that Wei played towards that top side in the previous year when Xiaohu was top. And it feels like Wei's, instead of attaching to a lane and a specific playstyle, more so attached to the specific player in Xiaohu.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it goes down to not only skill, not only being like, I think my mid laner's good, I'm going to play around him. From my past experience, coaching with teams, a lot of it comes down to where your jungle goes is who are your more vocal players in the first 15 minutes. If Xiaohu is the type of player who's going to be like, hey, I can stack the wave like this, or I can go for this trade pattern, hey, Wei, come, we can do this. Wei's going to play more around mid as compared to if Bin isn't really saying anything, right? Because now I think we can look a little bit more broadly for RNG, and I feel like bringing in Bin has been the pain point. Heck, Bin's kill participation on the team is 37%, which is pretty atrocious, even for top laners. Top laners always lean low, somewhere between 50 and maybe 70 on the high end. But to be even below 40%, he's not getting involved in any of the team's action. He's being left on an island. He's not roaming. It's the big struggle for Royal Never Give Up right now.
Which is crazy to me after what they've just had, as a season. But also makes sense when you've moved Xiaohu from top into the mid lane. And I think you and I were talking in the offseason, with all my faith and my hopium put into RNG, didn't consider that there'd be some growing pains here. With Bin, we were just talking about Wei in the jungle. Going through Xiaohu, it's Gala and Ming as the bottom lane. And on the note of Bin as well, he was such a great player on that suiting roster lyric. We know what he's capable of, but being left on an island, having that low kill participation, it's Bin who's going to be isolated, and it's Bin who is kind of left up to the whim, how well he plays that laning phase.
And we need to remember that 2020 Suning, the successful roster with Bin, a lot of times did split them out towards topside, did give Bin the freedom to play by himself and just win out in the laning phase. Also, might as well highlight the coaching change as well, because we haven't talked all too much about coaches this split. That RNG did lose Poppy, but they picked up Kenju. Kenju, of course, long-time coach for the LNG roster. Of course, did win Worlds last year with EDG, so we're going to be seeing if he himself can incorporate Bin into that RNG roster.
Kind of exciting, right? Considering that, you're right, we haven't talked about coaches too much, and seeing him on a roster that is trying to put together the final piece, going to be a very big deal. On the other side, though, anyone's legend, ZDZ is your top laner. In the jungle, Xiaohao, who brings that Haro little bit of magic. Maple in the mid lane, Betty in the bottom lane, and it is Chocha as the fourth here today. Luke, correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, there we go.
Yep. Always nice to see Chocho, and I feel like Betty and Chocho have been the point to watch for anyone's legend, which kind of surprises me. I mean, over the past few years in Rogue Warriors, I don't think Betty's looked particularly standout by any means. It's kind of been there, lost
Didn't look stand out on RNG either, remember? That was stellar play.
And it's a big distance from his LMS days where, I mean, heck, I remember competing against Betty, back when I was coaching in the LMS. Betty, when he first came in, he was all right. He wasn't bad. Betty actually used to be a jungler. Betty was a rank 1 KR Challenger jungler for a long time, and Flash Wolves are in a predicament where they had NL as their AD carry. They knew NL was going to retire. What do they do? How do they find a new AD carry? Well, we have this young prodigy jungler who has great mechanics. Let's switch him over to AD. Took him a few years to get good at the role. I feel like his peak was definitely around 2018 when they went to MSI, and I believe they tied first in their group with RNG at that tournament before falling out in the knockout stage. But still, the potential was there in the past. In the LPL, haven't really seen it, but now him and Chocho, I think, are gelling pretty well together this split.
But you're telling me the previous growing pains are due to the fact that Betty's a jungler. I had no clue. Because when Betty came in, another player who I felt, man, LMS to, or, you know, I don't think it was PCS back then, LMS to LPL, you know, it's not translating well. The best translation we've had is Casa coming over was a very good example, Lyric. Sword Art, who went to World Finals as well, another good changeover. I'm not sure if there's anyone else I'm missing. There's been a lot of LMS.
Bofo's been decent.
There you go. I'm sure there's more I've missed too.
You know, there have been some bad ones. Mountain came over, former HQ jungler, did not have the best time. I believe there are a few others. RD as well.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I don't know. RD played, I think, in the first year of LMS and played in GPL, but didn't play in LMS. So my point is, there was a ton of players that didn't work out coming to the LPL from the LMS. Betty has been one of them. Betty did start as jungler, but him and Maple reunited 4 LMS titles together. Be cool to see if this can work out. Anyone's Legend is one of the weaker teams in the league on paper. If they can take a game off RNG, I think that is a good sign. I think their early game has been good, and their bottom lane has played aggressively. So for Anyone's Legend, we're looking at the early game. We're looking at Xiao to be that same crazy monster he was last year to enable the absolute insanity coming out from Chocho. Because
he is an exciting jungler.
Goes in.
Yeah, he does.
Both of them. Both exciting players.
And I feel like if you're looking at jungle in support of Anyone's Legend, you know, comparing against, all right, Will Play and Ming and how they are as players, like, they have that kind of mojo that you've talked about in the past, that we talked about with the previous Rogue Warriors roster. I know you've already used that today. Was it today or yesterday you compared a team to Rogue Warriors?
It was today. So you're a great person to have here, because we're going to need to decide at some point who wins the mantle of 2020 Rogue Warriors. I think there's 2 teams in the running, which is Anyone's Legend, which is great since they were Rogue Warriors, and Ultra Prime, right? Both play very aggressive, both play kind of crazy, they're fun to watch, and they don't have a lot of expectations. So I don't know who gets the mantle. Maybe we'll decide. Someone needs to decide.
I think it's Ultra Prime, dude, the way I've been watching. But to be fair, we've seen a lot more of Ultra Prime and seen a lot more individual games here for Anyone's Legend. This, however, is going to be their 4th series, so Hysterix is completely wrong. RNG versus AL. It's AL on the blue side. Lyric, we talked up the mid lane matchup. Xiaohu versus Maple. Already got 3 bans off the board. Very targeted towards both of these guys.
RNG respecting the Zoe coming out from Maple in his last performance. Also his standout pick when he was on PSG. Xiaohu has so many good champions. I don't know how you completely ban him out, but you can see they're afraid of the map pressure he is able to put up. The one thing we know we need to keep our eyes on is Corki. If Corki makes it through picks and bans, you would expect Anyone's Legend to first pick it, and we're going to get into these fun little siege comps. We're going to wait 8 minutes, have a package, woohoo, team fight away.
So exciting, so new, so innovative. Victor as well, things we've seen over the past couple of days. Remember, guys, still 12.1. That means things like Akali, as the Chemtech was explained yesterday by Orcs. Something we haven't seen in the LPL, correct me if I'm wrong, but you see the Graves band here. I have not seen it. Lyric, I'm going to bring us back on track. Take me through first pick and ban. Junglers, well and truly open. And Corki.
Corki. It's going to be Corki. If it's not Corki, I am absolutely mind blown. We don't care about junglers. We don't care about Aphelios Jinx. It is all about the Corki. He is locked in. Now for the opposite side, you would expect maybe a Xin Zhao Jinx rotation, I think would be the most standard you could see, right? Just overall really strong. We saw the impact that was able to have before. Gala has specifically preferred the Aphelios. It is his most played this season with 4. I do think Jinx brings more to the table. But RNG just going to lean towards comfort. And wow!
Well, is that comfort? And where are we sending that? Because I can see both solo laners of RNG deciding to pick that up.
It's going mid. It's going mid 100% Hysterix. We've already seen this matchup, I believe, only once. Knight played it in whatever their opening series was as a counter matchup. I do believe they lost that game, but it was against Rare Adam. It was against Rare Adam. It was game 3. Trinamir, sure, you're going to get, it's going to be annoying early on, of course, playing against a range matchup. But, man, if you can find opportunities to all in the Corki, you will absolutely destroy him. Xiaohu said in his pregame interview, he's picked some things up from top lane. This might be one of them.
Oh, yeah. The transferal is beautiful. So, seeing a Trinamir this early on the other side, Anyone's Legend have 3 pretty strong picks. But a Tryndamere is a Tryndamere, and it spices things up a little bit. Lyric, we have support, we have jungle left over. And RNG are going in a completely different direction. Especially if they're picking up something like the Lily or the Diana. I mean, this would be a change of pace to a boring pick and ban that a lot of fans were expecting, you know, throughout the rest of the week too.
I have no idea what is going on, Hysterics. You look at anyone's legend comp in this meta, you could actually close your eyes to whatever's happening on RNG's side. If you look at anyone's legends comp, you're gonna be like, wow, this team's gonna win. They're getting the S tier picks in every role. RNG does not care. They're coming in full force with a bunch of all-in champions like the Diana, like the Tryndamere. I think the Aphelios will have a rough time playing against the Jinx and the Corki, as we've highlighted so many times, which is why it does surprise me they opted into it. But for RNG, I guess you're just continuing to opt into more all-in champions. Get a tank in the support role. We know Ming is favored the Nautilus. That would fit quite well in here going up against the Jinx and the Corki. And then we're going to be looking at mid and top. Like you said, Bin theoretically could play this Tryndamere. It is a flex pick.
True.
I would expect it to go mid as of now, but anyone's legend do have things they need to think about going into the second ban phase.
But Lyric, remember, with what we've seen from RNG, you start expecting things like the Singe support coming out of Ming. More crazy stuff coming out of the top lane role as well. Bin might just pull out something like a Quinn, depending on what anyone's legend pick. The world's their oyster, and far from me to get off the beaten track. We see some pretty standard bans, and I love that there's still the Lucian there. But how do you round this up? Should I be like asking for a top lane Yasuo or something that works in conjunction with Diana? Apart from
I love that they did this, right? So we hit on the Nautilus probably being the fourth pick for Ming. I would have been so sad if they would have gone for a top lane pick here, just because one, you have the Tryndamere as a flex, don't show your hand, keep them guessing.
True.
Two, the fact that you've left Bin on an island so frequently, I think it means you should be prioritizing a counter pick role for him, because he's going to be playing by himself. He needs a good matchup where he can play without jungle intervention. Over to the other side, though, Leona looks like it will be the go-to choice for the side of anyone's legend. And now top lane blinds. I mean, we have the Gwen, which is probably the safest and most comfortable champion you could go up towards in that role. Or maybe, honestly, that's kind of it. I'm kind of just looking at the Gwen. The fact that Jason and Gragas are banned out, I think other blinds are not as good.
Yeah, but on the other side, I mean, does that mean Bin just goes Jax here, Lyric, like he usually would?
My guess is yes. I feel like you probably do. Just get the counter matchup, play by yourself. For RNG, you already have this matchup you're comfortable with in the mid lane. The only thing I don't like is I don't think there's anything too good holistically for RNG's comp to round out, because you have these three diving champions, right? Tryndamere, Diana, and Nautilus. While you're jumping into Jinx, Gwen, like there's a lot of champions that like that you're jumping into them on the side of anyone's legend and can buy space. And then you have this awkward Aphelios who is going to have a very hard time being able to get that damage off against the carries of anyone's legend.
All right, so then the final question for RNG's comp for me, is it just about them having good laning phases, snowballing through side lanes? Is that purely what a Tryndamere Jax composition comes down to?
Honestly, yeah. I feel like you nailed it down perfectly. The first few minutes of the game might not be the easiest, but once we get ultimate on Diana, finding picks in both mid and top, and then I love that you brought up the side lanes, because it's going to be all about that split push for the side of RNG, and we're going to see if they can take what they did last year with Xiaohu and do it this time around with Xiaohu and Bin.
It's going to be hard, but Xiaohu at least showing us the hand of Tryndamere in game number 1. You guys thought you were going to get Corki, Victor, Gragas versus Gwen. No, we changed things up, and RNG bring a spicy draft in game number 1, but again, Lyric's already said it. Holistically, I want to see how it comes together for anyone's legend. If they get to create that space, Corki, Jinx, Gwen, like, hello to the late game and hello to an anyone's legend that could pick up a surprising game number 1 win. We're taking you into series number 2 and 3 here for the rest of tonight. Whatever time it's there for you, all you have to remember is one thing. Lyric did a solo cast before, and it was a banger. If you missed it, that's what VODs are for. So hopefully my internet stays with us long enough. Maybe not hopefully. Lyric might want to do another one again.
You know, it was incredibly amazing. And now I'm in it all night. I'm here until we're finished. Could be 9 games, which if it is 9 games, man, I have no idea how people co-streaming the LPL do it. The Kelseys, the Doms. How do you stay on point for 9 games? Who knows? We're going to find out because we're in this game already. RNG looking like they want to find a bit of cheekiness onto ZDZ, but he's not going to walk in.
No, playing it very patient. As no deep ward was dropped, it was just a fan out in the end. Answer your question, Lyric, they don't sleep. That's how they do it. There's no other answer for that. I think Dom's on like 3-4 hours of sleep at this point. co-streaming 3 different regions. So shout out to him. I mean, Cagel's doing something nuts as well with LCK, LPL hopping in between. So crazy times ahead. And look, hopefully that's what this game number 1's going to be, because RNG, they're a team with huge expectations to split. And they pulled out a draft lyric that we're talking about in Pick and Ban. You said it doesn't come together as well holistically as maybe anyone's Legends does.
No, I mean, anyone's Legends have literally just picked the meta team comp, right?
Yeah.
They have a very easy time over, like, fighting for contests over waves once we get to mid-game. If they do get the front-to-back team fight, they're going to be incredibly strong. As long as they can ward out their flanks, make sure they can see what's coming from both sides, they will be incredibly strong, and their scaling is also phenomenal. For RNG, we talked about it, Diana going to be a bit slower early on. You don't have too much setup around mid. Maybe in top lane if ZDZ overextends, Bin finds a stun and Wei comes in, but it's really going to be about the level 6 mark for RNG, and then finding those picks and transitioning into side lane setups.
Especially since we've never talked about Wei going to that top side. Nice crit from Xiaohu in the mid lane. So seeing jungle attention to the top side of RNG would be something new for this new RNG team, 2022. Lyric, I just want to pay attention to the builds here, starting off with a little tempo. Tryndamere has gone for the triple rejuve beat in this mid lane matchup.
And it's very common, right? Tryndamere having very high base sustain, just being able to survive the onslaught coming out from Maple. You even have the heal as well in your kit. So going to be doing this. We expect to see him going towards the standard build, which is like Gale Force, Navori Quick Blades, IE later on.
Lots of spinning.
Tons of damage with this crit. Yeah, tons of spinning, tons of cooldown reduction. I guess ability haste. Now, as we need to evolve, we need to catch up to the new era of Hysterics, but I will miss calling it CDR.
Wasn't Tryndamere on the list for champions that need to be updated or something like that? Feels,
whoa.
What?
No. He might be on that list, but should he be on that list?
What a strong identity, dude. Almost as strong as original Garen. It's sad to see. Lyric, if you look at any other champion in this game, though, you notice that on your little mini-map, those said champions are hovering towards the top side. Bin gets to push out, Wei here on the Scuttlecraft first. It's going to be clearing it away at a pretty increased speed while Xiaohao's still on his wolves. So he'll be about a camp behind once his Scuttle goes down.
Interestingly that he's kiting up towards the top side as well, going to make his way in. I don't think Wei should spot him out. Does know the plant was just used. Okay, both junglers realizing the other is here. Xiaohao!
Caught mid-back. He's going to get knocked up with the slash out again. Xiaohao in the 1v1. This aggressive jungle we talked about. That was so easy with Wei caught napping.
I thought the ward would have clipped Xiaohao on vision on the way out, but it seems like maybe Wei not spotting him there when he was making his way around. Able to take advantage of that, pick up that kill. And for anyone's Legend, you pick up a kill, your bot lane's getting a Scuttlecraft, farm across the board is completely fine, you're clearing out vision, and just nice to see the proactive moves coming out from anyone's Legend early on. And we hit on coming into this game that this has typically been the bread and butter of AL so far.
Yep. Xiaohao at the helm, and especially when we go back to drafts, just quickly, Lyric, there's the team that is running the S-tier champions in each role, the team that has the Corki and Jinx. An early jungle start like this for Xiaohao gives control to the team that RNG definitely don't want in a comfortable position, especially heading towards the level 6 mark you talk so much about.
And then we're going to be seeing if Wei can find anything mid. My guess is Wei maybe lean towards mid, you see if you can find an opportunity, try and get some vision down for Xiaohu, but a lot of your opportunities probably will come towards that top side because you do have the CC setup coming out from Bin, whether it's just queuing it with an E or having to blow that flash and being able to find a kill. You can start getting the Diana rolling to then be able to take that into team fights later on. So we can see now Bin already stacking up some waves and Wei already playing towards his top side.
I'm looking at the EXP bar as well for both top and jungle. Level 5, about half the way there. Bin's going to reach it first as Wei starts moving up, but pings go down. Xiaohao now with the blast cone as well. And with Bin, he won't have the ulti off this wave, so level 5 with a 2v1 won't work out. The counter-strike in the middle of a circle, but now spotted out. Audacious charge, the wind about to become lightning. Xiaohao takes a second one for anyone's Legend.
Yeah, Bin gets punished, but ultimately I feel like this could have been this could have been preemptive. RNG could have seen this coming, right? Wei could have moved towards top side. You had your wave under tower for so long. There has been Xiaohao makes his way towards top side and just abuses the fact that Wei wasn't waiting in the wings for a counter gank, wasn't helping him, or just hiding so he can escort his wave. So Anyone's Legends taking advantage of the disconnect between RNG top and jungle once again.
It's huge. I mean, there's going to be a first item very soon here for Xiao Hao, catching back up on the CS against the Diana. And while Wei just continues farming away, I mean, Xiao Hao is going to be hitting 6 levels, very soon. And Lyric as well. Dragon's up. We got Herald spawning in a couple of minutes too. So I feel like this early game is starting to spiral a little bit with a 700 gold lead already for AL.
And I want to see how they keep this going, because you've already set the Jacks behind a little bit. Xiao Hao already set up in a tremendous position. Does Xiao Hao now just pivot down, playing completely towards the spot side? And Anyone's Legend, I would expect, probably just going to start juggling which side of the map they play towards with what neutral's up, right? Dragon's up right now. Your bot lane is in a decent space. Wave is coming in, play towards that. Once Herald's up, transition towards the opposite side of the map. Rinse and repeat.
Easy as that. As the wave crashes in, we've been watching Ming look for a hook on top of Betty. This whole laning phase is panned over. Xiao now going to make it a little bit easier for Anyone's Legend, though, as Gala drops a ward down. Wind becomes lightning, and the Zenith Blade both thrown out. Excuse me, not the jungler yet. Gala hit over the wall. A good gravitum, though, keeps him safe as a flash is burnt to get out alive.
Xiao Hao, though, is just doing so much work, and this is what we remember from this guy in 2021. When he came into the Rogue Warrior squad, first thing that jumps out is he was like, hey, another really aggressive jungler on Rogue Warriors. Came in, replacing people like Ice Coach before him, Haro.
Now the jungler's here. Level 6 is hit, and a flash burnt by Chocho. But that's the first gank for Wei. Well, you're talking up Xiao Hao, who's been in 3 different areas at any one time.
And it looks like it's still going to keep going. I know right now we're looking at top lane, but bot lane!
Well, Gala gets a kill. Now it's a jungle v jungle, but Gala's got so many chakrams. Gala decides not to hit him with the white gun, but instead the red one. And with Gala picking up a kill, the lane going to get pushed in and Betty to back away.
You know, that's why when the observers started to go top, I knew they baited you. I was watching the minimap the whole time.
Well, Betty, there's an ult still there with the moon falling. What can you do? Betty getting knocked back and knocked in, and now for RNG, that bottom lane is extra free, extra crispy.
And I don't know what Betty hoped to achieve there, because you're walking up to see if you can find anyone in that tri-brush, right? Maybe put a ward down. But ultimately, if no one's there, you're kind of wasting that. You can wait for the reset that you're going to have, pushing it back out the wave, having the safety from Chocho. If they are there, as we just saw, you're dead. So, bit of a mistake. Anyone's Legend still going to be able to take this dragon, though, because of the fact that Gala does need to reset.
Yep.
So going to be getting something off the back of that. This game's still incredibly close, despite the fact that RNG versus AL would lead you to think otherwise.
Yeah, we're saying, oh, it might be a quick night with the matches we've got up ahead, but RNG in this early game, they're being out-jungled. Well, at least until this point, Lyric, when RNG finally got something in this game 1.
Ming just connecting the hook. No flash coming out from Betty. Maybe thinking, hey, the hook lands close enough to her turret where it doesn't matter. Gala, though, stacked up with the chakrams to make sure that they find it. And then we're going to go straight to the next one, where you can see Betty wants to get a ward down, instantly having to flash away, but Wei having the damage to fire him off. Again, I think that was just a straight-up mistake coming out from Betty. Could have waited on that play, backed off. You don't know if the jungler's there. You're scared you're going to get zoned. Worst case, play back to the turret. You lose a few experience. It happens.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's such a deadly cost, right? Betty is picking up Krugs right now to catch back in some of the CS where he was looking at the same margins before. However, Gala with the wave set up here, matching quite nicely. Maple's just picked up a package. Now, Herald is up there, but RNG nowhere nearby to contest. They're continuing to focus around this bottom side with Ming and Wei hanging around in the darkness. And Lyric, you can make sense of why they're in that bottom lane with Gala having such a good laning phase. Xiao Hu just going to absorb up. He doesn't care. He's Tryndamere. And again, focus bot. That's what RNG care about now in this early game.
I also love the fact that RNG aren't one of the teams who stand around and stare at you while you're doing Rift Herald in this game and automatically know we cannot contest this. We're going to go look to trade side on bot, get more plates on the Gala. If enemy stays around, we get dives. And on top of that, we're getting bot side vision as well. So you're just getting everything as RNG, incredibly decisive. AL will have the Rift Herald, so we're going to see where they can drop that one. They haven't been able to get plates anywhere, though.
You just said dive, and I was just thinking, actually, yeah, in pick and ban, you said RNG's comp dives really well. With Wei and Xiao Hu, and now ultimates available, are steadily available where we want to see Xiao Hu's ult come out. This team poses a lot of threat to Betty and Chocho, so it's no surprise that Xiao Hao is once again down in the bottom lane. Will be spotted out by one of these wards, forcing Gala and Ming to back away.
Xiao also having his mythic item already, right? The Gore Drinker coming in, so they're going to be a lot more sustained in some of these team fights. And Xiao wanting to make something happen in bot. The Wave not necessarily in a position where they can set anything up, though, so I think a bit of wasted time coming out from Xiao. Wei, though, going to be looking for a similar play.
Yeah, I think just going to clear this board, but after that, after the Wave goes down as well, Wei will just be able to walk on in. Noting as well that Xiao had the Herald, so the fact he couldn't get into bottom lane means he put another timer on it. And will be spotted out by an RNG ward, so Wei sticks around in the bottom side rush. They know that Xiaohao's coming, Lyric. I wonder if RNG still want to commit.
No, I really like this play coming out from them. Bring your jungle down, get the Wave pushed out. They see Xiao coming, they know just to back off. So overall, Wei coming down to make sure that the reset is able to come out from Gala, come back to lane even stronger, because with all that plate gold, this guy already having his Gale Force, and now Betty's going to play extremely scared. At any moment, Gala is just able to dash forward and cement a kill if they do go for heavy trading, which is what you would expect coming out from RNG at this point in time.
And it's not going to be the only Gale Force going after Betty. Like, we're going to see one from Xiaohu too. It's going to be a lot of dashing towards Betty, and with that mocking shout, scary time to be the Jinx AD carrying. The exhaust definitely going to be useful in this upcoming game. But Lyric, set me up a little bit closer, because while we've seen shenanigans back and forth, while we've seen actually a pretty close early game, I want you to walk me through the setup for this next Dragon, because I'm going to expect that bot's not going to happen here. There's a ward spot out. Chocho and RNG should play it wise.
No, anyone's legend. Probably just going to push this one in, start making their way into river. Get some shallow vision down in enemy jungle if they could. Try and spot out where Wei will be. Okay. And for RNG, you're kind of just waiting this one out. Xiaohu will be able to maintain push because he does have threat, kill threat on the Corki right now. And then, yeah, we'll probably just transfer into a 4v4 for Dragon. I don't expect too much to happen before it comes out. Both teams having different lanes where they will be allowed to enter Dragon Pit from.
I wonder if Xiaohao uses a Herald before the Dragon. 40 seconds, it will be expired. Drops down in the mid lane. And to share some gold with Maple, as well as force Xiaohu back, or at least get his HP low. To be some good gold for the Corki. And unluckily, he doesn't have the package, Lyric. I don't know if that makes you upset or not, but we'll have a bit of gold to either back on or go for the next fight.
I really like what Xiaohao did here as well, because he hovers mid. Xiaohao?
Yeah.
His lightning comes
Setting
out.
up for Wei. The ult misses from Gala, but still in a choke. The Solar Flare down as well. RNG's been getting low, but this is beautiful from Wei. Jumps into the backline, but doesn't get a multi-man ult. Gala as well at melee range. Messy as all hell, and it's Jinx cleanup time. Betty says thank you for the free meal.
I mean, Betty just profiting off of the mistakes coming out from RNG. Moonlight Vigil completely whiffs. How can RNG win a fight like that? And now anyone's legend able to transition it into a dragon. Oh my god, we're going to see here what happened in the replay, because both teams know they're here. Win becomes light, misses. They both look like, hey, do we want to fight? We see the hook come out, and then bam, Chomper is locking down Ming, so he's just getting targeted. We already saw the Moonlight Vigil miss on the opposite side. Xiaohao's ult bringing him a lot of agency to be able to survive that burst coming out from the Diana. I mean, Betty just profits from Reset City.
Well, forget what happened in the laning phase with the turret plates going down and Gala getting ahead. Now it's Betty's turn, because Betty got 3 kills, the triple at pre-14 minutes in the game. A 3-1 Jinx, and Lyric, that's a Gale Force with a Zeal. So, you know what? That S tier pick's about to show up pretty big in the upcoming objective.
So, Chocho, I don't think you'll find anything. Okay, Bin is going to respect, but Sterix, me, and Shaliang, and for all those out there, Shaliang's our technical director, we're talking in our rehearsal, and I'm like, you know, this second series, RNG versus AL, on paper, shouldn't go to 3 games. This series will definitely go to 3 games. You look at RNG, you look at how crazy anyone's legend are. This result so far does not surprise me. Anyone's legend will be able to find something, but I need to stop talking because RNG is setting up for the dive.
Yeah, it's onto ZDZ, but difficulty is for ZDZ. Can't go near the turret. RNG force it with pressure. That's going to be a tier 2 going down, but look at what anyone's legend doing in the mid lane. A trade very likely here, as Ben will struggle to defend.
Yeah. Anyone's legend do react, albeit a bit slowly, is a turret for turret trade, but ultimately RNG have a pretty big tempo lead off that one, right? They broke down the turret first. They're coming off their resets already. They can start to get vision placed down up towards that top side and start making their way into the Herald pit.
Lyric been waiting for this fight against this Jinx. And with Xiaohao being such a big member in this early game. Guys, like, Anyone's Legend are currently in control against RNG. And, you know, credit to Anyone's Legend, as Xiao who's behind them. Feels like, you know, Xiaohao's delivering as we expected. You already talked about his performance last year, Lyric. What made you
I guess it's just different casting RNG compared to the other LPL teams, where it's been a while for me. I haven't talked about RNG because I feel like most other teams in this scenario, no matter what your comp was, would have grouped up at Herald right there. It would have been like, hey, we're on the map first, Herald's up, let's go, let's take a fight. But no, RNG going to index into the strong side lanes that we set up in draft. Xiaohu is going to have to back off. There's a bit of more cross-mapping coming out with RNG leaning towards that bot side. Anyone's Legend having the Herald, though, means they probably will win out in this situation. And Maple did get the package for the Herald, but ultimately isn't gonna be used on anything.
And the timing's going to be big. Timing's going to be big, right? You just said it. It won't be up for Dragon, and this is something as well that Anyone's Legend have started building towards. It's a Chemtech Soul, the most broken one in the game. If you don't know that, ladies and gentlemen, you got to start watching a bit more League of Legends because it feels pretty busted for the individual dragons as well. But Lyric, coming back to it, before we get to that objective, I want you to tell me what RNG do to, I guess, keep the game going as is, right? Because they still have a gold lead. Despite the kills and the control that Anyone Legends have shown, RNG currently have the gold lead. They're sitting in the side lanes like we talked about in draft, moving into this mid game.
For RNG, you're going to be keeping this up for about another probably like 40 or 50 seconds. Playing this like ping pong game of walking forward when other members aren't showing right. Looks like they do need resets right now, but pretty much it's a push and pull. Xiaohu pushing up aggressively to make Maple show, while the bot lane at the same time is pushing in mid, trying to pull their bot lane out, giving safety to all lanes by playing somewhat aggressive and pushing lanes into Anyone's Legend. The thing we're going to be looking out for is this team fight, right? Because RNG have known that their comp doesn't really lean into those 5v5s all too heavily. At least you need to find good angles, good flanks, ways to get way onto Betty. And now they do have bot side control. Now it's going to be about if they can find a way to get to their Diana onto the enemy Jinx.
I like that Ming and Wei are the ones in Fog of War right now. Anyone's Legend have to walk into them and at least check out the brush. My voice cracks like a 12-year-old. See that Wei just sends out a Q. Anyone's Legend paying that respect. 30 seconds till the Dragon, though. Wonder how long RNG can keep this up. Wei out with the Proto Belt before Betty can catch him with the Zap.
So already RNG are forced out of mid. We do see they are being conscious of controlling bots, so they always have a way to enter river in this fight. We can see Xiaohu start leaning over. RNG can start making their way down to the bot. A posture battle is going to come up over Dragon. The question is, can we get the flank angle coming in? Xiaohu is looking for it right now. There will be a control word to spot him out, though.
Yeah, and because that spots him out, Anyone's Legend is jumping on top of him, the level 13 Tryndamere, without a kill to his name or a death or an assist. Meets with the other in Maple.
Hysterics, look at the minimap. Jax is on his way from behind.
But TP right into the middle. That's onto the control ward for Bin. He's still through the mid lane right now, adding pressure. But the Dragon started, now that the Gwen's in, Anyone's Legend have all members in the river. They turn on top of Bin, who's zoned out once again. Messy from RNG. Anyone's Legend making the move right into the middle of it as well. Chocho with Xiaohao the engage with the Moonfall coming down. It's a crescent and a half. Xiaohu jumps on in himself, starts whacking away as he pulls out the ulti as well. RNG have gotten 2 big kills, but ZDZ's a Gwen, and with the chase up as well, with Betty in front of him, he's about to send a big one. Ulti already down, of course, but Betty has resets and enough of Mana Bar to play with as RNG getting zoned out in a 3 versus 5. Maple with the flash forward.
Maple!
That's a big one. Betty can't get through the counter-strike, but Anyone's Legends show that these champions are busted enough to take a 3 versus 5.
And Anyone's Legend might be able to pivot that into a Dragon right now. It doesn't matter that Xiaohao is down. They are going to look for this objective. RNG, at only 20 minutes into the game, are being threatened by a Chemtech Soul from AL.
It's huge. 5 minutes until that soul becomes a reality as Anyone's Legend moves to soul point, and for RNG, I still can't believe with the first 2 picks they lost that fight.
So for Anyone's Legend, I actually don't like how they start this one off. They all in on one side. I think you should play a bit up more towards top, zoning out Finn. For RNG, I don't think they can realistically just start the dragon. They have to be afraid of your other members being able to whittle them down. But once the initial engage comes out, we see RNG's comp does lose a lot of steam. They need people like Tryndamere and Jax to be able to stick on targets. They aren't able to do that. Maple and Betty just kiting them out, keeping them from a range, and they continue going forward. Without Xiaohu having ultimate, he knows he can't go in, and beautiful rocket coming out from Maple to finish off that kill. And now for anyone's legend, just rinse and repeat. Catch waves for the next 4 minutes and 9 seconds. You don't need to get caught out in a side lane. You don't need to push all too far. Wait for the next dragon, have that formation again, and hopefully Maple will save his package for that timing where they will have a lot more favorable odds of a... Oh God.
Well, to be fair, every 4 minutes, right? So Maple will technically have his package next time. You know, they're gonna cut him a bone somewhere. He just needs to use it first, because the cooldown goes down as you use it, I believe. Am I correct?
Yep.
Yep, okay, so use it soon, so you get it in 4 minutes time.
Yeah, he did just use it to clear out a wave,
Awesome.
so that one's down. And now the ball is in RNG's court, right? We just hit on what anyone's legend needs to do, or Al. I'm kind of done calling him AL because Al sounds way cooler.
Al is
We're gonna
cool.
see what we already know what Al need to do now. For RNG, I mean, you're the team kind of trying to pull them out. You're trying to get them in side lanes.
Well, maybe Jojo wants to take him first. Wei actually gets caught out golden with the rest of Al in the middle. Goodbye. Betty takes a kill, and now, you know what? Forget the dragon. Baron is an objective because there's no jungler on RNG.
Oh, and yeah, they're going to be able to look for this one so easily. Xiaohu can try and put a lot of pressure on them. He does have that ultimate available, but Maple just doing so much with these rockets and
Not
extended
enough
standoffs.
poke. In comparison to Al, there's so much poke coming through here from them, and RNG going into the middle. On top, Ming gets the knock up. Someone needs to hit the Baron, but there's a smite there, so Xiaohu, of course, gets it with ease. Xiaohu pulls out his own ultimate, but over the wall, a spinning splash gets him to safety. Undying Rage is down, and Bin with the counter-strike wants something, but gets nothing. Betty in the pit as well, because nothing else matters except that RNG lost the Baron, and anyone's legend have taken control again of game one.
Anyone's legend just holding strong. Mistakes coming out from the side of RNG as well. 2 for 2 in the end, but that Baron is going to make such a big difference, especially to set up the map control that you want going into a soul fight. You can get the vision down first. They won't be able to find those flanks or find those situations that they just brought you into, like we saw in the last Dragon fight. We're going to get the replay here. I mean, it's a 5v4. Anyone's legend should be expected to get this Dragon. Xiaohu, though, is all in off Maple, flashes into him, so he is able to secure that kill. But like you said, there's no smite on the side of RNG, so anyone's legend's like, we're going to lose a member, I guess. Just stay on point with the Baron. We'll let our support try and zone them away. And then they look for the initial turn. They are able to get the Jax, but also trade one member in doing so.
It's Gala who picks up 1 kill at the end, which is notable, but not notable enough. Anyone's legend with the Baron once again. They're 1,000 gold up, and we're going to see how far they can push it, because Lyric, this Baron will time into the Dragon. And giving control of side lanes and mid lane, of course, to anyone's legend makes it so much easier for this objective to fall into their hands.
I love that you highlight the side lanes, because if we think back to the last Dragon, the way that RNG were able to kind of bring it back was by being like, hey, we're just going to lose if we just stand in the pit or wait to push mid. Let's just have our Tryndamere split push bot so we can play through that avenue. Now with the Baron buff, anyone's legend can make sure that RNG aren't able to do that, keep full control over bot lane as well as buffing up those Barons in mid. You're going to lose some turrets on the opposite side to Bin, but you're going to secure yourself a Chemtech Dragon. Chemtech Dragon Soul. I will let all of you out there decide which is better.
Oh, we know the answer, especially against the Tryndamere. The ability to come back and make sure that Xiaohu doesn't take another is going to be pretty huge. For anyone's legend, as huge as the turrets they're taking as well. Look at where RNG are trying to group up in the mid lane and get the flank, but anyone's legend are backing off. Dragons up in 15 seconds, a soul available. And Royal never give up. This is not the championship team. You remember, this is not the MSI champions of 2021. This team's struggling against what we thought was a bottom tier team, but anyone's legend bringing the fire, bringing the party. Lyric, it's Dragon time.
RNG playing with the Chemtech Fog. They might be able to turn and catch out ZDZ, but they don't even realize that he's there.
They're actually back on top of Xiaohu. Xiaohu jumps on in, and that is very hard to say in a team fight, so wish me luck. I want to see Wei's ult, and then Gala clean up the rest. Xiaohu's still with his flank, another member to look out for, but RNG are split up, and anyone's legend are grouped up themselves.
And RNG need to play like this, right? You need to try and come at them from different angles to find those flanks, to find access to the backline. Anyone's Legend doing pretty well to make sure that happen.
The target as Crescendo comes through once again. The Soul Flare into the backline, knockups too, but Anyone's Legend have traded the kill. The jungler down is going to be big. Anyone's Legend know that they can't get the dragon. They're looking for the fight instead, but Wade's in the pit by himself. The smite needs to come through. It's taken by Gwen! CDC! He got the dragon! CDC faced a smite and he won! Anyone's Legend now with the soul, and Bin is literally alone in the jungle. This is not Tarzan. This is literally the dude with the shotgun that dies at the end of the movie.
Oh my god. RNG are getting outfighted by Anyone's Legend. They're getting outsmited by a Gwen. This was not what I expected for the game to go, right? We thought, hey, Anyone's Legend can win a game. I didn't think it would be in such a decisive manner as well. We're gonna see how the fight comes out. RNG still feeling pressure from the fact that Anyone's Legend are sending them off. The Moonlight Vigil comes out, but Chocho instantly getting onto Wei. They do end up trading jungle for support to start things off, which definitely favors the side of RNG. But again, these extended standoffs just favor Anyone's Legend being able to put out this poke. Look at Xiaohu's health bar, look at Aphelios, but now we're gonna look at what happens with Wei. Oh, did Chocho stun him right at the same time?
So, he didn't get the smite. And Gwen just burst it down. Well, Chemtech Dragon, the soul is theirs, and Lyric, I can't believe what I'm seeing, dude. You're right. We're either going to a game number 3 or Anyone's Legend is surprising the heck out of us tonight.
And now they are going to have this nice soul. They're going to be zombies. They already have the Chemtech Fog to abuse and try and make sure RNG don't have an easy time of forcing their way into this topside jungle. And now for Anyone's Legend, it's like, hey, looks like they're going to play out through a 3-lane setup, not being too afraid of RNG's all-in. Sync up, you know, your wave, your side waves with mid. They're still waiting on ZDZ to get that one pushed out. Probably going to be another few waves mid before we can see anything happen. And Baron will be up quite soon, which you could try and set up a pick around.
Okay.
For Anyone's Legend, I think you should feel like you're in a pretty dominant position in terms of fights. But surprisingly, Asterix, gold is even.
Somehow. Like, even enough where we're not saying Anyone's Legend is smacking away with it. 2,000 gold. And RNG through this side laning we talked about, with Bin getting turrets, a CS lead now in the form of 50. Look at Xiaohu in the mid lane. He's almost 50 up as well. Gala's up too. It does feel like RNG are holding on, but again, we're still going to look at the problem with the Dragon Soul, with the control that Anyone's Legend are holding out. I think you need to tell me how, again, RNG can find some methodology to this madness in this first game, and how they can force Anyone's Legend to walk away from Baron or have to fight on their terms in a side lane.
I think it's just going to come from being decisive, right? It's going to... Summoner spells are so critical in this game, as well as stopwatches, because of the way RNG's comp functions of the Diana and the Moonlight Vigil kind of being this combo to just explode members. So looking at those, we have 2 stopwatches on the primary carries of AL. Though Betty does not have flash, so it does open an opportunity. And then it's like, hey, if you can blow those, let's say this fight, next fight you come in, Wei commits a flash, you just try your best to coin flip, get straight onto Betty and explode it. Because if you go for what we've seen, where it's like, hey, trying to find those right angles, trying to rely on Anyone's Legend not checking their flanks or their sides, the extended standoffs are just going to favor AL. So you're just going to have to look to pull the trigger immediately before you get chunked out.
Problem is, the poke is going to chunk you out immediately, right? Maple is at that point with 3 items. Ravenous Hydra picked up. The stopwatches I find really interesting that you're mentioning, especially now that ZDZ also has a Zhonya's Hourglass. There's a lot of time buying and the ability to create that space that you talk so heavily about with Anyone's Legend when their comp was, you know, 0 minutes in. And now as Anyone's Legend start up the Baron here, Lyric, control wards be damned. RNG have to walk in, and Maple's already off to poke out the enemy jungler.
Maple doing his job so far. We're going to keep an eye on Xiaohu trying to come around from the opposite side. If Xiaohu can find a way onto Betty, this is a winnable fight. Again, this standoff going to be rough. Ming, no flash.
Waves on the back of the pit. Look where the CC is, though. Against the Trindamin. No, he's going to get the flanking angle as the ult from Ming buys the stopwatch, but Xiaohu now caught out with Gale Force on top of Betty. He's knocked up right into the ulti. The Undying Rage does work, but Betty gets away. Xiaohu on his tail, and Anyone's Legend coming together so perfectly. Wei does not know the way with a triple kill going over to Betty. But you know what? With him still alive and RNG 2 low health members, a Penta on the horizon, maybe not. Lyric, I can't believe my eyes once again. Anyone's Legend are giving it to them.
Anyone's Legend are actually going to be able to push for an inhibitor here. That kiting from Betty to get away from Xiaohu was beautiful. And I mean, with death timers about 20 seconds, I wonder if Anyone's Legend will try and commit to an end. No, they are going to do the safer play. They are going to back off. I wonder if they'll go straight for the Baron. They should be able to do it with how fast they can. Resetting maybe would be a bit safer, but we need to keep our eyes on timers as well, right? Because Elder is coming up in 50 seconds. For RNG, you probably just make your way down towards that bottom side, start hitting Vision down now, concede the fact that AL can take the Baron as they please.
Well, it's going to be down immediately. See you later to the Baron. Elder in 35 seconds, as Lyric has told you. And this game number one, before we get to that Elder, I just have to say, it's Xiao difference. But which Xiao? Xiao who? Or Xiao how? I think it's Xiao how, easy to say.
Yeah, I mean, we see here Anyone's Legend bringing them in. Xiaohu trying to get on the backline, not able to do it. Xiaohu, nice knockouts. And like I said, Betty, amazing job to be able to kite away. Xiaohu knowing his role as well, hiding and like protecting his AD carry, looking to peel, I'm sorry, which was the right word. And then on the opposite side of the fight, Mabel's like, oh, you guys realize Betty's massive, you're just chasing him down. I'm still a threat of Corky. I'm still going to be able to burst the rest of you out. And Hysterics, Elder is up. A lot of those summoners are down, though, that we critically talked about. But most importantly, GA now on Betty.
Okay, well, that GA is going to have to be popped before we do anything. And the package is there, Lyric. Orc sitting somewhere saying, wow, that's a lot of Corky damage, and the package on the right target as Bin's over the wall. Gets two-man counter-strike, but Maple, if you can't use it, it doesn't matter. Way with the ulti as well as RNG kite on back, but Anyone's Legend targeting them down. Bin hitting from the side, though. Betty still free hitting himself, and that's big news. Betty, once again, another triple. And you know what? It looks so good for RNG, but the explosion happened all too fast.
And it looked like RNG found something. Maple walking into it, but like you said, Betty stays alive. Betty takes over. There's going to be a 2 versus 4 defense coming out from RNG if they want to stay alive.
Well, for Xiaohu, he still has the ultimate as well, but he's got to run on in now. The GA still not popped as Anyone's Legend. Bring 4 people up to the turret, fight under the turret, or give up the game. Who cares about your KDA? It's ending on top of the Nexus. Xiaohu with the ulti popped, and they just know it's over. He'll pick up a kill, but the real winners are Anyone's Legend, who blast out RNG in game 1.
I believe I said it in draft. If you would have just covered up RNG's pick ban, like Anyone's Legends champs could have been versus anything. You would have looked at it and be like, wow, how'd you get this, and this on 12.1? What did this side take? And we saw there. I was telling Mazel earlier, I don't hate Corky. I hate when you get Corky and Jinx together. Then you throw in a Xin Zhao with that as well. We see what RNG picked, and it's like, man, it came together. RNG did try very hard to play towards their conditions. We saw them giving early objectives, playing towards some of these sides. Sadly, though, they were never able to find early picks with that Moonfall like we were highlighting. And then from there on, Anyone's Legends started stacking dragons early enough to where RNG side lanes lost so much steam.
That's right. We didn't get to ever see like the 1-3-1 in action. Sure, Bin and Xiaohu were able to move through those lanes up to a tier 1, maybe a tier 2 for the bottom side, but it didn't matter that those lanes were open. We didn't get to see the solo queue Tryndamere that wins games through the trades. They were forced to come to these objectives, Luke. You hit the nail on the head. The early dragon stacking, the forced team fights on Anyone's Legends term. Really well played, and I think understanding that their composition wanted exactly what they went out for.
And they just had an easier to execute comp in my mind as well. We even said after, I think it was the 3rd Drake, we're like, okay, well, we know Al now is just going to chill, kick their feet back, have a nice cup of some breakfast tea, and wait for the next timer to come up. I guess in that situation they didn't, because we instantly saw RNG make a mistake, and I think it was Ming who got caught out by Chocho. But we hit on the early aggression. Anyone's Legend, they love looking for these plays. Xiaohu just going everywhere. Specifically playing towards that bot lane is what they like to do, and they did do it here once again. And then they had a very clear identity going into the mid game that set them up. And RNG, sadly, again, by the time it seemed like they knew exactly what to do. It's like so many dragons were stacked up. It was just too late. Even when Xiaohu found ways onto Betty, right? They just had so many ways to kite him off. Betty, flash, into Gale Force, into the W. Oh, wait, Xiaohu realizes too. He's going to Wind Becomes Lightning in and also knock Xiaohu up. So they were never able to find that easy access onto the backline.
Look at Chocho did more damage than the Tryndamere or the Jax. I mean, we're in a 33-minute game, but granted, that's how little the solo laners of RNG did, and we got so excited about this draft. I like how you were like, well, take the nameplates off, and actually feels like anyone's legend, you know, got away with so much for RNG to try something very dangerous. And the fact that the Leona did more damage in the end is a simple, a basic stat, but an important one to show that these guys were not impactful in game number 1. And I feel like RNG will completely toss this aside for game 2, Lyric, because, you know, it's RNG and they're meant to be a top team. They know what wins games, and I guess that wasn't it.
I feel like this is a game where you go back to the waiting room and you guys are like, okay, well, we tried this really like quirky, cool composition that like maybe could have worked out. It didn't. Time to pick something a bit more in line, try to like bring things more together, and we're still gonna be keeping our eyes on how RNG work with incorporating bin, if at all.
Well, let's see, because right now for RNG, a couple of problems again number 1, but anyone's legend. The smoke's not even cleared just yet with a game 1 win. When we go to this break, take a pause, think about the cool panda logo, and come back and tell us how many Mojo points out of 10 they deserve for that win. Take a small break. We'll see you soon.
Onivia, League of Legends highlights.
Oh, they turned around on the dive. They didn't think they were going to go for it. Shanji gets taken down. Nene! Nene's going to take the 2v1! What?
So overwhelming and powerful when he goes down his back. With this build. You just see one of his rockets to the team's health bar.
Now, but hang on, also Brian, they're getting separated. It's packaged back to Zoom, trying to close the gap, but into the back line. It's done because Hacker is taking care of business, and Elk alongside the lane. That's a triple kill with Xiaopeng being the next quadra. We're looking for the Penta here, ladies and gentlemen, as Elk has been so big in this game. He went from WE to stardom on the Nexus. Elk looking to get the final kill, not quite in time, but it's Penta territory to take us to game number 3.
There'll be more reinforcements are on the way, actually. That's one tower going down. Viper, Gale forces forward to try and finish off Gagao. And now they engage quickness onto the whole team, but kicked away by JJ, who goes in, follows underneath the tower. Huge damage though, maybe a fight for JTG. No, maybe not. Kanavi's going to be hit by the full shot. The whole team's onto the fountain, and they've been annihilated. 369 making the paycheck worth it as he gets a double kill. Oh dear, EDG, they don't want to end it just yet. They're having a bit of fun.
I love the way Viper's just like, what are you doing, lads? There's objective penalties, they get coming back, but I mean, even with all that, they still get it.
I'm ready for another one. I'm ready for the wait for the cooldown. In they go. It's going to be Kanavi trying to start the fight off, but the rest of the team not so interested. Quickness on the back line. In goes LPC. Is Viper going to go down? That's an 80 carry kill for JDG. I mean, it doesn't matter, but hey, that's twice now LPC's killed the enemy bot lane. So thumbs up for LPC and Mystic. I like what I'm seeing out of the bottom lane. It may
Oh
not
no,
be
they're
a
going
win.
again.
Oh, they're doing it again. They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
The ulti. Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think that Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
In there, ends up finally engaged, ends up locking down the initial tower. Aggro taking
Doobie's
Zoom
not
out.
done. Doobie is not.
roaming.
He's still roaming, but that's just a terrible idea right now because you have the slicing Maelstrom. 1 kill, 2 kills, double kill for Zetus.
Yeah, you know, the analogy honestly did not make any sense this time around, which is why we love it. You know what else doesn't make a lot of sense? Is this game so far on, hits the hook on a Bew Bew.
Oh, it's a pick. It's a beautiful pick. Bew Bew getting caught out is tragic. One Fong makes it a 4 versus 5 in the shy. Slows him down with the needlework. This is so bad for WE. They have to get out there. This all gets 2-man Cataclysm, and Bew has to bring it all back. But he's in the middle of the team to stay using the range. Somehow WE might actually turn the fight around with the poke and burst. One Fong as well, not expecting it. He's charmed with quickness, but GA pops through as the shy takes some ball to court. You need a lawyer to get yourself out of that one, Lyric.
Yeah, the Shy turning it around for the side of Weibo. So many members down. This looks like Weibo should just be able to push for the finish. Huanfeng's still up. Angel has TP, so he can easily rejoin, keep the minions alive. And yeah, this should just be a solid close for Weibo.
Well, somehow, Lyric, I don't know how, because Stay and Shanks were doing so much, but Exor Fam turning it all around as a package brings in the last hope. They're burning down massively. Shanks, the burst damage, absolutely incredible. Somebody hit him, forget the Nexus, Lyric. Angel needs to kill him. He goes into GA, Nexus exposed, the Shy takes down View. Finally, are we there? We're there! Game 1 over to Weibo, somehow.
I gotta say, that's a banger quote. We gotta fight.
Yeah, we do indeed. In for Zora, but he's dead immediately. Now Tarzan is still, and he's done it. No soul for you, Rare out of 4 members running away as Ala is a busy boy, spinning with the helicopter. He's flashed away to not absorb the damage. Blue goes down, and wow! Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, what? Strive is a madman. That target selection, Lyric, that was insane.
Yeah, Mew, that's still taking beat.
Oh, the Jinx Rocket. Oh, they're gonna find us. No, from Boating.
What a play. Forget the junglers, forget the next singly. It doesn't matter, because we got a Jinx in the game.
View's spear range is nothing compared to Photic.
Remember when you ended me? You left with a big smile on your face. In death, there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Remember when you ran from me? Now I've caught you in my web. Don't try to struggle free. It's nothing personal. It's you, not me. You, not me. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. To play, you know, pass around, rational let.
在面对明跟高的时候，就会想办法打好吧。而且之前因为也带RNG带过，跟明带过，也很想赢下他们。明这位选手就是打得特别激进吧，然后很常会有那种可以在下路1打2的操作，但就是希望对上他们的时候，我们可以反过来。
Experience from Betty there after playing in the bottom lane with Ming. Remember, that was the RNG roster where 2019 they were still looking for someone. Oh, maybe, sorry, excuse me, Lyric. 2020, the RNG didn't do too well. They were looking for another 80 carry. They found Gala towards the end of it. But before that was Betty, so new versus the old in some kind of sense. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Lyric. And game number 1, no, it didn't go to RNG. It went to Anyone's Legend because Betty popped off on Jinx and RNG gave that early triple kill. In fact, Lyric, Betty had 3 triple kills that game, and very well deserved too.
Yeah, Betty had an amazing game. I feel like Xiaohao as well. I just want to give him a special shout out because Xiaohao was everywhere in the early game, just, finding kills left and right. And we saw Betty taking advantage of some of the mistakes coming out from the RNG side, right? This fight, you see the ultimate miss on the Moonlight Vigil. You see Ming as well holds his ulti for so long. Doesn't even use it on the Jinx either. They aren't able to lock the key member down. And then Betty able to get the resets continuing to pop off. And it was time and time again. At this point in the game, it just felt too late for RNG. You just have to pull the trigger, throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks. Xiaohu tried his best, but the other members not able to get in there. And I want to highlight, you look at Anyone's Legends comp. Each of these champions are the most picked champion in their role in LPL. Yeah. Corki wasn't before today's games, but after today's games, Corki is above Victor. So, yeah, they pretty much got the Exodia comp of the LPL for each role, which, again, is pretty crazy.
Like, how does that happen? In game number 1, we were questioning draft, and we're excited for it again. But for RNG, giving away so much, like the first 3 picks, the Jinx, the Xin, the Corkies you mentioned, so big to give away. We removed the nameplates, and we're like, hey, this team's definitely got the better draft. This team's going to win. I'm impressed with Anyone's Legend, but in the same vein as well, I feel like RNG moving into this game too, and now that we're swapping sides with Anyone's Legend going blue, RNG red, it does feel like, Lyric, I do believe it's the other way around, RNG blue. Legend red.
No. You were, see, Hysterics, you don't need to question yourself. You were right. You were on point the first time. But, yeah, like you're saying, we are swapping sides over, and,
It's not. Lyric, Anyone's Legend was blue. It's my fault. I brought us into this.
Okay.
It's okay. So this is what's going on. It's my fault. I'm sorry, dude.
So I believed in the Brotherhood, but point is, I don't expect draft to change too heavily in terms of bans coming out from either side. You saw the target bans coming through both ways, right? We saw a lot of mid lane bans. Actually, they stay, and screw bans. We're straight into picks. Anyone's Legend this time gonna go for the Zins out because RNG did adapt. RNG did take away the Corki pick.
Yeah, they did. At least that's a start, right? But Xiaohao in game number 1, you were complimenting him for good reason, guys. The first 15 minutes, he was everywhere, as Lyric just said, and he gets the same pick that he absolutely dominated way on. So I want to see which direction RNG going this time, because it was a Trindamir's second pick on red side, which is very liable to change.
Oh, it's definitely not going to show its face again. It's just the fact that the Corki isn't open. That was specifically picked into that matchup. Now with the Corki banned out, RNG wanting to pick something a little bit, I'd say, easier to execute in terms of like, hey, we're going to be the team that plays a bit further back, looking for that kiting, looking for that team fight. Now for Anyone's Legend, we're going to see where Maple wants to go with it. Last time around, he did opt for the Zoe into the Victor matchup. That is banned away. Right now, hovering the Orianna. A bit of a handshake in lane. You do lose early. You do have more proactive picks open that theoretically could go into the Victor. Things like the Vex, and just try to be like, okay, it's going to be pretty much a null matchup early on. I'm just going to look to move around the map and skirmish and look to play with my jungler. So for Anyone's Legend, I think that might be the way to go. Right now, locking in the Jinx, so having another hyper carry feels quite good. And now, yeah, it seems like with the fact that RNG had picked up mid, no reason to show something else. Just answer mid right now. Don't let yourself get banned out in that second phase. And they are going to still opt with a champion that can be proactive in terms of map movements.
This is a cool little pick that Maple's picked up in the past. Remember, we were just looking at highlights from him of 2016 at Worlds, where Maple was dominating on this pick. So nice to see that the man brings back something that is very much in his comfort zone. While for RNG, if you're speaking comfort, way on the J4 gives you the same vibe.
Oh yeah, I will. This will always be the champion I associate with Wei. If you watched E-Star in 2020, this will always be the champion implanted in your brain for Wei, because they picked it almost every single game. They were on a massive winning streak, then suddenly it gets banned, and yeah, E-Star was not the same team as they were before. So bring out the Jarvan, punishing the immobile carries on the opposite side of both Ryze and Jinx. Gonna lock them down, try and combo that with the Moonlight Vigil and the Chaos Storm to win out in these extended 5v5s. And now gonna take away some of these safer blind top lane picks. And I wonder if RNG will still just want to lean into blind picking their support. A lot of teams have leaned into blind picking top, especially with the rise of Gragas. But RNG, to me, with having been, strikes as a team that still will be like, okay, we still just 4-pick Nautilus or Leona, and then save that last pick for Bin.
But do they take away one support from anyone's Legend? Because with no support bans coming through, it's like RNG have their pick of the litter if they can just take one here. Gwen mentioned already banned the Jace as well, naturally. Just going to count us down because in 1 second, there's the Gragas. So all supports thrown to the wall, they don't care. They are just going to make sure that there's nothing that neutralizes, as you were talking before.
It'd be pretty nice in my mind for RNG to take away the Thresh. The fact that you do have, you know, Jinx and Aphelios, 2 champions that love to be paired with Thresh, but on the opposite side, you don't want to be giving them the Lantern to be able to escape the Cataclysm. I think feels pretty massive, so maybe go for a Thresh pick on 4, accept the consequences of whichever way anyone's Legend decide to go with the counter pick on support, and then get a nice matchup in the top lane.
Well said. The Thresh going to be locked in. Lyric with the 5-head, and I think more importantly, anyone's Legend with a bit of 5-head as well. We saw Bin on the Aksha on top, and they're suspecting something here, so... Lyric, what's left is a safe blindable top that you do for anyone's Legend?
Ooh, I'm actually curious to see. Looks like they're favoring the Graves right now. Their composition is pretty indexed, I think, into side lanes more than the RNG's is. So you could always opt into something that can push out, like a Camille matchup. And again, just opt for a losing matchup against something like a Jax. But they were able to muscle through it last time around. So we'll see. They do in the end decide to just go with the Graves. It will be able to generate its own pressure in lane. And they are going to be playing more of this 1-4 style with Ryze, trying to put some pressure on the Victor later on, and then turning it into these team fights based around Betty in the bottom side. And for anyone's Legend, that's what it's been all about, so it makes sense. RNG going to go with the counter pick we saw starting at Worlds with the Jax into the Graves.
So what do you look at for RNG? Because we know Jack's about the side lane too. Are we just gearing up for a 1-4 on RNG's side as well?
Yeah, I think we have 2 very similar compositions coming out. RNG, I think, will have some more earlier pick options available to them for the fact they do have this Thresh Jarvan unlocked. But once we get Realm Warp open for Maple, it's going to be all about the mid-jungle combo coming out for the side of anyone's Legend. So I think holistically, very similar identities, especially the way we're going to function in the late game. Okay. It's going to just be, okay, Bin pushing one side, Maple pushing the other, both of you rotating towards mid, and then these big explosive 5v5s around objectives.
But again, coming back to your point you just mentioned, anyone's Legend, the explosive mid-jungle duo, or not explosive, but rather mobile, I should say, with the Realm Warp. But I want to say what happened in game number 1 was that Xiao Hao made good use of his pressure down in the bottom lane. We first saw him in the jungle. He punished Wei with first blood. He then picked up another kill. I believe it was through that mid lane as well, Eric. Was it mid? How's my brain going? It was somewhere. But the point stands that Xiao Hao got ahead early, and then he gave it all to Betty. So Maple, if he can help that out, we're once again going to have a repeat of one of the most aggressive junglers in the LPL. Firing up anyone's Legend for a potential win. Lyric, I can feel it, dude. I'm sure you can too.
You know, I'm starting to feel a bit of the mojo. Anyone's Legend, the Panda Samurai team.
Yeah.
That no one believed in. That definitely has the coolest logo in the LPL by far. If they could 2-0 RNG, that would be huge. I don't care about the early form RNG is in. If you would have shown me this roster of anyone's Legend and say, hey, they're going to take a series off RNG, I would have never believed you. Coming in off to a great start, sitting at 1-0. I think having a pretty good grasp of what champions are strong so far in this meta is Chocho. Trying to be a bit cheeky, wants Xiao to walk forward to see if he can find that pick, and anyone's Legend overall looking for a bit of an invade.
It was a flag that spotted him out there from Wei, so it's going to be ward for ward in case anyone's Legend find a more creative path around to red. They'll back off and be granted information towards Wei's Jarvan. But Lyric, you know, coming into game number 2, again, folks, remember it was only one game. Anyone's Legend have to keep that up. And coming into this second game, that's why I want to talk more about the jungle pathing to start us off, because Wei will be going towards blue. You can see towards the bottom side, Xiaohao's also reset to start on the same side of the map. So, Lyric, I feel like with what you talked about, we will be looking at the junglers for early impact.
Yeah, and which lanes are going to be looking to influence, right? Both sides heading up towards that top side right now. We have seen if Finn can find some of those aggressive heavy trades with the E, he will be able to fight back against ZBZ and get some pressure off for himself. We're seeing mid lane right now. Victor doing incredibly well into the Rise matchup. I mean, you outrange him. Level 1. Victor Q level 1 is one of the strongest level 1 abilities in the game with the amount of damage you're able to output with the shield that you get back as well. So we expect to see this. We know Maple is going to be playing more for the map and not for himself.
Nice to see, right? You know, if Maple can, again, influence the map, then we're talking good news here for anyone's legend, but Xiaohu is going to bully him out for the time being, and having hit level 2 first, falls on that. Ming gets stretch lined in. With little aftershock on Chocho means he takes no return damage, and it's just Ming who takes the front from Betty on the way through. So we're getting trading across different parts of the map here as junglers move up towards the top side. For now, they'll be unspotted.
Yeah, we're going to see jungler. Oh, I'm going to pause. Okay, bot lane looks fine. But ZDZ having pressure level 1, you know, Bin not having access to his all-in tools of E and the Q combo, being able to get on top of ZDZ, so we will get the initial push towards top side. We're going to see what Xiaohao does with this because he's making his way up through Tribrush right now. I think he's going to look for Wei.
A jungle for jungle at this point. As Wei walks in, Lens, yep, spots him out. Wei walks right into Xiaohao. Wind becomes lightning, and look at Bin at the same time. Double flash comes through, but against the turret, Wei might just be dead. He goes back on in, and he's lucky to get out of there. Bin burns his as well. 1 flash for 2. Anyone's legend first to the chase again.
And Xiaohao going to be able to steal away from some camps as well, right? Can make his way over to those Krugs, take those away because he knows that Wei needs to back. So nice advantage being built up. Anyone's legend, it looks like they're posturing for it, but their wave's going to be taken down really low. I don't think they actually can look for this just yet. And we know if TPs were available, potentially you set this up right. If Maple could back a TP to a minion, bam, that would have been a 3-man dive for sure. But yeah, that doesn't exist anymore.
That's sad.
No dives.
It's really sad. TP only to the turret means that we got to wait till 14 minutes for anything as explosive as we expected in the first. I can't remember when it was. I think we've had 3 or 4 minute TPs. 4 people down to the bottom lane Lyric. Like, it's happened at level 2 for sure a couple of times in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do it to cover dives, right? Like, if the enemy mid lane or some, like, aggressive pushing combo, like a Syndra Zinzao or something, and you have a Victor and you're on the back foot, and they run down, okay, they're looking for the dive, bam, you can use your TPs to defend that play, so we can see a massive play towards the bot lane. Just we can't see these same aggressive dives coming in early on. And, you know, I want to bring focus a little bit back to the mid lane matchup because Xiaohu's been doing incredibly well, has been up quite a bit of CS. Maple having to go for that earlier reset. Still waiting for him to hit that level 6 mark. Xiaohu holding onto his TP, so should be looking for a reset quite soon. And let's look at Xiaohao. What's he doing his stairs?
On top of Raptors. He's level 4, but Ming has made the roam as well. Now, I believe Ming was spotted out as he moves on up. He doesn't have mobility boots, but he's still fast enough here as a support. RNG wrapping around, but Xiaohao's picked up the camp. He's going to back in this bush, and RNG just giving deeper vision control at this point. Lyric, I want to see if they wrap towards mid and catch Maple off guard.
So I think what they were thinking there was that Xiaohao would make his way from his Raptors to his Krugs, so they're going to try and wait in the path he's going to take, find the pick-off. They don't go for it. So they do decide to back off in the end. Moving towards mid, we see now why they probably opted out of that one. Xiaohu having no mana still. Again, sitting on his reset, so we'll be able to come back to lane a bit stronger than Maple since he has held his reset longer. We'll have more gold compared to Maple, who was able to just back and buy that tier. And we're going to see both teams start pivoting down, playing towards this bottom side once again. Ming does have access to things like the flash play into lantern play to set up Wei. Might not even need it because the wave is pushed up far enough for him to make his way into that brush. Actually, not anymore.
Going to be a reverse though. Xiaohao's going to the top side and minion wave to be cleared out. I don't know if Bin spotted. Bin just walked back so instinctively. So maybe just waiting for the wave. Didn't see pings coming through, but at the very least, no response play for now. And even RNG's Wei heads away. Guys, it's so hard casting this guy and saying anything about distance. Wei is standing over there.
Ooh. You know what I'm excited for?
What?
when we get to cast on versus on. You know, IGs do AD carry versus obviously
on versus on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That one will be very, very fun. So, though that's not until week 9, so we got a bit of time.
We've already had Xiaohu versus Xiaolahu. I know because you and I did that. When we get Wei versus Wei, that's always a classic. You know, Xiaohao versus
when we get Xiaohao versus Xiaolahu, that one will also be fun.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Xiaohao ganking Xiaolahu's lane. As speaking of Xiaohao, he is maintaining his presence around bot. I think for anyone's legend, well, it doesn't matter what the draft will be. We've seen Xiaohao consistently just plays for the advantage that Betty and Chocho try to find in the bot lane. I know for anyone's legend that Chocho is the primary caller on this team. It was why even when they were known as Rogue Warriors, and it seemed like they wanted to find a better mechanical replacement than him, they always opted to bring him back into the roster because he definitely brings more of a voice. I think that is very clear in the way they play, because when he wasn't on the lineup, Maple, as Flash, I think he's fine.
Well, we talked about the mid lane matchup a little bit earlier, Lyric. I'm glad it's delivering to a bit because in game 1, I didn't feel like there was ever a time talking about Tryndamere versus Corki. A Xiaohu versus Maple hasn't been exciting so far, and we just did a huge historic segment on it. I'm really hoping this game we get to talk up these mid laners, that we do get to talk about them earlier than 30 minutes in.
And let's remember, Xiaohu has the best lane stats in the LPL to mid laners. Averaging right now plus 16 at 15 minutes. Okay, can anyone's legend set this up?
If he doesn't die, he'll definitely hold on to that. Look at the CS difference right now. 58 CS to 74 in the mid lane, even in the bottom lane. Gala supporting some of his own stats right now. Been in the laning phase too, Lyric. Doing well to the tune of close to 10 CS up. Actually, forget that, guys. The wave is pushing in, so it's pretty much even. But it feels like RNG right now, 400 gold or 300 gold ahead at 8 minutes, purely because of these small individual CS leads.
And now for the side of RNG, they're going to make their way up towards Herald first. Since they kept Ming in the bot lane longer, it means they were able to push that one in since Chocho was already roaming around the map. So their duo will be able to get there first. Betty now will start to make his way up. So RNG will have a small window where they will have the setup to try to pick people off. They also do have vision laid out. So if someone walks over, you know, blue buff wall or something like that, Ming can try to find a death sentence to set up the pick and guarantee the objective.
But the big thing for me is that Xiaohu still doesn't have the Chaos Storm. He used it on Maple before. For anyone's legend, the Realm Warp as an angle positioner, if that's even English, it's right on into the middle. Might not matter. RNG take their free food, and once again, I've said that in the second game because anyone's legend walk into them, and they didn't even use their credit card. RNG with first blood, Herald in the back pocket. That was nuts.
That was just the power of having the vision up on top side. Anyone's legend trying to brute force their way in through their jungle. Such a small choke point when we hit on. For RNG, your bread and butters, bam, Jarvan goes in, EQ ultimate, and it sets up for the gravity field, the Chaos Storm, the Moonlight Vigil to hit onto multiple members. So for anyone's legend, feels like you're going to have to find your way into the choke points through open spaces like mid rather than this. They're trying to force their way in with the hook. So I understand the idea, but there it is. Bam, Cataclysm into the Moonlight Vigil. Xiaohu as well, dropping his E in his gravity field and instantly blowing up Chocho.
Doesn't matter if you don't have the Chaos Storm. They walk towards you, and Wei has a really good reactive play like that. I think Wei deserves a bit of respect for that one, guys. As they pick up the Herald, it means there's gold injection soon coming. But for anyone's legend, getting a response to the Dragon, the condition that won them game number 1, Lyric, is something important to note that, you know, we're looking at a team composition that, again, you know, wants to fight. We talked about the 1-4 in pick and ban, and getting that first Dragon is a condition that can't be understated.
No. Pretty nice for them, especially when you still do look at their composition. You're like, okay, well, at least later on they do have the Jinx. I do favor what RNG have in the later stages. You have the double hyper carry setup as well as a Jax in the top side. So you also will have the side lane pressure over the Graves, which in right now, gonna see ZDZ. Gonna get a bit of aggressive trading going on. Does have to play the seal cap, so a lot of that damage coming out from the Graves is going to be mitigated.
Walks back to lane and continues to try and bully out DDZ a little bit. As for RNG, their focus right now needs to be on Wei. Lyric, Herald where? Is it just an easy mid? Are we popping it for Gala? Like, what is this setup you see on this map where Wei can pop that one down?
I think RNG have been one of the teams that have most preferred to do the rotation towards mid of like, okay, have Jarvan hover towards spot, get your bot lane to move, and then make your way over and start breaking this one down early for early map pressure. They might be looking to do that. The other place where it makes a lot of sense to me would be top, just because of how heavily Bin is winning in this lane. He's not a head CS, but he's consistently had pressure, and he's also been the top laner to challenge for a turret play, right? We've seen ZDZ showing him a lot of respect up in that top side.
Has been. Let's come back quickly again. I'm going to talk about Xiaohu. Like every other person who's casted RNG, there's a big CS lead still through that mid lane. And I need to point out that, you know, Maple here hasn't been able to realm warp proactively. You wanted to see that. You wanted to see Maple move to one of these side lanes and start this ball rolling. And even just, you know, keep safety for maybe the bottom lane that we talked about. So, are you looking for that to happen? Like, you got to walk me through realm warp and what I should be expecting from Maple in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, for anyone's legend, you need to be looking for a timer to bring Xiaohao and Chocho mid to be able to make sure that Maple is able to push out that wave safely. Because in the isolated 1v1, Victor will win. I'm going to pause as potential action might come. But back to my point, right? Maple needs help. Maple cannot do it by himself. He will not be able to win trades, to be able to force the wave push, to be able to make his way down. So we're looking at timers like this, where Chocho is able to make his way towards mid.
Flash. He's got Chocho right next to him out of the gravity field. Maple wants to bring it on. On top of Xiaohu, the Chaos Storm zoning away Maple. And it's a disengage, but hang on. If Maple wants to get out of mid, all you have to do is ask.
And now for the side of anyone's legend, it's about if they can make the repeat play. But I'm going to stop there because they're looking for a play on bot side. Realm Warp is available for Maple.
And they're so damn deep. Maple not going to drop it down as RNG pay the absolute nothing price. And the mid laner moves away. Maple goes back, and Xiaohu is now going to have a Herald by his side. So it was an aggressive flash lyric. I thought it was brewing into an awesome play, but I don't think anyone's legend is going to get anything out of it.
Bro, I gotta say, I love when I get to pay the absolutely nothing price. The nothing price, the best price in the world. I know for you especially, you know, that is, oh God.
What are you
That's something that
saying?
gets you going.
Are you saying I'm a cheapskate, or I'm just, you know?
I am.
Well, thank you so much.
You would admit it. You would admit it. You're a frugal, efficient person.
I like, you know, the good use of money. I don't like throwing anything out. And I also like the fact that, you know, when you... Now I'm just gonna sound like an old man with a bank account.
I've seen you saving change, like put the biggest smile on your face in the world. You save like 25 cents. You are stoked. That is a great day for you.
In Australia, we have this recycling program, Return and Earn. You get 10 cents per can, like if you know, if it's beer or, unfortunately, it's not wine. What else? Anything like a can of soft drink. For you Americans out there, soda. It's literally 10 cents back. Now, if you have a big night out, guys, I mean a big night, you make a couple of bucks back. That's a beer. That's literally another beer. Anyway, I think this is a PG broadcast, so we'll stop right there. Lyric, Dragon's coming up. Get me out of this hole.
I actually very much enjoyed that. It was a great segue from, again, RNG getting what they wanted for free. If anything, anyone's legend was paying RNG for their recycling, right? So I feel like your explanation hits perfectly. But like you said, Dragon coming up right now. We're seeing RNG trying to force Prio through bot side. Anyone's legend might just brute force their way in, though. Maple is hovering first, so if action happens down towards bot side, anyone's legend will be first to the play, with Maple still having to roam down.
I always love watching a Jarvan and a Thresh hover on top of each other. The all-in potential, the lockdown and the lockout. It's beautiful when it all comes together. But for RNG, being seen on the ward, pressuring out, dropping some of their own, mid's going to be pushed out, and Lyric, yeah, RNG going to be on this Dragon first, and a very different start to game number 2, with RNG actually completing some objectives and having something to say. Remember game number 1, like, Xiaohao had everything.
And I mean, hey, we're not giving away all the best champions in the LPL. We're not just being forced to like flash on top of the enemy jinx and get kited out. But this time around, we already hit on how both comps, I'd say, index generally into very similar strengths. I think there are obviously small nuances. What kind of monster can Bin be later on? We're seeing a lot more action from support jungle on the side of RNG. We've questioned maybe getting Chocho and Xiaohao more involved in the mid lane, especially with the fact that Xiaohu's flash is still down. So if you can find time to target that, at least you can start finding picks and opening the map through there. But anyone's Legend going to put down the Rift Herald in mid, so maybe you can break this one down.
Well, if they can, relies on Betty getting some autos here, but Xiaohu's going to wave clear it, so Herald will not get the full damage of the charge, or better yet, not get the turret down is what I'm trying to say. RNG hold on, and Lyric, it does feel like the mid turret is a big one for the Rise to be able to start moving to sides, to be able to start grouping up, or rather, creating those forced scenarios that catch RNG out with the Realm War.
Yeah, I love that you point that out, right? Because even though Bin will be able to win in sides versus members of AL, both of anyone's Legends champions feel comfortable sitting in side lanes, right? Graves, you have a dash. Even your collateral damage can be used as a dash. You have your flash. For Rise, going to feel fine pushing sides, having the Realm Warp to be able to get away. Victor is going to be the odd man out in terms of the side lane situation. So we see now how RNG are covering that up. You're having Wei hover with him when he does need to push this out. If Wei does show somewhere, either further down river or in mid, is your potential chance to either pick Xiaohu off or roam towards mid. Is RNG spot lane not able to find anything.
I mean, I think he's hit
not,
one.
Not good.
So
yes, he did. He has hit, I think, exactly one.
Yeah.
So the one up in topside river where they found the pick. But, you know, RNG just fishing for some kills right now. You don't have any objectives up. Dragon's not there. You aren't seeing Rift Herald. And in terms of mid, we saw what they did, right? Wei leaned with Xiaohu, who was able to push in ZDZ top, so they get first movement towards mid lane. They break down this turret. The whole time, Bin was keeping pressure up in bot side, so now you can have some members lean down there right now if you wanted to keep pushing out, but it looks like Bin as well opting for a reset, and RNG overall just controlling the general map.
Easily. It's a 3k gold lead, and RNG not going to allow this top lane turret to go down. Xiaohu with a quick wave clear and almost a 200 CS victor at 18 minutes. Bin CS is keeping match with ZDZ as well. It bothers me as an Australian saying ZDZ instead of ZDZ, but I know that would tilt some people. And maybe Maple doesn't need to ult Lyric. Maybe Maple just being in the right position and anyone's Legend grouping up with him enables a dive, but diving a Victor who's got that much wave clear, it looks difficult.
Oh, and even the other members of RNG are up towards this top side right now. And I want to point out, you know, regardless of which way is cooler or better to pronounce, ZDZ just rolls off the tongue easier.
Yeah, that's true. But
no, that's just it's easier.
And to be fair, you know,
oh wait, Hysterics, you might be right.
I might
the
be.
pick top side might still come. These guys are patient.
And he's got movement speed. And Chocho, now that he's spotted out, look, RNG like, okay, we'll push mid, we'll push sides, and RNG just going deep into the enemy jungle, getting free vision. So it's only one kill. It's 19 minutes into the game. Guys, please, don't lie on your pillow. Something's got to happen soon enough. And it's because Victor and Rise are back in the game. It's because we have slow 80 carries. It's not the explosive game number one where you're like, this cop's precarious. It's RNG being pretty clinical at this point in anyone's Legend. Getting shut out, but an option on top of Xiaohu. He doesn't take the Dark Passage. He layers down a Storm, but Maple and the big rocket. Holy moly! Where did that big one come from as Wei now cornered himself? Flag and drag knocked up in anyone's Legend. They're sick of waiting. Gala picks up kill with a dunk down on top of Maple, but he still lives. A flail away. Chocho and Betty sitting in this choke on top of Gala. He can't get him at the flash over. ZDZ's a Graves that doesn't really have a cigar in his mouth. He's got a water pistol. And Bin's taking no damage from Blade of the Ruin King, whacking him down. This stuff right in your face. I could think of nothing worse for ZDZ to go out to. The death sentence would have hit, but never the mind, because RNG somehow win out a fight. That looks so good for anyone's Legend.
And there was just so much going on in that skirmish. Hysterics, that should be one of the fights that makes you happy, getting to once again see the strengths of Aphelios when everyone just runs into him. Able to get that max DPS off. We're going to go straight into the play, though. You might let it here. He chose not to take the Dark Passage. Heck, even Wei jumping in, they think they could take this fight, but I think that is going to be a massive regret from RNG afterwards. You could have easily disengaged this play, and at least, even if the fight still happened with Chocho and Betty walking down, he would have been in unison, and here is where we see Betty, Gala, I'm sorry, just absolutely pop off. Did get the Moonlight Vigil down just there, and now we see Betty in a very awkward position. Ming doing a great job of peeling for his AD carry. ZDZ commits, does find a pick, but now that he's locked in here with Bin, even if Ming wasn't here, Bin would have been able to secure this kill. Is just stronger in the 1v1 than the Graves.
Taking no damage. I mean, Bin has a couple of shots to the face and it matters not. So Bin picking up the final kill of the fight. He's got 2 kills now with Divine Thunder complete. Excuse me, I've got a T hiccup, but Lyric, we come back. Second Dragon for RNG after the reset. I'm going to get this little graphic out of my eyes because I want to see the items on Gala. Now, Gala may have failed the flash, bit of a lull, but his positioning in that fight with Infernum was gorgeous. And now a 2-item Aphelios with LDR coming up as the second item. Means it's in the Nautilus. Going to be taking a lot more damage. And even the Thimble Winter on Maple is going to be effective with the item that Gala just picked up.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of 80 carries, though, right? 80 carry itemization pretty much even. Only an extra pickaxe coming out on his side. So, but hey, 25 ADs, nice. Who doesn't love 25 extra ADs? So, Gala going to benefit off of that one. Xiaohu now at, I'd say, you know, a pretty good level of burst, picking up the, oh my god, the flame item. It escapes me hysterically.
Shadow Flame.
Shadow Flame, there we go. Yeah. Gonna be doing a nice amount, getting that flat magic pen pending on health. And hey, who cares about items in magic pen? Because RNG, they've had beautiful vision control across the map this whole time. If you have a look at the mini map, instead gonna be looking for this Baron. Looks like they just want to bait out anyone's legend.
And Gala's got the perfect crescendo at the ready. Onto Chocho, the Cataclysm's there. Right into the thick of it. Gala holding on the ult for now, but they're in a choke. They're in a choke against Betty. I think for RNG, this is a bit of an overcommittal with a Rise as well. You're going to get blasted here. Bin on the backline on ZDZ, but collateral damage gets him out just in time for the range. Ming engaged on as well. Anyone's Legend still want to take the fight. It's messy as all hell as Gala's ulti once again goes through the goalpost. ZDZ's going to frontline this one for now, but Betty, Maple, all still alive. And RNG get 2 for only 1, but that got real sketchy real fast.
That was... Anyone's Legend were trying to, like, pull RNG around Wolf Pit. It was, like, ringing around the rosy, like, hey, chase me here. No. Come chase me over here. So not able to find the full effectiveness of the fight like they would have liked. Still come out on the winning end in terms of how many people were executed. So that is always super cool for RNG, who are sporting a 4K gold lead, actually, so a lot of that map play is coming into fruition. We're going to see here, RNG went instantly on the Baron, trying to pull them out because they do have vision control on the top side. They go for the engage, the Cataclysm onto the Nautilus. Not quite sure if you need to commit that heavily, even something like a death sentence or just running in and playing. I feel like having that to then engage onto Betty and Maple in a follow-up situation could have been better, but RNG going to keep it going with Bin on the side, being able to come through the flank, and Xiaohu taking some massive damage, holding onto his Chaos Storm and his E for so long, was able to turn around the fight in the end.
It's a nice call from you on the itemization. Seeing the Shadow Flame here against a Rise, against the Graves for Shield Bow, against the Zin, Nautilus, like... This is something that's going to do a lot of work. Get that max magic pen. And for Xiaohu, he's had a pretty good laning phase. It's really showing in these fights. It's really showing from the early damage we've seen on our screens. But I also want to point out that Bin is feeling comfortable enough to play the flanking angle. And Lyric, the 2.5 item Jax, who's got 3 kills and a bounty, who's doing a lot more than ZDZ at this point in the game.
And for Bin, this kind of style is what RNG need to do, right? You kind of pick these 1-4 compositions that aren't really about like enabling him or syncing up your side lanes. Like, hey, you just go play your own solo game, have a good time, come join the team when we call you when we're trying to set something up, and bam, you get to do your job. For the rest of RNG playing as a 4-man core, the 4-man core that has stayed together from last year and that did win an MSI title. So for RNG now, just about controlling this topside vision. They are putting pressure down on anyone Legends bot by keeping Bin there. They can look for a play if they want to have the Jax push out and threaten Bear at the same time. Maybe try and force a TP out from ZDZ. Keep putting that pressure down on bottom side with Bin, but looks like we might be transitioning down to bot side. Asterix is Dragon. Going to be up in less than 1 minute.
It'll be soul point here for RNG as Ming just puts ward down. Agent 007 making sure that there's no cheeky Baron start. And Lyric again, as we're approaching the middle of this mid-game. It's a mid-mid game, the mid-mid of the mid-game, but for anyone's Legend and RNG, you talk about the similarity in comps, the 4-1s that can come out and how they play out late game. And you did also compliment that RNG, it feels like their scaling elements just reach over the line a little bit more. ZDZ has to be careful of the hook here, but coming back to my point, we are getting to a point where, you know, RNG are continuing to run away with the gold lead, and if comps are similar, then it's very easy to see that RNG, with this continued pace, are favored to take us to a game number 3.
Especially when you have champions like Graves, Zinzao, Rise that are going to be running into the victor in the Aphelios, right? You can easily drop. Wei might find this.
Well, there's Cataclysm, Insta-Flash away, but the max range Death Sentence, and Bond does it again. On top of Maple, he'll take away the 007 scoreline, but it doesn't matter because it could be the end right here with anyone's legend walking into a choke. They've already lost 2 people, but Gala going down is huge. DDZ needs something out of it though, as Betty on the back line running away from Bin. Insta-Flash with a counter-strike response. Bin may sacrifice his life, but anyone's legend or on low HP. Ming missing the hook, and RNG actually coming out as an even trade is a benefit to AL.
I mean, AL are so happy with that. Chocho was so massive, finding his way onto Gala. I can't wait to get the replay of that one. But Dragon is up. Both teams still posturing for this objective. Betty trying his best to be able to poke them off. But with Xiaohu still alive on the opposite side, I think this can be a little bit of a rough one. With the members, with Maple coming up soon, Maple will be able to TP in. Anyone's legend would have numbers advantage. I think RNG might just have to concede this.
Well, it depends. TP's being burnt down now. Xiaohao right in the middle of the pit. RNG trying to burst him down. The Chaos Storm right in the middle. Excuse me, the Gravity Field, but a great hook again onto the enemy jungler. Xiaohao gets bursted down. Now there's no Smite, but right out back at you with Wei. Get the same. The Dragon help it out. RNG win the fight as Gala returns to the Rift. Howdly doodly for 6-2 and 4 on this Aphelios.
And Xiaohu as well, just being left untouched, being able to put off so much damage in the backline. I thought RNG maybe wouldn't contest the fact that Maple can just TP in. Chocho was already making his way over there, but they go for it. They're going to turn it straight into a Baron, and they're on soul point.
That's what you want to see if you believe in RNG to take us the distance. Soul point, Baron going to be picked up. Bella's about to be 3 items. And RNG going to move ahead by about 7,000 gold in the lead, and then some. Lyric, that was so much fun to watch. Wait for this replay because this fight was explosive, and it's going to take a long time to play out.
Yeah, and we see RNG commit heavily onto Maple. They're able to find pick. Keep your eyes on Chocho here. Chocho comes in, instantly gets on the Gala. I feel like this was so big because if this didn't happen, this fight would have just been RNG wiping anyone's legend out. We do see RNG able to pick up kills on the backside. They, of course, did catch out Maple, and they're able to finish off Chocho because he sacrifices himself for that pick. Bin trying to continuously go in. Is able to get a massive multi-man stun, but still, ZDZ, Betty, he's in between 3 people. He gets kited out, and you highlighted Ming finding the hook instantly to the Jarvan combo, knocking numerous people up. Betty zoning away, Betty getting zoned away by Gala on the opposite side. And it's like, man, the setup was just there. The big problem for AL in that situation is they thought, hey, we can get this. Again, we have people coming out the map, but you are funneled into the small choke point, which RNG can take advantage of so well.
And they're taking advantage of anyone's legend being so far behind at this point in the game. 8,000 gold will count a little bit more, guys, because Bin's knocking down turrets in the mid lane. You can see ZDZ actually having to back off now because he's pushing Bond, but RNG have taken top inhibit at the base in shambles. RNG still pushing forward, Gala poking them down, and Bin here with the next piece of wave clear. RNG pinging down the mid, Lyric, and I think they're not stopping here. Baron's got a minute 30. This is going to be a massive power play.
Yeah, for RNG, they can even just take it slow as well. They don't care about the other wave. It is already all the way pushed back.
Great line.
Two lanes.
Chocho's going to be knocked right on in. Can he get the ulti off? Yes, he does, but he dies down with it as RNG still have the space they created. Bin absorbs the damage. He's actually stunned up for a little bit, and Betty's doing a lot of damage. Gravity Field comes down. Xiaohu, Chaos Storm on top of the 80 carry, but now he's deep. Does he care? No, he doesn't. He's got Gala behind him. Another volcanic explosion. RNG, 4 members are low, but I tell you what, Royal never give up.
I love watching the Xiaohu Gala combo in team fights. That was just nice coming out. Xiaohu still staying aggressively forward. It's like, bam, drops the E, drops the Chaos Storm. TP coming in. RG want to end.
The flash away. Maple survives for now. Bin didn't have his own up, but I love the TP to the middle of the base. He leap strikes out of there, Lyric, and just wanted to let them know he meant business one more time.
Yeah, the most unimpactful TP in the history of Legends. Probably not true, because there are a lot of TPs that have a negative impact, but this whole play started off I feel like RNG could have waited for that top lane that top wave to crash in. Sure, that means you might have to wait another wave or two to sync up with a mid wave. We see here them walking aggressively forward, sets up for Chocho to find the hook. They do have a lot of damage down, but still, with that Nautilus ultimate knocking up both Gala and Xiaohu, it buys a lot of time for anyone's Legend to find kills on the retreat. And then this is where things get spicy. Xiaohu locks down Betty. He wants to go for it. Gala has his back. Moonlight Vigil hitting 2 members. Xiaohu able to finish ZDZ off with the Q as well. And things just still going in RNG's way. Now with Dragon up in 1 minute, they're like, hey, let's take the easy win. Let's wait for our soul. Let's get lightning that kills people because it is pretty sweet.
It's sweet because at 10,000 gold and a Hextech soul, you know that we're practically going to a game number 3. Now, for anyone's Legend, with the absolute spunks we've seen from this team, I'm not going to count them out even at 10,000 gold down. And Lyric, the reason why is because I've seen Betty's damage. I've seen what Maple does as well. They need a miracle. Like, they need like a, you know, Lost Island miracle. And I'm talking about, you know, Jack, Kate, all from the famous TV show. They land on an island somehow unscathed and go through a miraculous experience. There's a lot more to that show as RNG, not going to give them that. Instead, they're the others. Maple going golden, but Ming actually burnt out in the back line. Xiao just wants to take down the Thresh, but it's such a hard job. He's saved by Gala, who Gale forces forward as well. RNG aren't given an eye to this enemy team. Anyone's Legend or anything but in this game. RNG smacking them with a pole. Bin with yet another leap. And look at them all standing strong. Game 3 on the horizon in very heroic fashion.
Yeah, I love seeing the drive adaptation from RNG to set up this win. They come out strong, and it feels like they've been in control of this game the whole time. RNG, surprisingly, being the team that needed to bounce back to pick up a win against anyone's Legend. Not something I necessarily thought I'd say today, but I'm lying, Sirix. The second I knew I was casting 3 series, I knew I was going to get a 9-hour day. But that doesn't matter. RNG, Xiaohu looked cracked. Ming, especially, man. He was hitting hooks left and right. He showed no fear. He was flashing forward like Hung. It was sweet. And then Gala, there is the enabler as well. So for RNG, it worked. You played as like a 4-man squad. Bin, though he did have an impact, I feel like it's what we were describing in game. He wasn't necessarily... You didn't need to rely on it for anything, right? It's like, hey, we're fine to leave you in the side lane. We know you're going to win the split push. We're going to keep getting you to rotate over when the time is needed. But ultimately, a lot of the setup, the vision, the pick finding was set up by the core 4 members that were brought over from the previous year.
I mean, again, like, it's really nice to see that for RNG, the bounce back is there in game number 2. I think the important thing is that Bin integrating into this game very well. Like, the side lanes we talked about, that didn't even get off the ground in game number 1. Remember, we're like, oh man, this Trinity Jack's team wants to play 1-3-1. They want to play their side lanes well. But RNG didn't have any options. This game, they started accruing gold and it was really slow. Like, I'm sure our chat was getting ready to sleep a little. However, this is not the LCK.
There was resident sleepers everywhere. I'm sure of it.
There had to be, dude. There had to be, because at 18 minutes, we had 1 kill. But then all of a sudden, we get them flying in. 30 kills in 32 minutes in a very short time period. We caught up to the timer, and in great fashion, right? Lyric, we saw it up in the top side. We saw RNG knowing they were stronger through Xiaohu's laning phase, through Gala's confidence. These are the players that have been highlighted. You said it yourself. Part of the core 4 left over with Ming at their side. Ming and Wei. Oh, just say everyone's name. Really nice to see.
I'm just so happy to see the Xiaohu keep up the level of play. I was going to say career resurgence, but again, in my mind, Xiaohu's career never started to falter. RNG were bad in 2020. Xiaohu was not necessarily bad in 2020 himself, but it's nice to see Xiaohu keep up a very high level of play, even after switching back to mid lane. When he switched over to top, everyone thought it wouldn't work out, which, let's be real, that is a massive gamble. You have no idea. I think betting against it is the safer move. And now moving back to mid, people have the same questions. Hey, you might have been an elite mid laner before, but you haven't played mid in a long time. Even when it came to you being an elite mid, you never performed when it mattered most. Can you do it this time? And we're still early in the split. RNG still look incredibly shaky as a team, but Xiao as an individual is just beautiful to watch. I love his positioning in these fights, being left unscathed, getting off so much damage. Even at the end, when Betty gets hit by the gravity field, knowing I'm going to walk forward, I'm going to get these kills. My team better have my back.
Yeah, it's good to see. Let's come back to Xiaohu super quickly as well. On something like the Victor was so concrete. We talked about the CS difference at 15, those stats, and how Xiaohu was the best in the league. This was a good game where, yeah, okay, Victor versus Rise, but more importantly, how Xiaohu manipulated that matchup. It's good to see the stability there for RNG, and then suddenly all pieces come together in a much better way. Game number 1, there were no pieces to play with. There was nothing happening for RNG's composition, and you know, it is nice to see, though, on the other side, Anyone's Legend actually put up a fight. We still saw the strong early game from Xiao Hao. Is it going to be enough in game number 3? Because we go to game number 3 after a 1-1. RNG bring it back. Let's not forget Anyone's Legend started off this series. Anyone's guess, Anyone's Legend, Anyone's question for game number 3 after the break.
我觉得小后选手就是看他打 rank 吧，就很猛嘛，然后分特别高，就操作也挺好的吧，就是自己要多加注意吧。
Pay more attention to yourself. You know what? That's fair. And the respect that Wei gives to Xiao Hao kind of tells the story that we've been telling all series long with Anyone's Legend. We talked about mid v mid lyric, but it really has been jungle v jungle in a peculiar way in some of these fights. Sterix, already mentioned Lyric's name. Lyric announced MVP because game 2 went to RNG.
Look, this man was hitting a ton of max range hooks.
Yep.
He was using Shirelias like an absolute gangster. Bring Ming. Oh, wait, apparently Ming's MVP. We're not bringing him on the screen. We're going straight into bad pick. Let's go.
All right. Game 3. I hope you guys are excited for this one. LPL's going the distance tonight. You may tune in and think, it's RNG versus Anyone's Legend. This is not exciting. You know what? Who are you? Ask yourself. I ask myself that question all the time. Who am I? I'm someone who enjoys good League of Legends, and LPL delivers every single time, except for LGD versus JDG. That was not entertaining, and both those teams need to look in the mirror and realize what's going on. But Lyric, into more greener pastures. What's going to get picked here? Ignore what I just said.
I gotta say, that was pretty harsh. Coming out, Corki, of course, is going to get picked. Corki left open this time around. RNG surprisingly changing their bans from last time around, deciding to take away the Caitlyn once again instead of the Corki. It's because Anyone's Legend also changed their ban. So Anyone's Legend have banned Corki on blue side both times around. This time around, they take away the Karma pick. So Corki going out. RNG have defaulted to the Aphelios time and time again. This is the Gala special. Not necessarily the Aphelios, but every split, Gala finds one champion that he really likes, and then he picks it 90% of games until teams start banning it away. And it's not that Gala can't play other champions. He will play them, and he will play them well when the time comes. But yeah, it brings me back to the days where RNG just picked Kaisa, and RNG just won. So we're going to look at that, and we get a Vex pick this time around. So this is something we hit on earlier. One of the other ways of trying to attack Corki is picking something more aggressive that can look to roam, especially once you hit that level 6 and have the Shadow Surge available. Hopefully, Xiaohu is much better hitting that skill shot than Rookie was, because I don't know why I keep bringing that up. It's bad. And Xiaohu now on the Zinzao.
Yeah, look, some Vexes, a lot of Vexes actually have struggled in the LPL. On Gala's point, that's real Jackie Love vibes, by the way. Sticking to a champion and just pulling it out time and time again. Jackie Love was also like that with Kaisa. He had a time where with Yuyan Ezreal, that's right, just kept coming out time and time again. It's those great AD carries that just know the faith of this AD carry, the faith of this pick is going to do them well. And Gala's done pretty well despite missing a couple of ultis. On the other side, the Jinx is there. That's standard stuff on Anyone's Legend. I see Viego. I also see a Vect. I see Shadow Isles. And a lot of things to talk about with mid 2v2 Lyric.
So, who cares about mid 2v2? Because if I remember the lore correctly, I think Vex was in love with Viego, if I'm not wrong. You know, hey, Viego was like one of like the coolest lores in League of Legends, with how the Shadow Isles came to be and how he used to be this king of this kingdom, and he lost his wife and he spent his whole life trying to revive her. And that is the important part of this matchup. But I want to bring us back to the opposite side, because I don't know how many Anyone's Legend fans we have in the Western world, but they are getting the same picks as they had in Game 1. The Corki, the Zinzao, the Jinx, the three most picked champions in each of those roles. If they get Gwen and Leona, they round out a similar, actually the exact similar composition than Game 1. For RNG, though, they are much more heavily indexed into skirmishing this time around, which is quite nice, right? Both Vex and Viego wanting to find access, both having those resets to be able to chain in team fights. So I do think RNG have an incredibly strong skirmishing setup so far. They're going to want to round that one out with some more engage as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised to once again see things like the Nautilus come out on the 4th rotation and set up for some of these big team fights.
But I'm interested in RNG getting banned, or rather Anyone's Legend banning away the Jax. It's something Bin's played 2 games in a row. Same bans out of RNG with the Gragas, the Gwen. So Bin's not going to have that to default on once again. If you want to see engage, Lyric, you already talked about the Nautilus there. I think things like the Leona also available, but who needs Sun when you've got a bit of doom and gloom on your team? So Nautilus as well, a very chunky man. Here, man? Looks like Big Daddy out of Bioshock. That's all I know.
Well, Anyone's Legend are going to pick up the Leona, but Hysterics, more importantly than Big Daddy from Bioshock, Anyone's Legend can't repeat the comp they had last time with the Gwen ban. Graves and Camille are the two things that jump to my mind when you take away the Jax pick, so maybe something along those lines. And no, they're actually going to pivot. I like this a lot, taking Braum into champions that are going to be running and are going to be jumping forward. Like the Viego, like the Vex, that passive going to set up so nicely. And then this was one of ZDZ's go-tos in previous years, just picking the Jace, having more champions that are indexed into being able to proc that Braum passive in team fights, being able to hit from a range. Graves would fill the same niche as the first one, right? Double marksman with Braum is a traditional composition that goes all the way back to when Braum first came out. So Anyone's Legend team fighting, very solid once again. This composition gets in front of Drake's, it is terrifying. Now for RNG, we're going to be rounding out what we can go in the top side. I feel like Jax, other than Jax, the most successful picks we've seen into Graves in the meta have been things like tanks. We have seen, things like the Ornn come out. That's not what Bin is going to go for. Bin hovering these two picks right now. I mean, heck, you're already indexed into all in. I think the Camille fits that a lot heavier than the Jace does, right? Instead of just standing back and throwing out those accelerated shock blasts. So continuing that trend, what we want to see now, right, is Hextech Ultimatum on a Jinx, flash forward into the ultimate from the Nautilus, Shahu landing the Shadow Surge, finding a way in. So you're going to have a lot of all-in threat coming out from the members of RNG. The good thing from Anyone's Legend is you do have the disengage coming out from the Braum. We already saw in Game 1, once Betty gets the Gale Force as well, he'll have his own repositioning tools. Corki already has those built in, so it will be a battle of execution.
Okay, so the classic cop-out, but I'm going to take away what you said before. There's disengage for Anyone's Legend, because with Corki, Jinx, even the Graves, Lyric, we have that same comp that can provide the space, and then if the execution or the engage misses from RNG, there's a lot of tools down where Anyone's Legend will just take over, and some big power picks once again. Did they get all 5 of some of the top picks in their role? Apart from Braum, 4 of the best champions on Summoners. Rift, Graves is somewhere in the middle there. It feels like Anyone's Legend are running it back to a similar Game 1.
Yeah, and, talking about what you just hit on, right? If Anyone's Legend can kite out the initial engage from RNG, I think they should be solidly favored in team fights.
Okay.
If Hextech Ultimatum maybe comes in too soon, you zone out Bin, or maybe the Shadow Surge misses, Nautilus isn't able to land a hook on a priority target, extended skirmishes definitely favor the side of Anyone's Legend. RNG definitely looking for those scrappier, faster, burstier fights. So for RNG, that's why it is more leaning into the early game, in my opinion, where Vex is stronger at level 6. You have the combination with Viego to be benefiting in those skirmishes. So nice mid-game skirmishes coming out from RNG is what we need to see. Start stacking up some of those objectives early on. Find a bit of a gold lead. Don't let Anyone's Legends composition get to places first and kite you out.
Because at this point, for Anyone's Legends, they start the invade. Make sure they're in a controlled position. On top of Gala, Chocho has the flash available, but he's not going to burn it for now. RNG hovering around. They're just going to let Anyone's Legend hover into the bot side. It'll be a blue start. We might even vertical jungle. And for RNG, Lyric, I don't know if I mind this. I mean, Xiao Hao on, Wei on Bin's side of the map would be a big turn for RNG, but it seems like he's backing for now.
I don't know if Wei has comfort being on Bin's side of the map from what we've seen from RNG so far. Has not spent a lot of time up there at all. And by at all, I mean almost done. We already highlighted Bin's less than 40% kill participation earlier in the day. Even in terms of jungle proximity, I remember looking at the stat, and it was towards the bottom of top lane, which is expected. Heck, Bin knows the feeling well, though. He was already there last year in the LPL with SOFM, giving him very little attention. But going back to what we saw on the map, right? Wards coming out for both sides. For RNG, they do know this invade's happening because they do have wards on enemy side. They also are just standing right in front of them right now, so are going to lose out on blue buff. ZDZ trying to spot out top side if Wei did go for that. Wei didn't. He can try and make his way there now, especially with the fact that Bin will get control of top first, since ZDZ didn't start in the lane.
So an interesting start. Flash forward. Wow, that's so worth. Gala burns his own, and Chocho. Guys, you know what to spam. It ends in chat.
Chocho just coming in massively. So many LPL supports right now are just playing so aggressive. It's great to see the level of confidence coming in from, I'd say, so many supports that were very hit or miss before. They would have, like Chocho, would have these moments where he would do this, would also have a pretty unspectacular moments. I don't know what word I'm trying to say, Hysterics. This day's already been very long. Wei, though, is going to be walking into Chocho and Xiao Hao.
Well, this early jungle for Wei is going to get a little bit difficult. Betty moves in as well. In the bottom lane of RNG, stay in the lane, accept the wave, and it's going to be the smite down. Actually, Xiao Hao doesn't have it, so a little bit help from Betty's appreciated. Means that Xin Zhao gets right into it. Look on the other side. Wei's on this bottom red. In fact, goes away from the red into the crux. So as Xiao Hao moves on down, Wei's going to be in position, but I feel like against the Xin Zhao, level 2 is going to be a big deal.
Also, the fact that this is their side of the map, so Betty and Chocho can much faster rotate over here. But Ming trying to stop that from happening.
Remember, the Gala has no flash. Chocho as well. Ming taking half his HP. Chocho the same, but as Ming gets burnt down a little bit, Betty activates Lethal Tempo. It's only PTA from Gala. And Wei has to back away as well. The rest of Krugs given over, however small, to Xiao Hao. And Jungle v Jungle is a very intrinsic matchup in this early game.
Yeah, and for context there, even that bot lane engage coming up from Ming was all because of jungle, right? He's throwing the hook onto Chocho to make sure that they aren't able to follow up and help out Xiao Hao. Looks like Wei would have been able to get away regardless. They just run away, didn't try and contest the Krugs any further. So ultimately, everything does end out where we started.
Okay.
And for once, we don't have a big focus on mid lane, where, sure, maybe the mid v mid matchup hasn't been the big standout point, but the standout point has been Xiaohu having just complete control so far of every game. This time around is a lot more even. Maple able to hold his own. We do know for Xiaohu, though, it is going to be much more about that level 6 point.
Yep.
Still very far away from Rift Herald, though, so no, like, obvious objectives to fight over. Bid not level 6 yet either, nor his way. So I think for RNG, your comp still does have a little bit before you are looking for any of these ganks. Xiao Hao on the Xin Zhao, though, will have some opportunities available. I'm not sure. It looks like on the minimap that Bin's wave is heading into ZDZ. Maybe that sets up a potential gank topside, but his camps are responding towards the bottom lane, which,
they are.
Hell, there's no flash on Gala.
I mean, importantly as well, just talking about junglers, dude, the level difference is going to start coming through as well. Xiao Hao clearing out his camp. Wei is at 18 CS. That'll change very shortly, but the junglers are only just hitting level 4. It's been a slow start with a lot of pivoting through the map and a lot of map movement as well from these supports expected to come through. Lyric, I want to bring our attention to the Dragon as well, especially since RNG is starting to get close towards that level 6 point for Bin. Xiaohu especially, and this first objective important for setup.
And yeah, we're gonna need to see them lean heavily towards this bottom lane. I think if Wei just tries to look for lane ganks to come through the lane, if Xiao Hao is matching him, I do favor anyone's legend setup. Braum in these early game skirmishes, heck, just throughout the game, right? Braum in multi-man skirmishes is so impactful with his passive, with the shield able to block any damage coming out from Gala as well. So for RNG, I think it is look mid first, lean with Xiaohu down, and then walk down as a 4-man unit and hopefully have that numbers advantage there. For Xiao Hao's going to do the opposite. You're going to be looking to join the fight from bot lane and then work your way up the river.
Definitely low on mana though, so have to keep an eye on that one. Burning and Corrupting Potion does have a biscuit as well, so he'll eat the cookie and should be able to replenish quite a lot. Maple's also hit level 6 guys as he's now picked up the Missile Barrage. Xiaohu you saw there on your screen too, so both junglers hovering around here. Xiao Hao in the lane, setting himself up, and it's sad because I wanted to talk about Bin's Camille, but I might not even have time. Ming for the dredge line, not yet. Wei actually looking for the dive. This will be a dive. In fact, well, personal space is there. The Shadow Surge as well. Is it a solo kill? Yes, it is. Xiaohu burns him down in the turret, says, get out of here. First blood to the Vex.
Really nice solo kill coming out from Xiaohu. Hits the skill shots, walks forward with the personal space, the shield to try and get the damage, and bam, follows in with the Shadow Surge. Can't wait to get a replay of that one, but that's buying the space that RNG need. One of the reasons we hit on that RNG would probably be playing around their mid lane matchup in this game.
Hello.
As Engage comes out bot.
Well, Ming takes one more for the concussive blows. That'll be it for Betty. Changes targets. Chompers down. Gala stepping right on it with the Infernum. Crescendum, though. He has a lot of damage being that close to it. Ignite doesn't tick over Chocho. He's in the river, and he survives. And now for Betty, he got excited a long time ago. Ming with the flash away. Dredge line gets him out, but Xiao Hao on the retrieval path. Flash. Wind does not become lightning. Not even a little thunderstorm. But at least for Ming getting out, anyone's legend means they have full push of the turret.
It was so close. Nice play coming out from Betty and Chocho. Chocho just looking nice and tasty, baiting Gala and Ming in. Gala will lose a few CS, so even over the kill, going to be getting a bit more out from that one. We can see right now on our screens blue buff steal coming to fruition as well. We're going to go to one of our replays. My guess is it is the mid lane one, as we see on our screens. Maple missing still start. Xiaohu walking forward does get the fear from this E instantly into the queue, and then bam, walks back. We saw the personal space usage as well, which I felt like was so cool and critical, right? Xiaohu knowing his limits. We go into the bot lane skirmish. Anyone's Legend trying to bait out this fight. The Chompers locking down Gala. Feel like they do so much to keep him in place. And then at this point, as RNG's bot lane, you're committed. You're stuck in this fight. Gala sticks around, tries to get the damage down on Chocho to at least find something back, but he isn't able to do so. But again, I just want to go back to the Xiaohu point. I think really cool to see. Walks forward aggressively in front of minions, zoning Maple off. Maple doesn't respect, lands the fear, instantly pops the shield, gets the damage from that as well, and then just being able to follow through with the ignite.
And we go back and get the Sork shoes ready for this Herald fight, because it seems like it is going to be a fight. Maple backing away for the package. His teleport not up and available though, Lyric, but he should be able to surge his way out here. And speaking of surge, I'm looking at Xiaohu as the Herald goes down, and anyone's Legend still want to fight this, but it's a Camille. Hookshot, wall shot goes back on in, but if anyone's Legend, they're outnumbered here until Corki gets there. Wei is running away, and Ming actually tagged away by the concussive blows. The flash forward from ZDC, knocked on up the package over the top, and now they're ready for Wei. A good little fear on the way out. Collateral damage doesn't kill him, nor does the big one. Anyone's Legend trading a kill, but it was long-winded.
Oh, Betty! That was so sick!
The camera looks away for a second. Not even the spectator expected that. And Wei is... I'd be going, holy crap. Yeah, the flag deserves to be up.
Yes.
That was slick.
I gotta say, we've seen a lot of great snipes in the LPL so far. We're only what? I guess almost at the end of our second week, but man, do our players know to make use of Jinx and predict, right? Predict where players are going to be walking or where they're going to be backing in Fog of War. So that was great coming from Betty. We're going to go straight to the replay here. I mean, I don't think there's too much to tell here, right? RNG, they did have Tempo that committed first to the Herald, but still, by the time Maple's able to get his package, you are just guaranteed to lose one member with that massive ability coming through. And here's what we really want to see. Just great prediction coming out from Betty. And this, again, on this AL lineup, definitely feels like this is the best Betty has played in a solid few years.
Anyone's Legend is so much fun to watch in general. As we're going to get a turret dive here. Hextech ultimatum comes through, resets the aggro. Wei will get the reset, but Bin still absorbing damage. With the Corki here as well, Maple tries to defend, but he's too little, too late. RNG with yet another kill. And Lyric, I don't think it's going to end here. Xiaohu has the Shadow Surge. All he needs is a snipe with the Ignite. He's hit Maple, and there's no personal space. Where Maple's going for another kill again on Bin. Lyric RNG is set up.
And this is what gives you flashbacks to 2021 RNG. These multi-man topside tower dives coming through. Great to see Wei and Bin knowing their limits as well. Sure, they have to flash out because TP does come in for Maple, but realizing they could roam Xiaohu up as well to finish off the kill.
They're looking at it. The observers are like, dude, you're going to do it again. Betty holding on to the rocket.
Betty's not going to do it. He's not going to do it.
He's 1 for 1. He's going to hold the record. The observers were expecting it, though, Lyric, and you got to give them credit because Betty pulled that amazing rocket off before, so our eyes were on him.
So here's the secret, right? If the observers are showing him, look at his face cam as well. If he's not saying anything, he's not going for that snipe. He'd be getting hypey. He'd be talking to his team like, yo, watch, I'm going to get this. Wasn't doing it. So Betty not wanting to kill the Tiger King of Spring. And now we're going to be looking at, what our map state is right now. No Dragon, no Herald. Both teams just kind of chilling out. We know the ball is not really in anyone's Legends court. For them, their aggressions have to run bot side. And RNG, once again, gonna be targeting this top lane because it is where all their vision is. They also have Rift Herald up and a turret that has lost a couple turret plates.
Opening up the Camille as well, Lyric. I think it's a really big deal. And we didn't get a chance to talk about Bin with all the jungle shenanigans happening with the vertical map down in the bottom lane. Herald as it charges through here, and ZDZ gets a quick stun up. Gold only goes to Wei. That's unfortunate. Bin wasn't close enough. I wanted to ask you more about that map state and what changes with a 2-0 Camille starting this game with the Vex as well that wanted to skirmish. RNG's comp, they're elevating a bit here. They're speeding things up at the 12-minute mark, and I need you to let me know how RNG pushed this tempo to the limit.
So we can already see on our screen, right? It's just going to be a continuous push and move towards the top side because Bin is able to set up and stack these waves to be able to look for dives. This one is just one wave right now. 3v2, I don't think RNG can go for this. They should just opt into backing off. But go back to mid, push the wave out once again. Look to rinse and repeat, right? Heck, you can even clear your camps like from bot to top side with how they are spawned right now. For the side of anyone's legend, since their bot lane has been able to come out ahead, and since Braum is such a neutralizer in terms of early ganks towards him or any skirmishes, anyone's legend can keep just to all in on that one, and then you get this different dichotomy, right? For anyone's legend, you're all in on bot side, so it's going to be more about team fights because your AD carry is getting strong. For RNG, you're all in towards that top half of the map. It's going to be playing out through those side lanes, moving first, finding picks with the Camille, and yeah, actually having to play around Bin. It'll be different.
It's amazing because, again, what you've been talking to me about since RNG's come in and since you Dagda, Orcs have been analyzing this team, it's not the Bin show. Bin's left on an island and he gets attention in this game. He's a 2-0 Camille with Divine Sundra. Wei has the same item here. And it feels like, you know, we're going to be talking a lot about him here in this game. And you talk about pushing out the waves, playing towards the dive, or adding pressure in. I'll be curious as to how that goes, whether RNG look to contest the Dragon. They didn't pick up the first one. And anyone's legend starting to pick up the core items here as well as they move down towards the bottom of the map.
Why kind of interested right now, and anyone's legend just hovering around mid, making sure nothing can happen. But Dragon, like you said, Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. We'll be interested to see if RNG do decide to contest. They will have TP advantage, which I think is pretty massive, especially now that we are hitting the 14-minute mark. So Bin will be able to find an impact. So for RNG, I think it would be pretty cool to see them contest that one. With how low top lane turret is, though, they're going to hover towards the side first, maybe start making their way down towards that one afterward, or we could even just all outright opt into a full Herald trade and then use that into just breaking down more turrets, making a longer lane for Bin, and having to find kills through that way.
Starblood, Hextech got him super deep. The Shadow Surge doesn't connect, and that means Bin doesn't have backup, but he's done enough damage. Personal space, please! Get away from me! Xiaohu, that's another turret shot, sir. You're gonna regret that. He goes down in a very hilarious way.
You know, I don't care that he went down. The fact that he misses, he's like, I don't care. We're killing this guy. Presses W, flashes in, finds the kill, brings me back to their first match as well when they played against FPX, and he was on, I think it was the Zoe that game. He's going to gank bot and just flashes over the wall. Xiaohu is gonna make the plays he wants to make, no matter the price. Or getting the trade coming out, RNG getting to go for the Herald, where Xiaohu did pick up the second Drake, so anyone's legend just continue to index into that late game win condition as we see Bin trying to go for it. He isn't able to land. Sadly, Shadow Surge does miss as well. We're just bam, W right into the Q as well, being able to finish off that damage. Sadly, RNG, the wave didn't come in fast enough. It's still a bit away. Maple is packaged and goes down.
A nice little kill there, a retribution for Maple, but still RNG hold the gold lead in this game, if only by a little, guys. Excuse me, I can't see. Is that a 6? Yeah, it is a 6, so I was right the whole time. When you're at low pixels, anything's possible. It is about 1,000 gold lead for RNG, but that's going to quickly change. Anyone's legend pick up the top lane turret, and Lyric, you did say it was a war of attrition. It was a different perspective as well, where a lot of gold in Bin, in Xiaohu, and Wade. For RNG, they're going to have to deal with Betty, who's not only picked up the bottom lane turret solo, now he's picked up the top lane turret as well. He'll have 2 items. Bin will be a little bit behind that curve right now as he shared goal with RNG's jungler.
Still, Bin is going to be the win condition, right? I just want to like hammer home that point that for RNG, you're completely looking at this top laner, what he can do inside, how he's going to move to impact the map, or, you know, knowing Bin if he's going to move at all, or at least if RNG can capitalize on the fact that the Camille will be putting up pressure by doing what they did last year. Playing that tug of war, playing that push and pull of pulling the members of anyone's legend across the map to react to waves, to react to Baron baits, or Vision getting set up topside, and then allowing Bin to put pressure on that turret, but also forcing out the TPs from ZDZ and Maple.
I think on Bin's pick of Camille, you have a lot of faith in RNG right now. Away from the TP point, because we can talk about that in a little bit towards objectives, Lyric. I want to hammer home on another point about Bin. We got a lot of hammers here today, guys. And Bin's Camille is legendary. It's what I think about when I think about the X-Sooning top laner and how he can class on people, can win the game in 15 minutes or lose it simultaneously, but more often than not win. And Lyric, the final
Name
part
was
of
Love Camille on KR server.
It was, for a reason, right? I watched All Stars with this guy on Camille, and he took that tournament seriously. Some of you may have watched the stream, and you remember being on Camille in the 1v1s, and it was literally like, you know, it was like Messi versus a 12-year-old soccer team in that tournament. And the kids are like, Dad, why is there a professional here? You know, like, why is it Mark Viduka or, you know, Tim Cahill? Why is he at our tournament? Ben was walking over people, and it was crazy to see, but really entertaining to watch the skill of this guy. So I'm glad that RNG put him in a position of power, and this time giving him a bit of attention. Again, Betty versus Ben. Lyric mentioned the TPs before. We'll be talking about that a little bit closer towards the Dragon, because Lyric, Baron, Dragon coming up at the same time, but crucially, anyone's Legend have 2 Dragons already in the back pocket. We saw in game number 1, the Dragon stacking really ruined RNG. They did have a comp that couldn't play towards a team fight though, so different circumstances, but still worth mentioning.
And for RNG, right, they will still have windows available. Ooh, Moonlight Vigil comes out.
Hello.
Stopping their recalls, but you really won't be able to pivot this into too much, right? No Dragon up just yet, no Baron up as well. This would be a window where you can be like, hey, you can turn this into vision control on the side of the map where you want your objective. Not going to happen. Dragon will come up, though, so it looks like RNG will start pivoting their ward lines from the top half of the map down towards the bottom side. They will still keep Ben on this side of the map, so it tells me they do want to contest in terms of a soul point fight, you know, in terms of anyone's Legends.
Yep.
And try to play out through that bot side where maybe you're having, you know, 3 or 4 members fighting from mid, fighting from river, and then having Ben come off on that flank and threaten, having Xiaohu come from another angle, then it's going to be in AL's court of like, hey, we're being threatened from 3 sides. Which side do we all into? How do we find this right angle?
I want to ask if Maple has package. That's a really big question for me because we saw it over the first Herald. And we've seen, I believe, 1 since then as well. So looking for the play as Dragon comes up in 30 seconds. Package usage is always a big talking topic with Corky in the meta these days. I understand I tilted some people by saying soccer instead of football. Unfortunately, in Australia, I grew up saying soccer. You're going to have to deal with it. I do believe it's football's the right name for it, though. That away. Politics of soccer away. Anyone's Legend are walking into this, and the Brom doing a good job of keeping space. Remember, the poke coming through, and Maple does have the package Lyric, so I get my wish. As Xiaohu still holds on to the ulti.
Yeah, but ooh, the poke coming down from AL, though. There's a lot. Looks like AL, though, gonna look for a rotation on mid. Maybe trade this Dragon or a mid lane turret. They realize, hey, we're already 2 Drakes up. We don't need to put ourselves in any uncomfortable position. They do still have the package if RNG looks for the engage.
And they're in the choke here. Maple sees them as well. This would be an opportunity as anyone Legend gets spot out by a scrying ward. Big poke from Maple. But RNG aren't giving them an inch, and this package won't be used to good fruition. RNG going to defend their mid turret. Anyone's Legend back away. And at least let's pick up the objective.
Still bot.
You can't get too tilted. And yeah, Bin is just going to be hammering away at this tier 2, so anyone's Legend have to back or get away from the rest of RNG.
You are right, sir. You have tons of hammers today with But yeah, Bin tried to get some damage down on the turret. Wasn't able to do so, as we saw. Just like how Hysteric's rant about calling football soccer didn't matter, that skirmish didn't matter because there was no skirmish in the end.
You gotta remember, there's a lot of people that get tilted. They love that sport. Me calling it soccer.
I call football football.
It's like breaking their birthday cake. You know, dropping
Wait,
it
do
on
you guys
their head.
actually call football soccer in Australia?
I think some people do. I don't know. You know, I played it for 15 years, and I always called it soccer.
How do you not know?
Well,
okay, then I trust
no, I
you.
don't know
I think
because
it's probably called soccer.
Because people called it different things, and I think they wanted to be English. But honestly, Australians don't know who they are half the time. Let's be honest. You know, we're upside down. Like literally, it's just hard. You know, getting up in the morning. It's RNG.
Fight
big
Hysterics.
pick, but a good crescent guard from Xiaohu. Now that he's ulted down though with the TP, Ming goes in for the flash engage. Xiaohu as well with the Moonlight Vigil already pounds back. Blaze in the backline. Ambitious as he buys time, goes golden. Xiaohu starts popping out damage himself, but Maple kites back. They've built the space that we talked about in pick and pans, but Bin gets into the nitty-gritty. Bin versus Betty. Who's the winner? Well, it's RNG, of course, who went all in on smacking down the Jinx. Gala with a big surprise over the wall. Royal never give up with the scissor leg lady. They're unstoppable.
And for RNG, it might be messy. It might not be the clean 2-0 that you would look at the series and expect. But picking up the fight win, turning it into a Baron, RNG are going to be able to take this momentum forward, be able to start threatening those next breaks, and especially for Bin, having that Baron buff in those sides threatened turrets will be huge.
That was what I wanted to see from Bin. Lyric, call me your father, and let's look at this once again, because you are such a good mentor. Actually, no, I'm your son. I'll call you father as you walk me through this.
Okay, well, we saw Xiao walk into Xiaohu's backs, gets feared immediately. ZDZ left by his own. Some Betty, not even here at the start of the fight, so no DPS coming out on the side of Anyone's Legend. And now for Anyone's Legend, you see this fight, you were the ones being funneled through the choke point. Gala was the one allowed to pretty much hit freely. And that's the big difference, right? You were setting up this fight as, okay, we're looking at Betty, we're looking at Betty, we're looking at Betty. Well, Betty wasn't even a part of it. When your player, who was the one getting ahead in laning phase, was here for the side of AL, what are you doing? Especially when you factor in the other big team fight win for them would be up the back of the package, which they don't have. So blindly walking into RNG's jungle, getting caught out by both Xiaohu's way, and turning that into a winning skirmish.
I mean, I've loved watching these little skirmishes come through. And for RNG, look at the dominance starting to build up in gold. 3K here with the Baron, 1.5K play, and Bin working away at the side lane. Lyric, I wanted you to call me that because you've been giving me the information for RNG in this game about how they want to play it. You know, you talk about Bin with the focus. Watching him in that last fight on top of Betty, it really did come down to the two players, but RNG with more members. And now I'm starting to believe that RNG may take this away, but again, it's anyone's Legend, also known as Absolute Legend. And what we've seen so far in this series,
also known as Al.
Al, that's right. And you can call me Al. But the main thing is that we've seen Corky, Jinx, even Graves get to the mid to late game point where they still take over. And the gold lead is not big enough at this point, so RNG are not out the woods, especially with two dragons by their side, and most possibly a 3-item Jinx that Betty's going to back on now and pick up LDR. So I think there's a lot of good things to still talk about with Al. RNG still have that Camille, who's now picked up his third too, and Sonya's on Vex. So a lot of questions I want answered as we approach 20 seconds till the dragon. Oh, dredge line. Okay, I don't need to talk. Or maybe I do need to talk. Actually, it's not the Jojo. He's blocked a lot of damage, but Ming is going to be traded off. Bin once again picks up a kill as Vex to do the thick of it as well. But the package! It's so well eyed! Way does it go down though? He burns on the interim, but anyone's left there. Reset is Xiaohu!
Xiaohu!
The doom is Vex! Xiaohu! Say his name! Say the champion! He's made them absolutely sad!
Xiaohu is just such an absolute monster. Waits for the perfect timing, finds the old angle, gets in there, lands the damage and the fear. This guy's one of the GOATs of the LPL, and why RNG are at least postured to be able to take this game with the fact that they're at a 5K gold lead. They're sitting on 2 Infernal Drakes at this point, and man, Xiaohu just is not missing.
But he's not a carry mid laner. Quote, some of the community. You guys know who you are. Xiaohu has brought the top lane power and the split he had, the year he had. A lot of these great fights in the game.
Yeah, we see the engage come out from him. RNG able to continue on forward. Like you said, nice package coming out from Maple to set things up. But on the back end of the fight, Bin locking some members down, at least buys time for Xiaohu to land that, right? Ultimate straight in, once again, popping the personal space into the queue, and damage. It's all there is, and Xiaohu picking up all the kills.
6-1 and 6. Suddenly, it's not just about Bin anymore. Xiaohu was lurking there in surprise. And, you know, it's not a love story between Wei and Xiaohu in this game. It's a love story between Bin and Xiaohu. I don't know where that lore came from, Lyric, but I'm changing it. Camille's a really nice person. And coming into this game, Lyric, you know, we talked a lot about Xiaohu versus Maple. Now it's going to be a bit one-sided as we see that because of that fight, because of Xiaohu's triple kill, Gold has soared to 6,000 in the lead. With Baron coming up at a minute 40 with Wei just walking in and stealing that one. RNG remain firmly in control moving into this late game.
And just right, with 3 items on both AD carries, but like you're highlighting, the big difference being Maple being a whole item under. what Xiaohu has. So Xiaohu now Shadow Flame and the Zanya's coming out, gonna have a ton more of that flat magic pen onto the relatively squishy team of AL. And for Maple, he's looking to jump on carries anyway, right? You aren't looking to hit frontline as Vex. And Bin might win this 1v1 against ZDZ. He's huge.
Well, wait for the hookshot, wall shot. He's level 16 versus 15 Graves. There's a bit of healing reduction that Bin has to get through. But apart from that, Bin still remains an item up. The push continues here. Mid is crashing it as well. Look at the wave management here, Lyric and RNG killing wards, waiting for the next wave to push.
Yeah, RNG just gonna keep the siege up. I want to highlight now, going back to 80 carries real quick. But at this point in time, I think Gala is even stronger than Betty as well.
Okay.
In terms of where we're at with items, right? Because you do have the 3 crit items on Gala with IE. So gonna have that massive IE spike, or Betty realizing, hey, our comp can't be in range of them, right? We're indexed into these poke battles, into these long range battles where we need to tether them on the edge of our range. Did go for the rapid fire cannon. So in terms of DPS, Gala will have more. Betty, though, is building towards his win condition. So yeah, the point is, Gala's strong. Fear Gala.
Oh, it's a trap! It's a trap! RNG have been waiting for anyone's legend to seal the deal. Wei picks up the kill. It's a reset again from Xiaohu. The Shadow Surge hits for the 3rd time. Look at this man, number 4. It won't be a penta, but Xiaohu is dashing every way. Maple the only revenant. Wei flashes in the face of anyone's legend because they know it's all over Red Rover.
And it's all on Xiaohu. 8-1-8, highest kill participation on the team right now. 16. He found so many of the crucial angles able to come in. And like you said, RNG
package. Let's try here, the last resort for Maple, but there's no hope. RNG started off shaky, but this game cemented the fact this team, when it comes together, is so damn strong. It was about Bin for the first time in RNG, the first time in 2022, as they pick up yet another win against anyone's legend.
And if our technical director Shaliog is listening, we were right. No way this series was not going to go to 3 games. Nice to see RNG going to game 1. They may be testing things out. They're like, hey, we're going to bring out the Trinity of Porky. You think that works? That's cool. We're also going to get, I believe it's Jax in game 1 as well on the top side. And they also had a very heavy all in the jungle. And they played against Poke, right? They had Diana, Tryndamere, Jax, and they were playing against the 5 most played champions in LPL. They lost. Game 2, they come in, it's a little bit back and forth, but ultimately, RNG pull it out with some amazing performances, especially coming out from both Ming and Xiaohu. Now in Game 3, you guys just saw it. Xiaohu showing up massively on the Vex, great to see. Now for RNG, they're starting to build some momentum, right? I think those Game 2 and Game 3 looked better. I think Game 3 especially, you incorporated a bit more. You dove his lane. He was roaming over consistently to help you find picks, and that has been the biggest question mark for RNG so far. So nice to see it starting to get a little bit resolved.
It's good that we resolved a lot of things here today. You know, Bin in a place of comfort. Xiaohu versus Maple, the historic matchup, looks really good here for Xiaohu today in 3 different lanes. Mainly Game 2, Game 3, where Xiaohu was a core point for that carry. I want to point out, though, on the other side, you know, people might be looking at anyone's legend and be like, oh, this team's not good. The fact is, anyone's legend actually deserves a bit of praise for the series. I think there was a lot where RNG could improve Lyric. We know they're still coming together. But anyone's legend forced a lot of mistakes out of RNG, especially in that game number 1. We saw the core strengths out of their jungler. I don't think this team is by any means, you know, a 17th place team. Maybe 15th or 14th, but the point stands. This is a very fun team to watch, and they do have an identity building.
So, obviously, LGD today did find 1 game win, but I'd say barring that, like looking at the results holistically, I think anyone's legend does look better than teams like TT and LGD.
Agreed.
They've shown like they have an identity. They play very aggressively early game. They do tend to commit more resources towards their bottom lane. Xiaohu's a player who can pop off some game. Yeah, I think Betty's playing better than he has in the past few years. Cho brings a bit of cohesion to this with how aggressive he is willing to play. So for anyone's legend, I think there are definitely positives there. You know, in a league of 17 teams, it means they are going to end up picking up some wins along the line.
Yep.
But still, I think there's going to be a lot more growth needed from them if we are going to be viewing them as any sort of contender, even in the realms of like a 10th place team. And for RNG, I mean, heck, we're only inching up to like, all right, RNG just beat AL in a somewhat decisive
It was difficult.
fashion. Because I was gonna say game 2 and game 3 look decently good.
Yeah.
So, but point is, right? Even RNG I think have ways to climb up the ladder because RNG have expectations to live up to. RNG are an org that are expected to win championships.
That's true.
Not only make playoffs, not only make worlds. RNG are an org where excellence is demanded by you know the org itself, by the fans, by the players. So yeah, for RNG, despite the win, which is really good, and I'm so happy to see Xiaohu, especially all 3 games, performing really well.
Yes.
There is still a lot to improve on.
There is, and I think my takeaway from today is the fact that like RNG warmed into the series, and I think we've seen that, you know, later on, like it was against FPX where they had a couple of good games, and it was unfortunate. I think it was a throw early on in the first game of the series. RNG have been warming into the split itself, and you know I really hope like we get week 3 BLG. Will that be against Uzi after the Chinese New Year break? I believe. Top Esports V5 LNG. RNG get a lot of their big matchups after the break, so there's a lot to work on. But if we're seeing these core elements like Bin, like Xiaohu, really stepping up to a point of contention where they are acting like the best in their role, because they should realistically be the best in their role, or at least top 3, then that's a really good sign of life for RNG, and a really good sign that they could reach top 4 in spring. More to our expectations, my expectations, Luke. Remember, I put RNG first, okay? It was a very bold move, Cotton, but I still stand by it because of the quality, the individual qualities of the players on this team.
And I mean, heck, we're going to start having to see it soon because you were hitting on some schedule points, right? And like you said, RNG versus BLG is coming up soon.
Big.
That's in 6 days. RNG playing BLG.
Also, not before Chinese New Year. Oh, sorry, after.
No, it is. No, it's not after. It's actually
It's the
technically
last
our
match.
week 3 match of the week because, yeah, our week 3 is cut in half for any of you who don't know because we'll have Chinese New Year break coming up quite soon. But point is, RNG gonna have a nice test against BLG in only 6 days from now. You know,
Dude.
looking at this game. What? Take it away.
I just wanted to say before we move on with this game specifically, RNG versus BLG, if that's not Uzi versus Gala, I mean, I'm sorry, but there is no better storyline. I've been interrupted by an interviewer, and I interrupted you, so in turn, I'm a bad person. Let's hear from Xiaohu, then we come back and you tell me a little bit more about your thought process of this game. Sam and Xiaohu, take it away.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and we invite mid laner Xiaohu from Royal Never Give Up. First, congratulations on your win, and my first question is about your loss, game 1. I'm sorry about it, but I'm quite interested in the laning phase, like Tredemir against Corki, so why do you choose Tredemir to play against Corki? 那么首先恭喜你们，这个今天是让一支二拿下比赛的胜利。那首先第一个问题想要问到，就是在第一局当中，你们选择了蛮王来应对飞机，想要问一下你们当时是怎么做的考虑去选下的蛮王呢？
因为蛮王这个英雄最近也是比较火热嘛，然后在前期打飞机的对线中是可以取得比较多的线权的，但可能就是我们前面出了比较多的意外吧，然后也没有顺利的去进行一个正常的先锋团跟龙团，所以就对发挥的效果也不是特别好。
I think Tredemir is a quite popular champion in this patch, and I think it can gain some lane dominance against Corki in the laning phase, and it can play quite well in the team fights around Baron Pit or Dragon Pit, but we didn't play well, and there are so many unexpected affairs happening in that game, so we lost it. And the second question is about your adjustment after game 1, because after a loss, we've seen a new RNG in game 2 and game 3, so talk more about it. 那么其实第2局跟第3局可以看得出来，你们拿出了非常不一样的精神面貌。想要问一下，第1局的失利之后，你们做出了怎样的调整？
因为其实第一盘的阵容我们就是可能训练赛练习的也不多吧，就选出来就是尝试一下新的东西，所以输了大家也没有特别在意吧。然后后边就是回归那种之前的那些英雄对决吧，大家还是比较有自信的。
So actually in game 1, we just try some new draft in game 1, and we didn't practice them a lot in our scrims, so we just come back to our old RNG in game 2 and game 3, and luckily we win the games easily. And the third question is about game 3, because around 26 minutes you engage on Xianzhao, which is a quite beautiful team fight started by you. So what is the communication in your team at that time。那么第3局当中，其实你们当时开到了赵信，也是很漂亮的赢下团战，并且拿下大龙。想要问一下，在26分钟左右的这波团战，你们是怎么样去沟通的呢？
因为赵信就是被我们那个中路的残留视野看到他往左半步河道走了嘛，然后也是因为这个视野优势，然后我觉得有一波机会，然后就把队友全部召集过来了，然后也打出了比较不错的效果吧，在后面的追击中。
So at that time, our vision control captured Xian Zhao, and I find it a good opportunity to engage on him. So I call all of my teammates here and try to make the engage and try to chase the other teammates of the enemy team. And the last question is also about Game 3, because you play on Vex God MVP, and I think you are a super great Vex player. So what can Vex do in a team fight dealing so much damage? 那么其实第3局你也是使用了威古斯，而且可以看得出来使用威古斯熟练度很高。其实在之前的比赛当中也用威古斯拿下了非常不错的战绩。想要问一下小虎，你觉得威古斯在团战当中到底应该怎么打，去打出这么爆炸的输出？
其实这个英雄的话就一个诀窍吧，就是大招千万不能空。就如果对自己大招可能不是特别自信的选手的话，就是可以多去跟一下就是队友的控制吧，像泰坦的钩子什么接一下大招，只要大招不空的话，伤害还是很足的。
So I think the key of this champion is his ultimate. You cannot miss your ultimate when you are playing on this champion. So if you're not quite confident about the ultimate of this champion, you can just wait for the CC from your teammates and find the target of your ultimate. And that's all for the interview. 再一次感谢小虎来接受我们的采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you, guys. Sam Xiaohu there for you. A big shout out to Sam as well, who has been coming through with interviews alongside Wendy, both as great as each other. So big appreciation there, guys. Give Sam some love. I think importantly, Lyric, Xiaohu with a couple things as he picks up MVP, like the Vex, knowing that you wait for your teams to pick up CC and then hit your ultimate. A lot of people are going to be climbing to Diamond.
I love that he said that, because he specifically said, if you are not confident, wait for your team to hit CC. Because Xiaohu was not doing that. Xiaohu was confident. He was throwing out that ult left and right. And the other point which I know you want to hit on is the fact that he said, Game 2 and Game 3, they felt it, and they played like the old RNG, which I'm sure is referring to the RNG of last year, right? Playing up more towards his top side like we saw in the Game 3, going for some of these dives, playing with that vision control. And man, it was just phenomenal to see Xiaohu still trying to make a name for himself and show that, hey, I believe I'm the best player in LPL, and I'm going to show that. He said earlier in the day, if you missed the interview, his goal this split is to be the first all-pro mid laner in spring. Wow. And again, this man is cementing that so far.
And I mean, that international representation as well. Because RNG can be this top team, but if we see games like 2 and 3, RNG, we're going to be expecting a lot bigger things for them as well. I like that he had that feeling of old RNG. And again, yeah, it does feel like he's talking about last year, where Xiaohu was up in that top lane, he got all the resources and top took over. Seeing Bin take over a little bit was nice, considering they've never played around Bin, considering that for the first couple of weeks, it has been Wei and Xiaohu still staying pretty close.
Yeah, it's nice to see some dynamics change. I definitely think this is the best series we've seen out of Bin so far this year in the LPL, and we're going to see if he can keep it going.
We'll see, because for RNG, a win's a win. At the end of the day, RNG still skyrocket up in the standings with a 2-1 over Anyone's Legend that had no reason to be such a great series, but it was. For our last series, though, we have TT, who are trying to get their first series win up against Weibo Gaming. Lyric, you said it yourself, it's probably going to go to three games as well, so we'll find out right after the break.
To thrive in the LPL, teams must find a true leader. Someone who will not falter in the face of adversity. Someone who has seen the hardships and fought through them all. One who will stop at nothing to achieve every victory. A player's ceiling is always attributed to their age, but I'm telling you right now, age is only a number, and it's one that does not define V5's rookie. Measly barriers like that will not hold him back.
这位选手的话，就他风格也偏就是打法比较进攻型的选手嘛。因为我跟他对战好几次，我每次赢的时候都是我中路有线权的时候就比较好赢。
Blast themselves into this game. UB in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jump forward and finish the save. The double kill. And I sure hope so he would win. And boy is she. The triple for Rookie as he gives us a masterclass.
2021 was not a year of victory for Victory 5, but this year, some of the greatest LPL puzzle pieces have come together to ensure that will not be the case again. The deadly duo of Rookie and Karsa was a huge addition in the offseason, and they are here to make their mark for V5.
Stay here, damage across the team. Carson, he's still smite. Seal does not have splash available. Double smite available, you're right. He has one as well, and Carson gets it. Rookie with a kill. Pew chased down as well. There's no way he can escape.
Former brothers now cross swords. Jackie Love must arm himself to the teeth and prepare to take down once fond friends. And there will be no backing down this time. When pride is on the line, there can only be one winner.
Sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gold, but Triumph's on the wing. It's a choke and top esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. Is dicey, but Jackie Love's still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away, matches the counter strike. A quick QSS. Zenith's actually dying though. Zenith is dead. It's a triple kill.
Although a bright star, Jackie Love is never alone. You can always trust his knight in shining armor to help him in battles to come.
It's Knight Silas, Chain Lash, Kingslayer. 1v2 me, bro, I dare ya.
On one hand, you got Jackie Love and Knight, two of the deadliest carries in all of the LPL. On the other, you have Karsa and Rookie. Brilliant minds come together to potentially form one of the scariest mid-jungle duos of all time. The lights are on and pressure is high. Only one team will stand victorious. So let go of the past and take hold of the present. Top Esports versus Victory 5.
Let's come now. Let in the sunshine, feel it on your face. Gone are the gray skies, clouds are blown away. Time is on our side, with a dandelion wish. We dream our cares away. Let the summer sun shine. Let the summer sun shine. Sand in your toes when you're leaning for a kiss. Breathe in the moment. There's nothing quite like it. Sound of the ocean, breezing in the air. Like two lost cats away. Let the summer sun shine. Let the summer sun shine. You cannot reach us where we're going. Bathed in sunshine overflowing. Take my hand, the world is waiting. Pack your bags and fly, Let in the sunshine, feel it on your face. Gone are the gray skies, the clouds are blown away. Let the summer sun shine. Let the summer sun shine. Let the summer sun shine. Let the summer sun shine.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Oh. skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new worlds so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I say it tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light to shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the sorrow of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh, I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Pretend not to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay.
下一场比赛就对阵 WBG 了嘛，然后惹赛也是一个私底下跟他关系还挺好，然后他也会，就是想让他下手轻一点吧。我看着昔日的情分上。
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. You just heard it there from Puff. He gets on pretty well with the Shy, and he just hopes he's not so dominant this time. If you have been here since the start of the stream, you have now been listening to me specifically for 5 hours and 47 minutes. You guys and me know each other quite well at this point. That's Hysterics. He's pretty cool as well. And you know what? I don't know what I'm doing. Take it away.
Okay, Ernie. It's going to be a bumpy ride because after that, I just love that the Shy, don't punish me too hard. Puff is being pretty real because TT versus Weibo Gaming, and there are some ex-teammates going up against each other. But before we get to that, for TT, let's remember that they're a 0-4 starter here in the LPL. For Weibo Gaming, they've only played 2 series. They're 1-1. We previously remember talking about BLG versus them was a great series where BLG took it out. WE versus Weibo Gaming was also an amazing first game. And look, I think there's something we can talk about starting off with this series. A nice quote from our favorite representative and one of the most expensive and explosive movie stars on the scene. The single most powerful thing I can be is to be myself. As spoken by Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and with what we've got coming up for you, with the individual players we're talking about, the XIG players lyric, this quote makes perfect sense for today.
I was going to say, first of all, it would not be a Hysterics show if there wasn't a Dwayne The Rock Johnson quote in there. But I agree, right? You got the Shy, you got Hwanfeng, you got SOFM, you got people who are just going to play the way they want. You're going to see Victor top with Grasp. You're going to see Warmogs on any jungler you can imagine. You're going to see Hwanfeng actually popping off. So, there will be some good. There will be some crazy.
Yep.
There will be some not so good.
Would you like to start with one of the best parts about Weibo Gaming at the moment? And I'm glad I get to talk about him in such a positive light. I have been ripping on him with his career deaths, overcoming his career kills by about 100. But at the moment, Might Shy is doing pretty good, guys. Bring it up because it is rare that we get to talk about this guy in a positive light. But in the 2 Weibo Gaming series we've seen, it feels like he's fitting in nicely.
Oh, it's definitely feeling a lot better than when he was on IG, right? Still the same lane dominance that you had before. CSD plus 11 is pretty huge. Damage percent, he's actually the main damage dealer on Weibo, which is crazy when you think of Hwanfeng in the bot lane.
Yeah.
And not only about Hwanfeng being so good, but this being definitely a more bot side centric meta, and the fact that Hwanfeng has always just been that Jackie Levesque, like putting up 30% of a team's damage, even if he isn't playing as aggressively. So The Shy definitely having a good run of form this time around, even in games like this where it's like, you're like, why is 1-4-3? The thing is, it's not about his KDA. Sure, he is still giving over some deaths in these games. He's having massive impact in these team fights, which is where Weibo are definitely indexing into. And Jake, you're happy.
I am.
He's having a bit of a resurgence.
I am, and fitting into the roster again. With Invictus Gaming, it was about people fitting in with the Shy. It was about the Shy being the cornerstone of the team and one of the franchise players alongside Rookie. But now in Weibo Gaming, he's had to fit into a different environment, and I just love the fact that he is fitting in so nicely into a roster that 4 of them, well, when Sword Art does come along, 4 of them went to the World Finals in 2020.
And even thinking about him fitting in, right? I feel like mostly he's still kind of getting bin treatment like RNG do, where he's being left by himself for most of the game. But the thing is, he's having and finding a massive impact in team fights. He's roaming over, he's TPing, and he's making sure that he has a contribution.
And that's a big deal to me, considering that left alone in the laning phase, having those big laning moments still, part of what made the Shy great. He can lose in the first 15, he can win in the first 15 by so massively. Things I've been saying about Bin and other great top laners in the league. But moving forward, there's another part about Weibo Gaming we have to talk about, Lyric, and it's another XIG player. It's funny that we move from, one IG mentor to one IG young champion, and that's Hwanfong. And Hwanfong is someone you feel so passionately about on this Weibo Gaming roster and have for quite a while.
I mean, ever since he's come into the league, he's been a top 3, top 4 AD carry. Even when Suning were struggling last year, I felt like this guy was absolutely nuts. Winning in lane, despite the fact you look at his duo proximity, he's not getting a ton of attention from On. On is moving around the map, playing more with SOFM like Sword Art used to do, and trying to find these picks, trying to play with Angel as well.
Yeah.
And Hwanfong is still finding ways to impact the game. They have been able to get 2v2 kills. Heck, Hwanfong has a solo kill somewhere in here. I'm pretty sure in one of these clips. Sman is just completely taking over, and he's the consistent factor for the side of Weibo. If the Shy is a bit of an X factor and you're waiting for him to come online in team fights, and Angel, I'd say, is having a bit of a slower season, Hwanfong's the guy who you know is going to perform every single game.
When we don't know who...
There it is, Hysterics. There it is.
This is just solo kill you wanted to see, right? And there's going to be many more of them in the season, guys. On the Varus, no doubt as well. The Hail of Arrows predict. There's so many good things to say about him, and Lyric, I mean, this is... Dude, Yumi doesn't exist anyway. That's pretty much a solo kill too, or the 1v2 or the 2v2. Lots of good things to say about ex-IG members, and G-fan, I like saying that myself. But I'm excited about Weibo Gaming, especially today as their 3rd series going against TT, because TT need their 1st series win. And I really feel for TT, because Jordan, like, this team's still waiting on some core members, and we really want them to join the TT roster. Like, how long are we going to have to hold on? Because like Sam and Dave would sing, hold on, they're coming, but when are they?
Yeah, if anyone doesn't know, TT did announce Chieftain and UCal on their roster. They have not been able to play yet. I think TT also announced that they were in quarantine only maybe a few days ago or a week ago. So you would expect these guys to come in and change things up. Chieftain, of course, has played in LPL before on the Vici roster. Kind of the OG Rek'Sai player before Xiao Peng came into the league. Was on Fright at Brion last year. And UCal, longtime player on KT Rolster, also going to be coming over. Sad to say, because again, I've really wanted to see Captain especially stand out and have these good games and have some impact like he did back when he was in the LDL. But whether it's individual performance or not, this TT lineup hasn't been able to pull it together so far. I do want to highlight that these members are not playing today. It will still be Captain and Frigid. But the point is for TT, unless they can show something shocking today, like Puff saying in an interview he believes they can pull out a win, this might just end up being waiting for Chieftain and UCal to come on the roster to see if they can salvage it in some way and they can have some strength and a point to play through.
And even though like a 0-4 or 0-5 start wouldn't push TT out of the league or at least playoffs in the first couple of weeks, it is so damning that it may as well just be a bit of a death sentence, because for TT, not only is it the series wins that hurts them the most, the individual games they've been able to pick up is a big fat 0. They've got Donuts here with a 2-0 against OMG, 0-2, IG 0-2, ADG 0-2, RNG 0-2, now Weibo Gaming. They've had a reasonably mixed schedule to start it off as well, Lyric, and it's sad that they haven't been able to get off the ground when I think TT do have direction, with the bottom lane we've talked about being a highlight.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom lane is the point on the map that they've been hit or miss, but considering the rest of the map has pretty much only been miss, it's like you got to cling to what you can, right? We have seen Puff and Southwind find some 2v2 kills. That is a way to maybe open up the map and try to play through something. The problem is, once we even get out of laning phase, TT don't have a lot of direction. Bridget is a very new player coming into the LPL, so it's not too surprising that it's like, hey, we have this new jungler. We have a mid laner who sure has been in the LPL, but Captain has mostly been relegated to the bench, to being second string in line of mid laners. So TT not having a ton of experience or even like players who've worked in set dynamics before to try to bring some of that over to this lineup. So it's a lot of figuring things out. So for TT, we're going to see what they're able to do today. I've predicted a 9-game day, so I don't know. Maybe we get more grasp of the Undying Victor with some like weird builds and crazy shenanigans going on to bring it together.
Oh, we'll see, because only the Shy would pull something out like that. We are waiting for players to get on stage. Remember, all in Shanghai as players come back out. Any team that is, you know, not in their home stadium, like Hangzhou, Suzhou, the other team has been in Shanghai, so we are just waiting for that reset to come through. Keep that in mind. But while we're talking about TT and why you guys are waiting so patiently, I think the biggest thing for me is that this team, even with Chieftain and UCal, it doesn't feel like it you know, fixes the directional issues, right? There's a bit more experience there as we're about to go into ban pick, but is it going to be enough when TT still have a bit of inexperience across the map? That direction is a big question. Maybe not relevant
Hysterics.
Right now.
The goal for TT is not to bring in world beaters and become first place. The goal is to bring in solid players that let you pick up some wins. So I think we keep the hopes and expectations small even with lineup changes, but we're already into picks and bans, already having a lot of mid laners banned out, so TT paying respect to Angel. Thank God. No more Corki. You guys will not hear me complain at least for the next 20-some minutes. Twisted Fate also off the board, so not wanting Angel to find that impact on the map. Yes, 20 minutes.
Okay, all right. Well, we know Lyric's prediction for game number 1, but in which way he won't tell you. I like the bans coming through. We've got a very targeted ban towards Southwind. Again, the focus of TT has been Puff and Southwind's bottom lane. As first pick, Caitlyn. Caitlyn doesn't find her way through very often, but Huan Fong going to be none the happier for this game 1.
Yeah, and we saw it come through earlier in the day. TT, interestingly enough, taking away the Lux. I'm interested to see what they pair it with in the bot lane. I've heard some people talk about, you know, pairing it alongside something like a Jhin, but we've pretty much only exclusively seen it paired with the Caitlyn here in the LPL.
Yep.
You already hit on the strength of Caitlyn. We saw what Elk was able to do with this champion earlier in the day, and alongside it with TT just outright blind picking such a squishy, fragile support, PT maybe just indexing in, Weibo, indexing into this hook champion, throw out the Q, follow up with the trap, try and find these easy kills on what will be a very killable bot lane.
The Shy getting a Gwen here on the top side, so the blind comes out, and Lyric, I was going to ask you, with the Lux, does that mitigate the Caitlyn bottom lane at all? Does it change the direction that Puff and Southwind can play? Can you beat it if you get the right AD?
I think it definitely changes the direction just because it means that you don't necessarily just be able to perma push in bot. We could see, Lux actually throwing out skill shots, contesting this, chunking them low, and the Caitlyn lane becomes more of a kill lane, right? You're hoping that Nautilus is able to hit that Q so you can combo into the trap and look to take these 2v2s. So very interesting to come out from them. TT actually following up with the Aphelios. So Puff wanting to keep it standard on comfort. We've already hit on this. Not only is this meta, this was Puff's go-to champion for a lot of those IG days. And now we get to see some target bans at good old SOFM.
You guys might have missed that one. The Jungle Zed definitely came out at SOFM with a bit of a smirk. So a couple jungle bans here from TT. Remembering that Lee Sin is another one of the along the lines of standard, but also comfort for him. So let's see if TT just optimize into taking away SOFM once more.
Yeah, for TT, I wonder... Actually, Jarvan already banned out. I was just going to suggest maybe that could be your pick with the amount of immobile champions coming out on the opposite side. But a fair amount of jungle bans already out the window. Like you highlighted, only things like the Lee Sin really being left open unless SOFM wants to dig deep into something a bit more niche. Viego as well being open, but it's not something we've seen him play. I believe we saw SOFM play Kha'Zix in summer, if I'm not wrong.
I mean, he's pulled it out. Remember, SOFM pulled out Teleport Cade last year. And that's what's sad about the teleport changes. that we don't get to see him TP to bot lane ward at level 5. Unsurprisingly, and absolutely class out. It's a shame, Lyric, and a little bit sad, but I'll get on with the bans quickly as we run on through. LeBlanc, the final one. We get the Graves to match up in the Gwen on the top side. Lyric, 15 seconds. You got to quickly tell me what rounds out this comp.
I'm just going to stick with Lee Sin because off the top of my head, it's the only thing I can think of. And hey, we're talking about things like Lee Sin. An aggressive mid-jungle 2v2 could be the way to go about it. Of course, TT will be able to get the counter pick in mid lane to try and round that one out a little bit better. But for the side of Weibo, so far you can see what... Oh my god, you are an absolute prophet!
Oh my god, I'm a sage. I'm a sage of 6 pass. I don't know how I did it, Lyric, but we got a Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from this pick. I've not seen a Kha'Zix in a while. Kha'Zix, of course, an assassin, always known as more of a scaling champion who's going to have that impact later on, help you catch out people in sides. And yeah, Weibo have made a bit of a interesting composition. Man, SOFM always showing his personality. Your The Rock quote now is on point.
Oh, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, it needs to be read out one more time. Because the single most powerful thing that you can be is to be yourself. And as Dwayne said that, he must have been looking at game 1, seeing the Kha'Zix, seeing the Lux, seeing the Galio. By the way, TT may have watched that cinematic from 2021. Lux versus Galio, but on the same side. A lot of big, colossal units coming through. Lyric, whose comp do you want to start with first? Because actually, no, I'm not even going to let you choose. Tell me what Weibo Gaming do.
Yeah, for Weibo, I mean, I still think it's a lot oriented around the bottom lane just from the fact that you do have the Caitlyn. We already set up the interaction of trying to find that kill pressure coming in with the Caitlyn Nautilus combo. You will be able to win out in trades in terms of mid lane, trying to move first, but still Galio will just be able to ignore you, try and move with his ultimate. So I think a lot of what Weibo are going to try to do is you're letting this Kha'Zix farm up early, because again, Kha'Zix typically doesn't find a big impact in the early game. Try and get to your evolutions, make your way around the map with the Syndra, heading towards the bot lane most likely, and then playing to break those turrets down. For the side of TT, I think it is very similar, at least in terms of general goal. It should be mid-jungle to bot. They will have earlier windows to do so, though, from having the Xin Zhao up against the Kha'Zix, and from the fact that, sure, Galio will get abused early on, but once you hit that level 6, it will be very easy to impact and try and cover this very squishy bot lane.
Well, I'm excited for it because with mid 2v2s, with focusing on the bottom lane, I wonder who can get there first. The Kha'Zix versus the Xin Zhao. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into game 1 where Weibo Gaming have surprised us. They've given us a Kha'Zix, and of course it's SOFM. Now, Lyric, the real question is, do we see the Kha'Zix that we saw last year? The one that was a bruiser with the gore drinker, with a potential, what the heck, Nautilus really just wigging out. Or is it going to be, okay, full assassin then?
I think we'll see first strike like we're seeing on most assassins in the jungle right now would be my guess. And then yeah, opting into full lethality, something like like Duskblade coming out and moving to that. So we do have first strike coming out. So you know that bonus true damage later on, and the amount of gold you can get in the mid and late game with the damage you're putting out is going to be quite nice for him. I think this does signal he's probably going to index into that build, but with SOFM, you really never know until he starts building some items.
You don't. Again, that's why I mentioned Warmogs, because why not, honestly? New's going to get a nice surprise, and it's sewing class. As he walks on through, the Shy's about to get an extra bit of damage and range. New gets snipped, and no one's there to help New as Eon, not too sure of a cooldown as we're not clicking on the character portrait, but the Shy starts off lane against the half HP Graves with Fleet.
Yeah, so the Shy finding a really nice trade at level 1. Did opt into Lethal Tempo. Lethal Tempo, we've hit on a few times, is a lot more of a laning indexed rune from, the attack speed. I think it's 6% off the top of my head, stacking up 6 times and then trying to build into that bonus range you get, not get kited out by the Graves and trade with it evenly. Angel, we can see playing this matchup really well. You have pressure level 1 playing ranged into melee, and you'll pretty much be able to abuse Captain at all points in time, even opting into the Airy.
Speaking of abuse, good trades here from One Fong and On, as On gets the trade line, and you did talk about landing the hook in this lane. Huge just Southwind just walks into Fog of War. And another trade comes his way. One Fong sending over the Piltover Peacemaker as the light binding that connects, but TT are backing off, knowing they've lost the level 2, and the lane state continues to be a push in, with Weibo Gaming in favor.
I also want to highlight what we saw as the Shy just trading so aggressively.
It's a Lethal Tempo.
I don't know if I get to highlight anything.
Yeah, you might not. Lyric, early phase. You got about 5 seconds. Go ahead.
I was going to say, for SFM didn't go into Ultimate Hunter, which is typically what you see on Kha'Zix. He went for Ingenious Hunter. No, not Ingenious Hunter, I'm sorry. Relentless Hunter. So a lot more about the movement speed and trying to make his way around the map.
Okay.
I think that might bite him a little bit early on when Kha'Zix is a champion who does find so much agency out of, you know, getting the invisibility from his ult and looking for those picks, looking for that access to the backline from flanks.
I want to see as he gets 6 as well, you know, if he's able to pick up some of those early stacks, then it's definitely going to be worthwhile. You did talk about the first strike here on the jungler, and we've been seeing it a lot in Assassin junglers, Lyric. Any further insight, you big brain of a human being?
I think it works, right? Especially on a champion like this. And a lot of the Assassin junglers, when you think about where when you're going up against the Lee Sins, the Xin Zhaos, the Jarvans, you aren't necessarily looking for these early duels and maybe the damage that would come out of something like an Electrocute or a Dark Harvest. I think getting this rune, and in my mind, a lot of people talk about first strike with laning phase and getting gold. And laning phase with first strike, even when taken on mid laners, you actually aren't getting too much passive gold because sure, you get the 5 gold, but a lot of it comes from the bonus true damage, which also turns into gold. So it's a lot more of like a mid-game rune in my mind where you are getting benefit out of that. So for a champion like Kha'Zix, I think it makes, you know, a lot of sense.
Well, haven't seen him interact so far, but SOFM down towards the bottom side of the map. Frigid was able to get it back in here. And jungle v jungle is going to be interesting considering we talked about Frigid being a new player. And this jungler of TT, you know, has a lot of weight on his shoulders and has been looking to focus around that bottom lane. Lyric, there's a lot of talking points in this game, but the one I want to make my way to first is we talked a lot about the Shy, a lot about Huan Fong in our opening segment. And for good reason, you know, that they are opening this laning phase quite well. As the Shy on top of New once again continues to be a success story. New has to back away, and you can see where the waves
but look at bot hysterics.
Okay, well, Frigid again, attacking the strength of TT. Another point we were talking about is Southwind wants the light biting, he flashes forward, Huan Fong dodges away, but Wind becomes lightning shield of Duran. It's first blood over to Southwind, and under the turret, On has to burn his summoner as well. TT again, showing that they want that bot to succeed.
TT using a nice window, right? We saw earlier Angel push wave into turret, bouncing back. We see Frigid hover towards the mid lane, allowing Captain to get that push, because for Captain, he's set up for Frigid. Angel does have to respect that, making their way down towards spot and setting up these plays. I think On should be fine. But yeah, great window coming out from TT. We hit on how both teams probably wanting to focus spot. TT, like we said, should have the windows earlier on because of the mid-jungle duo that they did opt into, and they're already using that to a T. So nice move made by TT. And even though, right, we've been very harsh on TT, and it's because they're winless, and again, their games has not been spectacular, there have been moments, especially in the early game, where they are able to find some of these kills.
Yeah.
It's just like, hey, can you transition that into objectives? Can you transition that into a meaningful lead into the mid game where the enemy has bad options of, okay, do I fight them and lose, or do I give them Dragon? What do I do?
Because I think mid-game is one of the hardest pieces of League of Legends, right? That transition from whether you have a lead and what to do with it, as you were saying. So it shows the difference between some of these top-tier teams and teams that are still struggling to find a strong identity. Guy actually has level 6 on top of New. He wants to use it, but Frigid's here. Can he 1v2? Needlework number 1. The flash forward. Needlework number 2. Can he get 3? He heals up a little bit more.
He gets away.
Snips out. He survives, Lyric, but New and Frigid, they're not the only ones up here. Shield of Duran. Big Hulk smash.
Predator bringing so much value. Captain finding an opportunity on the opposite side, though. SOFM, at least threatening bot, potentially can try and zone them off some of this. Yes. At the very least, Weibo toying with the idea of looking for this play still now that Angel's here. Oh, they're going to go for it.
Okay, here comes the dive, the Great Fly, the setup as well. And yeah, the play's kind of over for now, but On actually going to get traded away with the Ignite down as well. Southwind picks it up, but Huan Fong, SOFM, and Angel, the party's an easy cleanup. And SOFM picks up his first kill of this series. Huan Fong going to get turret plating as well, Lyric. So this play evolves even further.
Typically, this would be the situation where you're like, okay, Weibo put resource in the bot, and since TT got a kill because of that, it's kind of even, but they lost so much in terms of minions. I think it actually is a pretty good trade for the side of Weibo, especially when it comes to turret play. We see On going in with that hook. I mean, Angel already had the ult. I think he had some orbs down in the brush as well. On knows his fate. He got ignited. He is doomed. And they decide to give this kill over to Mr. Actually, that wasn't a decision. They looked like they were competing for that kill.
Yeah, they were. No, that's the style of Weibo game against this one, honestly. But TT come back out for the reset. Dragon number 1 is going to be taken here with an Ocean. As Frigid comes back down to his lane of choice. I just note that this game, not at an even point. Weibo Gaming 700 gold in the lead. And you're right, Lyric, good observation that the top play cost them quite a bit. Where Weibo were able to deny minions in the bottom side. We did get a kill onto the Jinx, so 5 CS up. And this is a massive wave crushing in. So the fact that Huanfeng is still up on CS, despite getting pushed under turret, is a very big deal.
I also want to highlight, right, that right in League, every action has an equal reaction. We've seen, sure, Captain's been moving around the map so much, but look at the CS differential in mid lane. Angel has just been completely like opening up this mid lane, dominating Captain like we knew he would. Captain knows he's not going to win the trade, so it's one of the reasons why he is opting into moving more and just accepting that he's going to lose in CS. But I remember before the split, when me and you were talking about TT, that was one of the things we highlighted from the Demacia Cup, was the fact that Captain tries to enable his teammates so much to a detriment of himself, he can typically fall behind very easily. He's only about 200 to 300 gold behind right now because of those kills he was a part of, but we'll see if Angel can snowball this into more.
He's literally, you know, the captain of the ship who tries to plug up the leaking holes. There's a couple of them, and he uses both his wooden legs and his hook. And then suddenly he can't walk himself. So for Captain right now, he's 30 CS down.
Wait.
One of my best analogies,
Wait,
honestly.
I have a question. Yeah, I was going to say, so can you tell me the story of where he got these wooden legs and hooks from?
Well, obviously they've fallen off.
Are you that prepared?
If you're coming through on, you know, IG Young, as you would, the IG organization, you're going to lose a couple of legs on the way. We know people like the Shy Rookie lost their legs, and maybe even Southwood with too. He was also on IG. The Ignite actually goes on down. Puff pulls the ulti right through the goalpost. And Lyric, it's because he tries to fill in the gaps and tries his hardest. Captain goes down with the ship for that reason.
We have not seen a great day of Aphelios ultimates, if I do say so myself.
LPL. It happens quite a lot.
A lot of them. Ooh, but look at that damage hitting Hysterics.
Thanks a lot. Predator use mid though, Lyric. A lot's actually happening on the map. I'm going to direct course like a good captain would. You talked about the CS difference in the mid lane. It's massive from Angel. We've seen great trading through there, but look at top. Look at jungle, being even. Look at bottom lane. Every lane right now has a CS advantage. There's a 1k gold lead for Weibo Gaming at the 10-minute mark. And so it's not only the Galio that's suffering. I feel like we're going to get first items pretty soon. In fact, Umbral Glaive for SOFM. Love the itemization and making sure that no wards are going to be getting past this site.
Just very cheap item, right? Very easy to get like a small power spike off of your first back, especially when we think that Rift Herald is still up, which is crazy. We're 10 minutes into the game, and Rift Herald is still on the board. Neither team rotating over at the 8-minute mark. Now, though, both teams rotating over except their AD carries. Huanfeng will be able to push bot first if he wants to make the rotation and try and get there first, or if he just wants to commit to the 1v1 in bot side. We're going to find out. I think Weibo should be able to just get the scot-free, no problem. You talked about the advantages in both, pretty much in all their lanes, actually.
Yep.
And the Shy will have Prio in top side, will be able to start making his way down. And Huanfeng right now looks like he's going to move to take Krugs. This is important not only because of that, but it means he's not showing in lane, right? So for the side of Weibo Gaming, they need to respect the fact that Huanfeng can be anywhere.
And they're trying to flank him.
He's already moving towards bot.
Yeah, they're thinking, okay, Huanfeng must be here, but On is the one instead. Frigid's there, they get binding down, and this Nautilus lane tanky at this point in the game gets targeted. And selection's perfect. Frigid picks up the kill, and Huanfeng now backs away just in the nick of time. But Frigid moving down to this lane opens up TT to get some kind of response to this Herald.
Weibo does have time to answer, though. We see right now SOFM and Angel on our screen.
Okay.
If they are going to stack bot to try and get place, they would be able to move over. Looks like they're not going to opt into that. Angel going to first go back to clear out mid. He still does have TP up. He could always TP the
Frigid's
turret.
walking in.
Do look for an
Oh
aggressive
no,
play.
he's isolated as well. It doesn't matter. That's an Umbral Glaive Kha'Zix. Easy as you like, but he's close. He's not going to flash for it. Runs away and pays the respect. And Frigid lucky to have his life.
Yeah, nice move by SOFM, right? Because he's at least going to buy space off of the map. And now Weibo wanting to recommit now that On's here.
If they can find him, no. In the end, Frigid backs away. The Herald gets dropped on down. Lyric, there's so much I want to talk about in this game, but we don't have time because it's play after play. It's map movement after map movement. And Weibo Gaming, they're going to get so much gold off this. They're going to skyrocket ahead by about 1,500 gold. First turret blood solid of Huanfeng with gold plating shared. Caitlyn is going to one-shot. In front of this next dragon, I feel like Weibo Gaming just have themselves a free objective.
Weibo doing a nice job so far, right? This game not really being determined by the movements on the map so far, how these compositions interact. It's really just being determined by the laning phases coming out from the side of Weibo. We knew to expect that Angel would win in mid lane. We talked about the kill pressure able to come out from bot that would make Puff and Southwind have to play cautiously, have to play back, the chance of that poke coming out. And so far, Weibo doing a nice job of turning that into a 1.5k gold lead. Also want to highlight the Shy, you know, first buying the Oblivion Orb, the amount of sustain coming from new, especially Frigid as well, since we saw Frigid put an early gank up to that top side. Maybe the Shy being a little bit weary about being camped, as I'm sure he has PTSD from all the times in his career teams adjusted to playing against the Shy and being like, hey, they're just going to hard camp this top laner.
Yeah, it's classic the Shy. Make sure he doesn't get off the ground. Dragon's being done here while we're having this chat, and just note that SOFM comes in. He may not get the dragon, but he steals away the crow with the smite to 110 gold to him. So 2 dragons for TT with the Mountain Soul spawning up. And Weibo Gaming looks like they accepted this and sent the Caitlyn to the top lane to trade for gold. And I want to ask you, while nothing's going on the map, while we've just seen that objective trade, refresh me on compositions, because we haven't had time in the early game to talk about it. You did talk a lot about this Galio and his influence towards the bottom lane. Now that we're trading lanes and moving out of standard pathing, what do you want to see from both these teams, and what's kind of the expectation for the game pace that it's playing out right now?
For Weibo, I would expect to see them start aggressively looking for picks now that a lot of these outer turrets are going to drop down right. For now, it is going to be just about Angel keeping control of mid, which he just does naturally by default of playing Syndra into Galio. You're going to lean up with Nautilus Kha'Zix towards top side, allow Huanfeng to free hit on this top lane tower, rinse and repeat. Do that once you are able to go in mid, and then after that is when we're going to see picks coming out with Angel on an SOFM walking around as a unit. For the side of TT, though, I think it does become a bit harder with the fact that you don't have priority anywhere on the map. Like, no matter what win conditions or options you have, you will just be left reacting to whatever Weibo are going to do.
And as we know, Galio as a defensive maneuver is great for reactive play, but you talk about TT not having priority, not having an advantage in this game. There's not too much damage coming out at this point. First items are coming through, but look at this guy in the mid lane. Captain at 121 CS. Lucky to have any at this
Look at his items.
And yeah, he doesn't have anything. Tenacity, Kindle Gem, and a Lost Chapter. Excuse me, a fiendish note. It is Lost Chapter. Never doubt yourself, kids. Is it? No, it's not.
Wait, no, it's an amplifying tome.
Amplifying tome. Okay, do doubt yourself, children. Forget me. And so, no damage is the point I was trying to make 10 years later as the Scat of the Week comes through. Frigid actually going to be on his tail too. On is behind him, but the dive, no further. Southwind there. Final spark is not final for Angel. Wait, this is solid.
Oh, wait,
I see it.
Shy.
Need to work. It's coming through. There's the defensive maneuver we talked about. That brings Captain to the bottom lane, but pings are going through mid. And even the top side, you've committed mid for this lyric. What do you lose?
Oh, you lose it. You lose everything, right? Because that's what I wanted to highlight for TT is, wait, Captain wants this.
Well, the Shy
oh,
wants
the Shy's gone.
Yeah, he's gonna get a dark descent.
But like you said, look at top and mid right now because TT opted into making that play mid. Frigid, you need to back off, buddy. You cannot fight SOFM. But even ignoring the spot play, right? When TT opted into this play mid, it means you are giving up pressure top. So you are just conceding, hey, we cannot hold up against Huanfeng. He's gonna get this turret while still having time to take this Tier 2 tower because of the play you just made in the bottom lane as well. So TT, they started falling so far behind in terms of lane pressure, they kind of realized, hey, we don't really know how to break up the map any other way because there's no pressure point. There's no one lane you could play through. To make a pressure point, you need to dedicate resources from elsewhere into finding this. So TT did lose quite a bit for that one, and the gold lead only continuing to snowball for the side of Weibo. The only silver lining for TT, right, is the fact that they have 2 Drakes, but I don't think they're favored in a position when it comes to the next Drake coming up.
Well, especially not that Huanfeng just got solo turret gold in a tier 2 in the top side. 600 back into the bank, and, he's gaining interest on that loan as well. No, hang on, Lyric, let's try that again. He's gaining interest on his saving, because it's not a loan. He doesn't have to pay anyone back. Huanfeng is a collector now. And in front of the Dragon, again, one-shot territory. You already talked about Angel SOFM. Using the range from this Caitlyn is going to be just as deadly. And it is a good sign here from Weibo Gaming in this early game, how much control they've taken over. Because we talked about TT moving into the mid-game, how this is the part they struggle. And it feels like Weibo Gaming from early to now have been able to take full advantage and exploit TT's weakness.
and Weibo are just going to be able to keep going. I do think if we ever get to a point of 5v5s, which I don't think Weibo should necessarily try to set up, it will be a bit better for the side of TT because they do have things like the Galio that can just look for the engage, Jin Zhao, you know, following up with the Galio ultimate and all of these tools. Go for Weibo, right? You have an assassin, so it is a lot more about either playing off flanks or playing off angles where people are trying to run from the fight after you burst them out with Huanfeng or Angel. So again, that's why we've hit on either more pick-centric or more setup-centric, right? If you can get on objectives first, get Caitlyn traps down, get some of the orbs from Syndra to threaten to scatter the weak, then they can't walk in as Frigid goes in.
First. Yeah, Frigid's actually in the river first, so you can see SOFM backs away, even with the gold advantage. Looking a little bit more even than we could expect. They almost stopped the push, but it's SOFM who gets it. Frigid, he gets scattered. He's now weak. SOFM sitting without an ulti, but still a flash. Southwind zoning out here. Final Spark is available soon, and I think Lyric on this Dragon, this is where TT are going to try and make a stand.
Yeah, the Shy, though, is TPing in right now. Captain going to answer wave, but does have ultimate. I think we're keeping our eyes on Captain and Frigid for the side of TT. Can get on a priority target, you know, lock someone down.
Gonna be big. Dredge line doesn't connect here. The Final Spark goes golden, and On survives for a little bit longer. In fact, gets out with barely any damage. A lot used by TT's Weibo Gaming now in front of the Dragon at 2Ks. The depth charge in the backline on top of Southwind. The Shy zoning in. That's with them. Who picks up the first Dragon of this game as the Shy has a straight line of needlework. Sowing class came early, and Frigid doesn't want to be here. He didn't play the tuition. The Shy forward once again on top of Frigid, and Weibo Gaming star player, or at least one of them, is hitting hard. Blocked away by Southwind, lucky to be alive. And blinking health bars, Lyric. I see Huanfeng on the back line. I see a sniper in the making as New goes in. There's only one way out of this mess as Gale falls forward, but has to cleanse away. Huanfeng with the range, and Messi is as Messi does. Not too much matter on Odd. Lyric, they're on the wrong side of the map. SOFM's not even here. Dredgeline comes in, flashing away. Another hook comes through. The Shy gets out. No one's dead. LPL is the best league. Prove me wrong. As Odd locks him down, Southwind finally dies. SOFM now here with the Void Spikes. I think he went to get level 11 as Puff is one hit away. Secured by Huanfeng. Captain's late. Finally, Weibo Gaming clean up. Quadra kill after this long fight. Hit New. Pilt over Peacemaker. Quadra kill about to turn in an elongated penta. Frigid's running for his life. We've been waiting a while for this one, guys. Chat's been patient for this as SOFM slows his down. Huanfeng, 90 caliber net forward. You can do it! Frigid's running away though, and Southwind's back alive. It's tied down. Frigid acting as cold as ice.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go down in the end. We all know this, but man, that fight, I think that fight took 2 minutes, maybe over. Like we saw SOFM going and picking up the blue buff, maybe right level 11. I can't wait for the replay to find all this out. Because of how long it took, though, it doesn't actually turn into anything on the map. It does turn into an even bigger gold lead as Weibo Gaming are sitting 6k gold up now, and they're going to start being in a position where they can start threatening things like the Baron. We're going to see in the replay, though, on trying to find it. Flashes are forced, realizes he has to get out of there. This was the time when SOFM did go and do that blue buff. Again, I'm wondering if he did it to hit level 11 like you said, or if it is just SOFM being SOFM. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I do not know. Too focused on this standoff. I mean, we all knew TT were going to lose this fight. They were too far behind. Weibo having the range to play off like we hit on as well, it gives them more opportunities because they can walk forward and look for things like the Scatter of the Weak or look for things like the Q coming out from Huanfeng and find those kills. For TT, they need to be in a lot closer range, and at those health bars, you just don't have the confidence to do that.
That just went on for so long, Lyric. I was waiting in a state of pause champ for a minute 50. And for Weibo Gaming, I come out of it and I look, wow, okay, they're so far ahead now, it's insane. 7,000 gold after that massive fight, a quadra kill we just saw. 3 items now with the Infinity Edge complete by Huanfeng. And Weibo Gaming had this game under their wing, but just cleaning out some vision, threatening the Baron, Lyric. It feels like now they're going to be looking for those picks we talked about, those picks that should come easier.
Oh, definitely, right? Now they can start trying to brute force their way in. They already have the Shy trying to pull pressure down towards the bottom half of the map, pushing that in. He will have a window where he can start making his way over towards his top side if he wants. Let the other members push in mid, lean into top like SOFM's trying to do now and find this vision. Funfang, though, instead of doing all of that, is going to want to get his red buff, and the Shy staying bot. So we're not going to see that.
Dude, he has a
I'd
bounty.
say he does.
The Shy he's 0-2-0, but because he's got 211
211 CS.
He's a big boy. And you can see the bounty across now 3 members in total of Weibo Gaming as Sieging starts. Angel's been playing this game really well.
Oh, TP from Captain.
Okay, so the ultimate not going to work from Puff. Captain coming in for the flank. The Predator activated onto Huanfeng. He flashes away. The Final Spark helping out, but is there enough damage? Everfrost locks him in place. Huanfeng doesn't need help because now Galio's 2 shots away. Too much damage, and this is why Captain's so far behind. He can't do anything while the Shy's frontlining, and Angel is just blasting away orbs. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Now, overall, Weibo went out on the play. I think they're just too far ahead in terms of itemization. Like you said, no one able to follow up Captain there. I think that could have been circumvented had we seen after the Shy pushed in bot, instead of just hanging out around, bot lane Skybrush. He did start roaming over towards mid, even if he doesn't show, and then you start working your way up to get that vision. We're going to see here that is not what happened. TT just trying to find any play that is available to them, as they do pick up Baron on the bottom corner of our screen. Captain will come around. He has easy access onto the enemy AD carry. SOFM, though, making sure Nu can't get involved. And On just playing keep away so the other members can't follow through. Damage comes in onto Captain, and then SOFM joins the fight, gets these needles in there. An amazing flash ult coming out from Angel, and then we just see Huanfeng following through.
Trying to get Southwind here from Huanfeng. Folks, you might be looking at this game and being like, it's an entertaining first game, and I agree with you. But look at who's delivering here, and look at who's making this interesting. Lyric, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ex-IG organization players. That's why we're getting these bloodbath fights, these risque moments. Captain Puff Southwind, guys, if you're wondering who I'm talking about on TT side. And the relevancy of this is, we talked about the individualistic nature of some of the Weibo Gaming players there. I feel like Southwind's kind of been there, Puff as well. Captain trying so hard to get Huanfeng, but didn't have enough damage. And it's a boat too far at this point in this game, number 1. And I don't know, do you have anything for me to give me hope? If I was a TT fan, say like the Kelsey Moses of the chat, how do you look at hope?
I can't remember your analogy in that team fight, but it was something about like sewing in school or something like that. And TT are at the point where let's say they're from Australia, right? They went to uni. Well, now they're left like 100 million in debt, having to pay off their student loans, and their only option is to like go marry some girl in America or Germany or something, leave Australia, not pay those loans, and forget that they ever existed.
Well, if you don't,
that is actually not life advice. Wait, I didn't clarify. That is not life advice for anyone out there.
That's not. Oh, bye, Frigid. Frigid's dead, Lyric. We'll pause that. We'll talk about that in a second because you're probably going to still be a resident of Australia. Depends. Southwind gone too. Watching Huanfeng here is like watching. What is perfect? It's not paint dry. That's the complete opposite of what I want to say. It's like watching skill at work. It's like watching. I'll pause on that, folks. Don't worry. Casting's a little bit hard. Apparently, I shouldn't be paid for my job. Captain, he's going to be the next target. But at this point, you knew Weibo Gaming had won this one cleanly. Huanfeng is massive. And TT, another game goes down to a brilliant start to the series from WBG.
Huanfeng is like Kate Winslet asking Leonardo DiCaprio to paint her like one of his French girls.
That's it.
There you go.
That's it.
There you go.
Save, dude.
That is the way to end that game. And when we talk about this game, there was just domination in terms of like laning across the map. We saw the bot lane specifically. Sure, there were some hiccups early on in terms of like the 2v2, but in terms of CS, they were just on the board.
Yeah.
Mid lane as well. Angel putting down his pressure early. We saw Captain realizing, I'm not going to win this lane anyway. I'm just going to try and move. Just made him fall even further behind. And what they were able to get never outweighed what they lost in terms of the cross maps coming through. And then we just quickly got to a point of like, my God, we're at like a 4K gold lead. We're not finding the fights we want. The one fight that maybe things could have been happening in the bot lane. Yeah, we all saw what happened. I don't even know if we call that a fight. I don't know what we called that.
It was a stare down. It was It was literally...
No, I know what it was. It was like those westerns where you need to like take 10 paces forward before you turn and shoot. Those were the 10 paces.
No, okay, so let's go more specific. If anyone's seen The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, when it's Lee Van Cleef, when it's Clint Eastwood, and the actor whoever plays the ugly, I'm sorry, I don't know his name, they stare each other down. The camera lasts for about 3 minutes, looking back and forth, people getting closer towards the gun. And then Clint Eastwood just, bam, finishes them all off in one fell swoop, and you're like, oh, actually, okay, it's over. And One Fong was like that in that last fight, Lyric, but I dare say that Weibo Gaming all had moments like that. Even the Shy, in some of the fights for the setup, and even the last fight, was, you know, he was a bit of Clint Eastwood himself. So I feel like Weibo Gaming across the board had winning lanes throughout, and it was nice to see that we got this Kha'Zix pick too. And a lot of the time it was just like, well, I'm fine in jungle. I don't need to do anything because my laners are pretty successful.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just shout out to you for calling the Kha'Zix pick. He brought it out. They found a win, and now I'm going to do what you do for once. I'm not going to let you throw a break. I'm going to say, hey, guys, guess what? We'll be right back after this with TT versus Weibo, Game 2. Now I talk nonsense in the background. This is Derek, so always just keeps
That's
talking.
what I do.
Not there, they're like, right, we don't have Viper, we don't want to rush into this because that's probably our biggest opportunity to throw the game. It's going for a 4v5 without a predator.
Yeah, what were you saying? I'll let you finish.
Yeah, that's why EDG didn't want to fight without Viper, right?
No soul for you, Rare out of 4 members running away as Ala is a busy boy spinning with the helicopter. He's flashed away to not absorb the damage as Lumao goes down. And wow! Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan the what? Strive is a madman! That target selection Lyric, that was insane.
He's going to TP for now. Yeah, okay. They have to be able to defend this. They've got them fail, so it's a big spike.
It's a bit of a pinch. It's a bit of a pinch. They were able to jump on the people. There is the showstopper right on the cold. They're going to be able to turn this one all the way around. Look at the damage coming out now from the side of anyone's legend. This Jinx needs to get excited. Abel, 1, 2, maybe get some more. 3, maybe even another one. They're going to keep him alive, and Abel carries this fight. Absolutely insane play from the Jinx.
Tarzan's looking, and Hacker, you're taking so much damage.
Yeah, Hacker needs to ult, but I think Hacker's dead. Yep, Hacker did not respect the pure amount of damage that was coming out. Like, Hacker has no real tank items. He even had a Zhonya's or a stopwatch to use, but now we can see Tarzan behind the wall gets the Jinx, and that's the perfect combination that you want to see. Tarzan is just carrying this game. 5-1 and 6 on this Lee Sin.
Much has happened a little bit, but Corky is so overwhelmingly powerful when he does have this package. With his build, you just see what one of his rockets just to resume health bar.
Plays down, but hang on, Ultra Prime, they're getting separated a bit. Package back to Zoom, trying to close the gap, but into the back line. It's done because Hacker is taking care of business, and Elk alongside the Wayne. That's a triple kill, with Xiaopeng being the next Quadra. We're looking for the Penta here, ladies and gentlemen, as Elk has been so big in this game. He went from WE to Stardom on the Nexus. Elk looking to get the final kill. Nice buy-in time.
If I could make you stay, if I could make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could not make you stay, I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things a chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself.
现在12.1版本的话，感觉上路是什么英雄都可以玩吧，带线打团的还是坦克功能型的都可以玩。我觉得选择什么英雄都是去搭配阵容吧，这个版本只要阵容搭配的可以，选什么英雄都很好用。
Any champion works well. Inside there, TT is, they've run into game number 2. I'm just taking a bit of a beating from Waver Gaming. Lyric, this was a game number 1. It ended in 26 minutes, and 3 of those minutes were pure standoff.
Yeah, that game, a little bit all over the place. You did call the Kazakhs, so once again, props to you, good sir. Weibo, honestly, if you missed that game one and you're just coming in now, Weibo pretty much just dominated them throughout laning phases. We did see a lot of good setups, like moving that pressure with the Caitlyn around the map later on. Then we just got to a point where a lot of atrocious trades were coming out. Weibo going bot, allowing, TT, I'm sorry, going bot, allowing Weibo to get like 2 towers top, 2 towers mid, and just expanding their massive gold lead.
Yeah.
Overall, looking solid for the side of Weibo, and Huanfeng is unsurprisingly going to pick up our MVP that game.
Yeah.
A lot of players in the league you just don't let Caitlyn through for, and this man is one of them.
Yeah, I feel like it was set up for success, but having said that, we looked at the early laning phase, and Frigid came down, got a really good gank off in the 2v2, and it looked like TT's early game once again was set up for success, but Half and Southwind couldn't get off the ground, and then this response dive for Weibo just set the tone for the rest of the game.
And we saw them, right? Not only finding these kills, but denying CS, expanding their gold lead, continuing to pressure as a unit. The standoff that we talked about, and the range advantage at this point really coming into play. TT having no way of getting that damage down. Huanfeng just continuing to walk forward, finding those autos, and just being an absolute unit.
He was one-shotting it this early in the game. This was the Caitlyn we all fear in any of our solo queue games, and as we get on throughout the game, this is only 22 minutes in, remember. And I love that Captain tried everything to kill Huanfeng, but 3 shots later, it all came to a close. Even the Shy, who was 0 and 2, had massive impact at this point with how far away TT were running out of this game because of the global gold. So Lyric running into game number 2, same sides for this one. And Weibo Gaming, a team that, you know, we talked up a lot coming into this, considering that TT are 0-4. They've picked up no individual game wins. They're really struggling here in this split. Weibo Gaming are a team who feel like they're pulling the pieces together, and their core carries are performing near the top of their limits. We'll see.
Look, there's 3 storylines we're all looking at going into this next game. 1, can Weibo keep expressing their individuality, picking these weird picks?
Yeah.
2, can TT pick up a game win at least? Let's go with that, a game win. 3, how long can I continue? We are 6 hours and 41 minutes on the lyric journey of broadcasting 3 series. And, you know, maybe no one else cares, but I care.
Well, that's what matters, man. Don't worry. I care as well. You solo casted today. And if we want, we can, you know, I can leave that to you. I can go away for 5 minutes or so, and you can take us through. And you did a handoff.
Go have a nice coffee break.
Yeah, I'll go have some dinner part 2. Had some Thai tonight. I really feel like I was warming up to, you know, our matches ahead. Because honestly, if we look at game number 2, I'm hoping we get some of these spicy picks. If you missed out, we had a Kha'Zix game number 1, Umbral Glaive first lyric. That was that's exactly what I wanted to see out of SOFM.
You know, funny enough, the Kha'Zix was cool, but it didn't really do much or need to do much. Not like SOFM didn't do anything. Just yeah, his lanes did what they needed, and even the things SOFM did, I feel like could have been done on literally any champion in the game.
Yeah.
Had he brought out Teemo, maybe those bot dives, you know, they still happened because Angel was the one roaming down, hitting Scatter the Weaks and really enabling them. So, you know, I think for SOFM, just kick back a little bit, bring out what you want. And for TT, I mean, we're going to see, right? We have the same sides going into game 2 with Weibo Gaming still on blue side. So TT will have those counter picks available for soul lanes to try and get better matchups. Both Captain and New did not fare that well whatsoever.
No, they didn't, and it was a shame because, you know, we saw the Graves top getting bullied out by the Gwen. We saw mid trying to make the moves around the map you talked about with the Galio, but Angel was dumpstering that lane. It was really nice to see him on the Syndra taking control, because when you think about Angel, you guys would have seen him at Worlds and be like, oh man, Angel's one of the best LPL mid laners. He's not. If you say that, you just don't watch enough LPL, and I feel like he's a player that's always been that mid-tier that can have these standout performances, as you were saying in that first game.
You're just coming in pretty ruthlessly today with
But it's the truth.
with what you're throwing around. I don't necessarily disagree. I think Angel's definitely had stand-up moments, especially 2020, right? 2020 spring, I think he was phenomenal. 2019 summer, phenomenal. 2020 at Worlds again.
Worlds
2021. 2021, I think 2020 summer regular split, definitely more middling, and other players just stepping up, right? Last year, we look at the players like Dwinby, like Knight, all these players having standout performances, even Icon, surprisingly, during the regular part of the split.
Yeah.
But we are not going to keep harping on about Angel. He had a really good game on Lysindra. This time around, Weibo first picking the Aphelios for Huanfeng now that the Caitlyn is taken off the table. Frigid responding with the Aphelios, and we're going to find out if Puff is just going to go towards the standard Jinx pick to answer, or the Corki, because honestly, it is really weird that that Corki wasn't first pick, because it feels like it's first picked every game.
This one, Fong's like, you know, I'm the priority here, and that means you give over Jinx. And we've seen this story before, Lyric. In the previous series, we saw that some OP picks that shouldn't have been given over were left in the hands of anyone's legend, and they won game 1 with it. So curious to see if Weibo Gaming shore that up. You already talked about the Corki. We get a Jarvan with it too, if Angel just wants to pick it now.
I wonder if Angel not having the confidence to bring that out in his pool yet, because he's not played a singular game of Corki so far this split. I do remember him playing it in 2019. Him and Maple flexing between top and mid with that champion was pretty funny to watch. And also rounding out with the Lulu. So right now, for the side of Weibo, definitely indexing more to that straight up 5v5, right? Having the Enchanter great scaling down in their bottom lane, have the Jarvan to punish the Jinx on the opposite side. And TT, they say, if it is broke, well, it's broke, so I can't fix it, so let's just keep using it.
Dude, Corki made it through. Corki made it through all of these picks. Like, Weibo Gaming said, here, take Corki. And TT said, nah, let's try Galio again.
Now I wonder if they ban it, right? Because, again, it goes in the question of if Angel would pick it, because not only is Corki obviously super OP, the S tier pick, oh, I was just going to say, he is also the premier counter to Galio, but he's banned away. Angel will not get his chance to have his first stage game in 2022 LPL Spring on the Corki, and it looks like for the side of Weibo, they are just going to take away some of these top laners that TT might save for that last pick, because we expect TT to go for a support on 4. There are certain things open, like hard engage shell champions, Leona's the Nautilus. You are going to lose an early laning phase, but you have the kill pressure later on. Sadly, I feel like the biggest detriment to TT is the fact that Thresh was banned in the first rotation, so not going to have that safety from the Lantern to look to counteract. I don't think Karma fares all too well into the Lulu just being such an annoyance with her passive being able to trade with those. So for TT, you've already indexed so hard into all in. I would like to see you continue with that, but instead, Hysterics, we might get Rusty. Everyone remembers Rusty, his favorite champion in the game.
Dude, any Australian prefers dog over cats, and that's that's generalization, that's stereotyping, that's obviously not true. But Yuumi is a champion that, honestly, I don't know, I sometimes I feel like I have an aneurysm when I play against her. So, Lyric, Southwind's gonna pick it up. No comment there, I'm gonna move on. The other side, we've seen a lot of top lane bans that you talked about. Are you just picking something safe? Are you picking a tank for the Shy? Like, what does he pull here blind?
For the Shy, we still do have things like the Jace left available. Obviously, you kind of want sustained damage going into the Yuumi, but I don't think there's too many safe blind picks out there. Oh, there's a safe blind pick. Doesn't opt into the usual, the Shy style, which does catch me a little bit off guard, right? Moving towards Zach Ragus, going to be playing more of the frontline role. And my God, does he do it? Does he do it?
Victor, or there's Yona.
He's gonna pick Victor. He's gonna lock that one in right now.
Not enough AP damage, Lyric, is that why?
There's not enough AP damage, but, you know, do you want to round out your comp well, or do you want to bring out the personality? Just saying. I think it was a clear choice. He chose not to. Weibo Gaming, front-to-back team fights, tons of scaling on their side. They do at least have the early game power coming out from the Jarvan, but at least in terms of what we're seeing so far, I don't see too much to play through, right? Victor is going to have a tremendous amount of pressure, though, in this mid lane up against the Galio. And, new bringing out the GP up against the Gragas. So, Hysterics, we're matching scaling with scaling.
Do you remember TT's first series? Was it OMG?
Yes.
Who decided to hit top over and over? I don't have good memories of New this split
0
on the
and
GP.
7?
Yes, at least. I think it was 1 and 9, but I didn't get time to game in. New got bullied. And now this time around, granted, less chance up in that top side, but for New, we're hoping to have a better game than that. So you said matching scaling with scaling. I'd love you to elaborate on that, because I was kind of just waiting to see if they brought Victor top again. It was a weird Gragas mid, but it is normal for this Weibo Gaming roster. Elaborate on the comps a bit here, because there is tremendous scaling on TT's side this time.
Yeah, I do still feel like in terms of the scaling battle that I prefer what Weibo has, because they do have the double carry threat coming out in the Victor and the Ophelia. Sure, I guess you have double carry threat on the side of TT as well with the Gangplank, but I think landing these barrels onto Victor Ophelia should be quite hard. For the side of Weibo, they can play from a range. They can try and cut you out. Sure, there is a Jinx on the opposite side, but there's no way that Galio and Zinzao would be able to find any agency without being the aggressors in this composition. So for TT, you have this like weird dynamic of you're going to be using Galio and Zinzao to heal, or you're going to be using Yuumi, jump on Zinzao, run into the enemy team, Galio follow up, but then GP and Jinx don't have a great role in that composition, and Victor's happy. He's like, cool, you're running into my gravity field. Aphelios is getting to hit you without awkwardly getting kited out, so I definitely favor what Weibo have put together this time around.
Yeah, walking into a Victor as well, you know, through those chokes, through Victor's terrain, has worked out so well in the LPL, and everything layered on top would be a disaster for TT. It'd be a disaster for TT if they can't win this game here, at least get their first game win of the LPL. And guys, I'm not talking series, because series win would be huge. TT is 0-4, as you see at the top of your screen, but they are 0-8, now 0-9 after game number 1 in individual game score. TT, the only team to not pick up one single game. Even LGD have 2 games under their wing. It's looking really rough for TT, and they don't even have the roster that we were all expecting with Chieftain and Yukao joining through. Even they wouldn't be able to bring this one back, because it's going to be a hard start of the split lyric, one that is insurmountable in my eyes.
It will be quite rough, right? Because not only at that point, like, sure, like you're saying, you're not necessarily eliminated from playoff contention or anything, but the more losses you stack up, the more you are reliant on other teams' results. It's not just about if you win all the rest of your series. No, you need other teams to lose, and to lose series where maybe they shouldn't. So for TT, every game is a little bit more do or die. They're taking another step on the fiery coals, which actually is pretty nice if you've ever done that yourself.
Right, yeah. Everyone loves to burn their feet. As Angel continues to show us in this mid lane matchup that he is the boss. This happened in game number 1 with the Syndra, now on the Victor. Captain has to pay the respect and already building up a CS lead lyric. Feels like Angel get enough credit last game, so hopefully I'll give him some if he continues down this path once again.
I feel like it's more that Captain is choosing to be the employee rather than Angel choosing to be the boss, right? 'Cause he's opting into the Galio pick. He's going for that one. He knows full well what's going to happen. We know Angel will bully out early on. We hit on this match a little bit last time with the range advantage coming in. Angel once again opting for the Airy just because he knows he can win so hard. For Captain, it's a lot about pairing with jungle. You have the gank setup coming out from Captain. Maybe bring Frigid in, force out a flash. Victor will have to play more safe, and then you have more windows to roam Captain around the map. For the side of TT, it is going to be a lot about the spot lane.
Little lane, flash away. Well, if it's about the bottom lane, that's 3 summoners down for only 1 lyric, so the start's not looking too good.
Yeah, for the side of TT, this is why I'm surprised it didn't just index into more hard engage coming out with, you know, a tank support. We hit on things like Nautilus, Leona, whatever. You're going to get poked out. You're going to get bullied by the range disadvantage. And even Lulu's Polymorph will be quite the annoyance to deal with. As I stop my bot lane point, SOFM being cheeky,
the wave
is New going to get bullied again.
I mean, it looks like it, because the wave pushing against the Shy. New has no choice at this point. Flash is available. SOFM has been waiting for flag and drag. The ward's timed out, but he chooses not to after what was very creative passing.
Yeah, instead going to say, hey, we don't know if we can commit to Shy, even relatively low on mana. So not wanting to commit to that play. Looks like SOFM will find something, though. Just going to go to the enemy Krugs, steal those out. And hey, if the lane's still stuck in that neutral position, because we did see how the wave was going before, it sets up for that play to come through. And oh, Captain.
Being delayed. The pings are going down. It's like they have a suspicion that he's here. The Shy going to spot him out because that ward's there. Is he playing dumb? Well, Captain's still walking in the brush. The Shy there confidently waiting out. They know that Captain's here, of course. The wave, as it pushes in, means that SOFM has an avenue. Kind of awkward. He moves up. Captain walking in the brush.
Captain's gonna walk into
SOFM's
it.
going to see him. The slow's going to come through. Shield and Brand as the Justice Punch to get away is there. SOFM holds on to the flag and drag. He gets out himself, and nothing comes of it, Lyric. We just go back to normality, and the wave resets on the top side too.
Look, if last game was this like awesome amalgamation of chaos, I am going to break some hearts and say I do not expect that this time around. whatsoever. This will probably be the Farm Fest to end all Farm Fest, bringing us back to whatever it was of like 2005 when Farmville was a massive game in the world.
Playing it through Facebook or something as well. Hey, so if it's going to be a Farm Fest, talk to me a little bit about, you know, early game and what you can kind of do. We know how Jarvan wants to get involved early, and Angel feels like a responsible lane.
No, I kind of feel like for the side of Weibo, you don't have all too many opportunities. There's some ganks set up top coming out from your Gragas. We know GP is very vulnerable. We've already seen SOFM look for that play once before, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him continuously look for that. And for Frigid, we already hit on it earlier, right? For TP's WinCon is like, hey, you have this mid laner who kind of enables your jungler. He is finally at the point where it's like, sure, you're going to be trading HP to be able to push the wave, but passive Q, bam, wave is gone for Gallo. He can start hovering towards his bottom side, and TT can try and start setting up some of these aggressive plays onto Huanfeng and on. So for Weibo, probably looking towards top, setting up some dives onto this GP early, and for TT, we already see the play happening.
But they don't get the Gleaming Quill or whatever it's called here from Yubi. Frigid comes on in, doesn't burn the flash, but it is taken from on. So as he backs away, Southwind did queue up with his jungler. And that's an early Yuumi roam.
But hey, SOFM picking up another Scuttle Crab. You know this man. He's going to continue farming. He's going to start getting some vision down, getting that vision score up. And PT pick up a dragon. Okay, all in a day's work.
Farm Fest continues once again. I want to say that Lyric, you know, in this hidden Farm Fest, we do have some CS leads worth mentioning. You said it's going to be a jump.
Do we though?
Wait, Frigid is Frigid die? No,
he's not going to die. You know what I think is worth mentioning? You know what is the biggest tragedy of this past millennium? What? Us losing Betty White. I don't know if we've ever addressed that on broadcast.
Oh my
It
God.
must be addressed. It is depressing. Betty White was an absolute legend. If Betty White isn't or wasn't your celebrity crush, I don't know. I don't know, you're just wrong. Golden Girls, absolute amazing series.
Okay. I would take you for someone who watches Golden Girls. It's interesting because if you talk about celebrities, you know Meatloaf passed away today. If anyone doesn't know, if they haven't seen Rocky Horror Picture Show, absolute classic, bit of a musical, but Meatloaf passed away today, so very sad. He is known for doing a very subpar performance at the AFL Grand Final, but it is, you know, the day of his death, so we probably won't linger on the bad things, only the good. You know what I'm talking about, Lyric? You know what I'm talking about?
Meatloaf, yeah.
Okay, good. Just checking. I feel like some people, maybe, I don't know, Zoomers in the chat might not understand who Meatloaf was. Only people who are kind of
You know,
born.
it's not about talking about the depressing things of their passing. It's about highlighting their legacy, the good that they brought to the world.
Bottom lane, level 6 Huanfeng with ultis out, flashes in.
Oh, flash over!
Past the exhaust as well. Huanfeng is still here with a couple of shurikens at the ready. The Puff and Southwind survive. That's dirty Yuumi healing, and there is no healing reduction from Huanfeng as he burns everything to get in.
We also see Huanfeng is like all of us. He is tired of sitting and staring, pressing tab to see the CS scores. He's ready for something to happen. Sadly for him, he blew all his summoners.
Yep.
Puff as well, still having flash, so Puff is absolutely fine right now. Herald is up. Neither team looking to be leaning over just yet. TP maybe have a window to go for with the fact that the bot lane does have so much pressure, and that Huanfeng now doesn't have summoners. But we're gonna be waiting to see that one.
Even though Herald's up as well, like no team's looking at it, but again, what you're mentioning, Captain with Predator available, Ultimate too. SOFM, Spider says it's tingling. Explosive cast, the Shy just sick of everything and wanted some more tier stacks left.
His E is also down, so I mean, with how bored he was, right? He must have E'd in, looked for a trade, and I don't know if he just decided, no, I'm not about this, and then starting to wander off. TT, though, have been aggressively angling towards the bot lane for some time. Frigid's still going to be looking for this play, and we hit on the fact that Weibo Gaming's bot lane has no summoners. This is the clear point of attention for Weibo and what TT want to punish. Cannon Barrage is up for new.
Huanfeng with absolutely no mana. Tough getting out of there. SOFM chasing him down. Just note that SOFM has almost the CS number of the Shy.
Like, he's got 66 in the jungle. He's ahead by quite a lot as we look at this again. And Lyric, yeah, you mentioned it. He wanted to get out before the barrel change comes through. Saves himself a little bit there, so going a bit too deep and unfortunately missing out.
I mean, had he been able to hit the abilities, right, could have looked for a really good aggressive trade. Sadly, everything misses. Like, oh, whoops. Let me get the hell out of here. And Hysterics, we are at the point of level 6 across the map. You know what that means? This is where Frigid is gonna do his blue buff. He's gonna do his little gromp, make it over to Wolves, and then BAM! Straight into the mid lane! Galio charged in, taunt the Victor. Victor now has no flash. You make your way up towards top side and you take the Herald. But sadly, everything I just said, we will have beaten you to it. They're already at the Herald. And Frigid is still finishing his gromp.
I don't like this story. That got scary real quick. I was happy being in the warm, fuzzy place, and then suddenly you just had to make it too real for him. Huff's bringing Yumi though. The Southwind alongside him, excuse me, and Captain with the Predator available. Let's see something happen from TT. Might not be in the bottom lane, but they brought everyone here. New trying to get his setup for GP barrels, and finally, we're going to get blood on Summoner's Rift. The Shy has an explosive cast once again, and he's got them pincered here as the Victor damage comes out from Angel. I believe it's secured by Bridget with the explosive cast. Everything missing here. Lost chapter, last chapter, the book's out. Southwind going to find himself a one bong, and Weibo Gaming missed absolutely everything, Lyric.
There's no better way of putting that. It was so depressing, it is a little bit comical for the side of Weibo. I think they were able to prevent the Herald from going over, though. It doesn't look like anyone on the side of TT picked it up, so yeah. Looks like Weibo were able to take away that objective, despite the fact that they themselves did not pick it up. TT, though, are the ultimate winners of that skirmish. We're going to keep an eye on what goes on here. They're trying to force their way in, get Frigid down. Frigid instantly looking in. The Shy's ultimate not doing anything. We see Huanfeng as well, missing everyone. Could be a byproduct of the fact that the Shy pushed everyone away. Chaos Storm, never a chance to use it coming in for Angel. And the fact that the Shy isn't in there creating space to tank, that SOFM isn't in there as well, it means that Angel and Huanfeng not able to aggressively walk forward, and TT able to find that one kill.
Luckily, SOFM was able to steal the Herald, so it's not as big as a play with that one kill adding into the objective. The Eye of Saruman actually timing out. So no one picks it up in the end, and now TT back onto the map in front of the Dragon. The Shy, and he solo killed it. I mean, you getting whittled down with Comet. Explosive cast. Hello again, friend. Barrel roll once more, the pot save.
Come on, the Shy, come on.
And he wants this, dude. Dragus versus the Pirate, and no scurvy for you. Flash solo kill. Might Shy hitting you in the face.
When you're waiting for someone to find a way to break open the game, the Shy goes in for the solo kill. Massive advantage for CS right now as well. Looked like it was about 20 before we flipped over to whatever screen I'm sure only me and you on his screen not. As TT continued to double down on their bot lane, which is what we hit on before, right? That the CP here, they look for SOFM being forced to flag and drag away as I take your job.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it.
That's okay, dude. Don't take my jab. We went through this last time. We literally quoted the South Park episode last time on you. And it was when he was playing GP. And who was it up against? Who took his jab?
It was OMG.
It was OMG, so it was...
Yeah,
it was you getting kicked
took
out.
his job.
He took his
and
job.
literally took his job.
Yeah, it was a great, great episode.
If you guys haven't seen that game, it was one of the most brutal games of League of Legends ever. OMG versus TT. Shanji played Rumble.
Yep.
It was absolutely ruthless. Two dragons over to the side of TT though this time around. That is pretty big. TT have consistently taken control of these dragons, right? Even in the first game, they were the ones hitting up early dragons rather than Weibo.
Top watching this trading in the top side there. Sorry, a different topic, but I noticed you're talking about dragon stacking. I want to talk about something else. Look at CS difference mid, 148. Right now, Angel is having a pretty good CS game, and you know, Captain trying to get into this lane. You talk about him taking health trades a little bit earlier to pick up some of this CS and then move. But because of Angel, it feels like Captain hasn't been able to get it out of lane as much as he really wanted to.
Yeah, Angel just playing the matchup really well. I do think blind picking Galio in a meta where Corki and Victor are so prevalent and they're still on the table is quite rough. I mean, heck, even Syndra, completely playable right now. I think there's a lot of things that do give Galio a hard time, which is why in Demacia, if you remember, we saw a lot of Galio in Demacia Cup early on. But it quickly and easily made its way out of fashion when we did get to the LPL with not really many players picking up Heck. Captain's really the only one that comes to mind when I'm thinking of who is playing Galio in the LPL right now.
That's right. Even people like Angel in the past, Galio these years, right? But right, it's lost popularity fast.
If Cryan is not picking it, that's a very telling sign.
Oh yeah. This phase looks a lot better at the moment. Captain running away. All right, Lyric. I've got 2 kills in 50 minutes. Not my league. What's coming up next? What should I be looking for? Hang on. I've answered my own question.
Okay, you already know,
I'm taking your job now. Okay, Frigid. Going to get helped out by Southwind. There's no healing reduction on Weibo Gaming, and that's what I'm scared about.
It's very interesting how this matchup goes, right? Because neither team really wants to run into the other one. On the one side, you're running into Yuumi, you're running into the Zinza ult being popped, barrels being thrown at you. And for the side of Weibo, I mean, it goes the same, right? We already hit on Chaos Storm, Gravity Field, Aphelios' gun combination. So it really is a lot about who is able to get somewhere first, or these junglers trying to find interesting paths where they can dodge out on the other. Virgin has consistently stayed towards the bottom lane, so it seems like for Weibo, they've consciously made a choice to just cover Huanfeng and On to give them time to have an impact later on, because Huanfeng is falling so far behind. And heck, for SOFM, both of your soul laners are winning naturally.
Yeah, they are. Again, the same as before, but SOFM wants to deal with bot. Frigid up deep as well. Puff hitting away on the turret. Southwind off and on once more, but that's going to be first turret blood over to TT. Getting excited. Puff right on in. The ultimate from the Yuumi as well. Southwind going to get the lockdown, but an instant cleanse by Huanfeng. Nice and quick does it as he flashes away. He would have been hit by a big old rocket to Puff, and TT's bottom lane again. The wing
wait, the Shy's TPing in.
Well, the Gragas has explosive cast and flash available, level 11 on top of Puff and Southwind. Frigid zoning away SOFM, but this Gragas has got something to prove with a TP response coming through. That's Captain, because New can't get anywhere nearby. His Cannon Barrage not available either. The explosive cast separates it now for Weibo Gaming. With a response there, are they going to go back on in? Captain has pulled the Predator out as well. The Shy sticking around as SOFM behind enemy lines. He's spotted out by a cheeky ward. And New's just taking turret while this goes on. So Captain saving the day. And TT running to a gold lead despite the match from Angel.
2 turrets to 1 going in favor of TT. I'm glad we didn't see SOFM run in on that play bot side, considering Huanfeng was still picking up the wave. Now we're also going to have 2 neutral objectives up. We're going to see where teams want to split their focus, right? Herald and Dragon both being on the board. Teams have opposite control right now. TT do have vision on top side and vision on that Herald. For Weibo, they spot everything out that TT is doing in that bottom side of the map. So Weibo wanting to make their way down there with the vision control that they have been able to secure. Heck, this would be soul point for the side of TT.
It's big. Chemtech Soul as well. That's what makes me think that, you know, the potential of this going to a game 3 is there if TT can hold this strong. Got a Jinx right now who's an item and a half. Watch the range as Captain with Predator once again. Weibo moving to it late, but Huanfeng with several grabs him. Potential lockdown here, Lyrics. Bracket reset for the time being. We are in the dating phase once again. And New trying to get set up, but he gets no barrel check.
No, both teams looking for the angle. Angel is trying to do a lot with his laser. Gravity field going down. Captain might be
well, there's the engagement with TT. Frigid's ulti, nice. Separates the Shy. Dragon goes down. SOFM is secured, but the Shy costs his life. As Captain's still not in it. SOFM jumps around. Shield Brand. Everfrost locks him down. TT trying to get near the gravity field from Angel. Beautiful zoning. Weibo Gaming the Dragon cost their top laner. I'm trying to end out, or work out rather, is the fight over? Seems to be done for now as Frigid's still low, but a Yuumi by his side. Puff gets ignited, so no healing for him. New again with the barrel chain. That hurts.
That barrel!
That really hurts. That's why they're working out whether to go back on in, but for Weibo Gaming, the play ends there now, Lyric. This is big TT. Another kill goes on to Puff the carry.
We knew it. We absolutely knew it. It is a 9-game day. It is 100% a 9-game day. You could see there, right? Weibo are the team who felt pressured because heck, TP are the team that are on soul points, so Weibo needs to be trying to secure this one. Shy walking forward, trying to get some damage onto New. Opens up for the engage to come out from the side of TP. He has a very easy pair along Xin Zhao gets the ultimate down, and they're able to finish him off because the rest of Weibo were focused on 1, the dragon, and 2, being zoned out by Captain. So they do get the dragon, but instantly having to fall back, and now we get to a point where, I mean, TT have a lot of tools, right? TT have 2 globals, so they can use Xin Zhao to look for picks on one side of the map, or even just heavily commit towards mid without having to dedicate the same amount of resources. But for Weibo, they are definitely more of the deathball comp, right? They need to stay as a 5-man unit. This is why they've been rotating and keeping the Shy involved in the play so frequently. But this Yumi's just doing so much with their ultimate to shut down any of the fights that Weibo want to be looking for.
Again, there's no healing reduction. There's Yumi on the enemy team, and there's no healing reduction yet. Huanfeng looks like he could be going for an Xe. But TT feeling comfortable right now with the Yubi by their side, and Puff is walking up so aggressively because of it. So right now, TT holding the cards. The Herald does go down in the last 5 seconds before it despawns. Weibo Gaming Lyric feels like they can open up one of the side lanes right now and put a bit more pressure back on TT to even up the goal.
The problem is, though, right, you have a Victor and a Gragas as your sole laners. For Weibo, they really don't have any pressure on side lane trips whatsoever. The Shy, I guess, has been winning his matchup. Despite the fact that he probably shouldn't have so much pressure on this gank. Like, in early laning phase, yes, but we're going to get to the point now with Triforce built for new that he will just be fighting this laning phase. And for TT, we see them just continuously grouping up and enabling Puff. Frigid understands Puff is our win condition at this point. To move Yuumi around the map as well, you need Frigid to be around.
That's what them hanging on the wing. But moving Frigid around, I also wanted to point out, before the Shy solo kills New again, because you know what, this might actually happen. Explosive Cask is available. New with the Triforce Lyric, a very good point you made, that he's able to hold on.
Also, something we never mentioned.
Hello.
Shy playing AP Gragas. They haven't got too many AP Gragas, right? Almost every Gragas we've got so far has been tank Gragas coming out.
Pretty much, yeah. With the Evercross coming through. Also the tier there as well, Lyric. I'm curious if we get the Fimble Winter, which looks most likely. The item that we've only really seen on the rises.
We've had it on Gragas a few times.
Okay, on Gragas too.
Yeah, I don't know if he would index into it on the AP Gragas, though. I mean, heck, right, we had Gragas in meta last year, and people would buy early tiers, just sit on this, and eventually sell them later on if the game did go long enough, just to be able to help them out with that sustain. So, yeah, we'll be following along with what Shy is doing quite closely. So we're on the opposite side. For TT, right, they're hitting a lot of their item breakpoints as well. The big one being that Puff is a full item up over Huanfeng on the opposite side, having the Rapid Fire Cannon. Heck, even an extra BF sword on top of it. So, for Weibo, you just don't have anyone who can deal with the Jinx right now. I don't think you necessarily need to be looking for ultimately proactive plays. At this point, you're pretty much trying to buy time and deny TT from getting on soul points. So, Dragon is coming up in 50 seconds. We will start to see this team's posture for Dragon. TT, as we can see, maintain control over mid-wave with the strength and range coming out from Puff with that Rapid Fire Cannon. And I worry about team fights, right? Who's going to have the range to be able to take him down? You're going to need SOFM to jump in, maybe the Shy to follow, Explosive Cask, Jinx into your team, but you have a Yuumi, whose ultimate shuts all of that down.
True. And also, you know, Xin Zhao against his team Lyric, something we haven't really mentioned. The fact that Chaos Storm, the Explosive Cast, especially from an AP Gragas and the barrel rolls, even the Aphelios, a lot of that damage mitigated by one simple ulti. Frigid can buy the time, but Puff actually caught on out here. The ulti from the Yuumi is going to come down the line, but now for SOFM Cataclysm, he's actually zoned away. He tries to buy his own time, but the Cannon Barrage was perfect with the placement. No one can kill Puff. There's still no healing reduction, Lyric, and it's tilting me off the face of the earth.
Just the advantage in the bot lane so far
Frigid,
is eking over Frigid.
Yuumi, though. Oh my god, I can't take it. Now Puff free firing as Captain flashes on in. Down, another one goes. It's Angel this time. And TT with a 2k gold lead. This is going to grow as on flashes behind Huanfeng, the Shy from over the wall. He's trying to do something, but now Huanfeng in trouble from the Jinx. Puff is unleashed, and there's nothing that Weibo can do about stopping this dragon that'll move to Soul Point.
And for the side of TT, I just can't imagine what can get onto your Jinx to be able to bring the threat, right? We already saw what we just talked about. The Shy SOFM doesn't want to jump onto the Jinx. It's too rough. Just from the fact that the advantage he has, the Yuumi ultimate able to come out, they've locked him down, even chaining it with the choppers coming out from him as well. And then they are zoned off by the cannon barrage, not able to follow through. Bam! Instantly get a lead. We do see, though, the same thing goes both ways, right? Bridget tries to go in. You don't really want to run into the Weibo Gaming composition. Puff is able to, because on top of Jinx's outrage, naturally he has the rapid fire cannon, so has more ability to play off of. And yeah, who on the side of Weibo is ever going to be able to damage Puff? I think the answer is no one.
No one, because you've now got an Infinity Edge on Puff, who's going to be able to survive that long. This time, as Puff gets the fight, like Southwind stuck on him. And Lyric, we are hitting bigger items now. 2 items on the GP in the top lane. New is going to be able to start dealing with this Gragas, who has just picked himself up the Cosmic Drive. Angel, who was so far ahead, who had a bounty because he's 50 CS ahead of his lane opponent, has now lost that after dying in the last fight too. So it feels like this game for Weibo Gaming, you did discuss that the scaling and the way these comps interacted looked favorable. But I'm starting to look at how Puff is in this game, and again, wondering about that range question you brought up. How will Weibo Gaming going to deal with this?
I think the fact that Puff is the one who's gotten so massive means that, I mean, the longer this game goes, the more favors. Heck, you know Yuumi as well, right? Huge champion, because SOFM might be caught out. This game pretty much ends up being to whichever comp has to walk into the other will be the one that loses out. The one X factor could be the Shy, because if you can bring Gragas off on a side angle, hit, you know, a body slam onto Puff, barrel him into your team, well, there's that. I don't think Yuumi ultimate will end up doing too much if the Jinx is already on top of all the other carries. The problem with that is the Shy is AP Gragas. So if the Shy goes in for a play like that, he will just naturally get bursted out right away. AP Gragas simply having a different play style than the typical Gragas that we do see. I think you are playing a little bit more patient, weaving in those barrels, and looking for the right time to somewhat assassinate the enemy carries.
That's what it's going to be like, right? Simple as that. I'm glad you reinstated that with Puff the way he is with the Yuumi on top of him as well. How dominant this game can look and continue to look for TT. They have a 3k gold lead, guys. They're on sole point at this point, and for TT, all these lanes getting shoved in. The vision control dominant too. Even the Baron is a real threat that Weibo Gaming right now. They're struggling to get anywhere near. As soon as TT move out of vision, Weibo Gaming have to go through the treacherous jungle that no longer belongs to them.
Treacherous jungles. We have all been there before hysterics. I'm not going to make the reference, though, because it's not a reference to be made on broadcast. And you know what?
Okay.
The Chem Tech fog is up. How does that make you feel?
Full of terror. Scared.
Hey, it is getting nerfed. I guess technically it's already nerfed because patch 12.2 has technically been released, even if it is not out.
True. It's 12.13. Been on it for now 2 weeks. Here's a cannon barrage. It's actually a 1v1. Out of it with the explosive cast. The Shy to flash away from New. We're getting close, but New wins it. Collector comes in clutch. The Super Mega Death Rocket just in case. And that was on a knife's edge, to say the very least.
New with the crucial flash away from that last body slam. Maybe that would have locked him down long enough for the Shy to also connect with the W or connect with the Q and be able to burst him out in the end. But guess what, the Shy? It did not. You cannot keep styling on New like this. And if you were here for Puff's pre-game interview, he asked, please, the Shy, don't be so dominant today. And it looks like the Shy being a good friend to his X80 carry.
At 28 minutes in, though, solo kill, still a solo kill, and you should be happy with that one. 45 minutes until the soul comes up for TT. Lyric, this is the last time I'm going to say it. Chat, you got to take notice. Tell me who built healing reduction first, because I don't understand. I may be gold, but
Angel does. Angel does it, Angel has.
He finally just got it! Oh my god, Angel deserves an MVP, but I don't know. MVP, secondary VP, because it doesn't look like Weibo Gaming are going to win the game at this point. As they move up towards Baron, Lyric, trying to bait them.
Flip the Baron! Flip it, let's go! Okay, Weibo are going in on it. They have the ability to have the guns ready. Let's see how it goes.
Puffin Captain has not spotted out the Shy. He gets a barrel roll once again. Frigid goes into the back line though. Angel flashes away. Ulti's out with the final chapter from Southwind again. TT move away. Weibo Gaming can no longer flip it because TT are much healthier and Weibo Gaming don't want to die, but
Oh,
hang
you're
on.
wrong, Hysterics.
I'm
They
wrong.
can't flip it, and they're going to flip it.
But they're on vision. The TP back on in. The Shy still has his ulti, and Puff not doing too much damage to the AP Grog. Baron hasn't been started in second 5, Lyric, and we're just waiting to see if Weibo Gaming...
He's doing Dragon as well.
They run back.
He's doing Dragon.
Okay, so they're going to get the Chemtech Soul. They're going to get the Chemtech Soul. It's absolutely gone. Thank you for the stack.
Time to fight.
And with the Chemtech Soul, now it's going to be more like 10v5.
Yeah, we're keeping our eyes on. I think
good Cannon Barrage.
confident to look for the engage. Cannon Barrage coming out.
I mean, On's almost dead. On is just almost dead. The wild growth onto Angel. SOFM gets out. Thank you so much for the leash. They're back on it though, but Bridget, are you going to 50-50 SOFM? Oh, he got it! You just gave him the Baron! You're the team that should be winning, but now for Weibo Gaming, they're still going to get slaughtered. Puff over the wall. One Fong with the dodge out. The Super Mega Death Rocket hits with just the tip. Triple kill, about to turn into more. The Shy running for his life, the last Baron on Weibo Gaming. The fact that TT burger flipped that one is definitely a surprise.
I mean, to be fair to TT, right, I don't think that's a flip on their side. Sure, they're technically flipping the smite on the Baron, but Weibo are committing. You're looking for the fight. Means TT are just going to win. This game, I think, is solidly over. Even if it's not over now, my God, would TT have to be some kind of bad to lose this game now?
Okay, well, not a McDonald's shop then. You know, TT didn't flip it, Lyric, and thank you for clarifying that to me. The Shy still has Baron.
They flipped it, but they flipped it nicely.
Landed on its side. You ever seen people in, you know, a pizza restaurant, a pizzeria, or what do you call them?
Yes,
Italian
yes, I
restaurant.
know what you mean. Like, yeah, like when they throw the pizza dough. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And it flipped back
Yeah.
down perfectly.
It did do that as, no, we're gonna go to the replay. So, TT bought time to give them Chemtech Soul. They make their way onto Baron. For Weibo, maybe this would be good, or for TT, the flip would be bad if the rest of the members weren't staying here and you were just trying to get the steal with SOFM to try and keep some of these Barons alive on opposite members. But the follow through here, Puff gets the reset, instantly flashes over the wall, keeps going, shoots out the ultimate. Cool people don't look at explosions, so he keeps running forward to find a kill on the Shy. And 7-0-0 on Jinx. More importantly, 0-0-7 on Yuumi.
Oh,
you decide which
it's
was
a
more of
mirror.
the key player.
It's a mirror. But Yuumi can't be 007. Not cool enough champion. I'm so sorry. So I think it's got to go to Puff. The 4-item Jinx with a stopwatch in hand. You look at Yuumi as well. Mikhail's blessing there. All keep to Puff alive. Hey, Elder's coming up in 3 minutes 30. That's a negative 3,000 Baron though. So might not be worth Lyric, but the game still goes on, and I'm excited to see if there's any gas left in the tank for this team that is getting sieged towards their top lane turret. Like, how hard is it to defend right now?
Yeah, and I'd like to see New to continue pushing out that mid wave. Actually, Captain having his ultimate back up now makes sense that they are looking for the swap. Captain can be able to join the heroic entrance at any time. Just keeping down this turret. Heck, now even a Maw coming out for Puff. Just putting respect on both Shy and Angel. Double AP coming out as their threat. Heck, feels like Angel is the one doing the brunt of the damage. Even the Shy being quite accelerated on 3 items. So I like the itemization and respect coming out from Puff. Being scared, not wanting to throw away this game.
Would appreciate you stop saying heck Lyric as the Shy goes in on top of Puff, goes gold first. Remember, Mikhail's blessing is there as the final chapter comes through. Puff again, not dying for now. Cataclysm on top of him. Puff just keeps getting healed up. The Yuumi heal at this point in the game. Bonkulous as Puff walks forward onto one bong. This is a done deal. New will take away that triple. And ladies and gentlemen, Lyric has been going since the start of our 3 series day, and it will continue for one more game. TT get their first ever LPL individual game win. They're going to World.
Yup. Hey, Puff said it. Puff said it in his opening interview. We will beat Weibo today. Puff, not a man of many words. Puff is also not a liar. So, nice job, Puff. Especially Puff and Southwood, right? You expect the Jinx to get the MVP, but I feel like Yumi's presence just enables everything. And you know, Weibo probably not going to want to play against that Yuumi once again. It made their life quite hard. And kind of funnily enough, I feel like this game was somewhat determined at that first Herald fight in a way, in the sense that, right, we had seen nothing up to it. Teams were pretty even. There was like a little bit of trading of summoners back and forth everywhere on the map. But whoever won that first fight is where you started to see that gold lead start to build up. TT were able to take it off of some bad, misplays coming out from certain members like the Shy. We see Huanfang's ult missing, the coordination not there. And then from then on, Frigid able to keep doubling down on the bot lane plays, just hung around there. And SFM not able to find a way to influence. It didn't matter how much their solo lanes were winning, though maybe had Weibo committed more to playing with those solo lanes, maybe look for dives around mid or make plays around top with the Shy winning so heavily, you could have tried to break open a gold lead bigger somewhere else on the map and had better avenues in the mid game. Point is, they didn't though. Whichever team runs into the other loses. They ran into a Jinx. Jinx got rapid fire cannon super fast. Puffs damage, massive. Oh, lose damage actually, massive.
Lyric, you know what I'm gonna harp on about, don't you? You know what I'm gonna say that this game, the most annoying thing. It took 28 minutes for someone on Weibo Gaming to build healing reduction. Now, analysts out there can criticize. They can say, okay, well, it didn't really matter, and maybe it didn't. But I tell you what, that's tilting. Because if I was in solo queue and players did that, I'd be like, hey guys, come on. We know that in this game there's about 10 billion products of healing. Let's fix that. Let's equalize this. So apart from tilt and being serious for a moment as well, TT getting their first game win is astonishing. It's great. It's really good for the team. Going into the game 3 though, I got a lot of questions for Weibo Gaming because that didn't look like the first game. When you go into game 3, you're going to be heading up to 9 hours. It's 1:30 here in the morning here in Sydney, so we're going to be riding it all the way. 2:30 a.m. train. See who brings out this series right after this.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid, can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So
就目前我们 TT 现在成绩不太理想的话，主要是可能我们选手就是这个版本，包括个人对个人理解可能没有其他队做的特别好，然后团队配合也没有其他队特别好，所以可能会不太理想。我觉得后面应该会很好。
May not be ideal is a very interesting way to put it there as we go into game number 3. You know, Puff providing insight this series for sure. Lyric, this is your last game of the night. It has been.
I know.
What time did we start? We started 7.5 hours ago.
Yep, it's been 7 hours 35 minutes.
It has indeed. So that's for you and Mazel started that series. I hopped on about 2.5 hours after that. 2.5 hours. I think he had pretty big game number 3 of Ultra Prime LGD. So I've only been here for 5.5, or maybe 4.5. So I don't know how you're doing it, but this is going to be the final game of the night, guys. We've literally had best of 3s, 3 in a row, all go to all 3 game series.
Ooh.
That makes
You
sense.
know what, though? This feels like LPL, because anyone who watched last year, we had so many 2-0s. And 2-0s, that's not the LPL I remember. I remember watching, again, I remember casting in 2020, watching in 2019.
Yeah.
Even back when I was in LMS, when we'd scrim the teams, and we tune in sometimes. A lot of games going the distance. So, you know, it's rough on the voice, but it feels like home.
It does. And I'll tell you what, you know, seeing this one go the distance as well, we'll bring up Puff as MVP. It does give us a better understanding that the TT, the team that have never picked up an individual game, this was their first game of the split that they actually got a win. So now they're 1-9. But importantly enough, on the cusp of winning their first series, it feels like that identity of the bottom lane has really shifted into reality that, yes, they can win games.
Yeah, we highlighted, right? If there was going to be a player or players that won games for TT, it would be their bottom lane. This team just has 2019 Vici vibes written all over it. Obviously not to the same level. I think Vici was able to pick up more back in 2019. But heck, maybe Puff in his pregame interview is right? Give some more time. They'll be able to pick up more. Again, UCount Chieftain technically are on the roster. At some point, maybe they come in. If TT can start picking up more wins before that, though, who knows? We'll get to see more of Captain and Frigid. Captain's love of these roaming mid laners like Galio, enabling the Jinx, and I mean, especially Southwind on the Yuumi looked like such a nuisance to play against. And now, I have one request. I am not someone who asks for much. We ban Corki, the Victor, the Jinx, and the Aphelios.
Right.
Let's do that, both teams. Let's agree that this meta, we move past it for like 25 minutes, and we bring out the Kaisas, the Jins, all the little fun picks that won't have it to where we're just like, well, let's talk about Betty White instead. Because that happens.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, Lyric, we're on the same sides again. That's all I can say. And I'm telling you, if I see Yuumi, you're solo casting. I will not accept Yuumi. Not even falling through.
I was born ready.
But
I was, these duos we have, me and you, Oshin and Ox, Munch and Dag, I don't like it. Get me in there with myself, you and Mazel. You guys are both quirky, fun-loving guys.
Yeah. We love Corki. Corki and Victor, I think if there's ever been more... Hang on a minute. You can't wear a tie with a hoodie. I don't understand that. The zip up was just above the tie. I'm sorry. Completely distracted. And I didn't get a good look at who that was, Lyric, but pink tie with a gray zip up hoodie? No. There's no way in any fashion world that works.
Look, no, because the rule of fashion is the more obscure and the less it works, the more it actually does work. So you clearly don't understand fashion. As we come in, Weibo keeping their bands completely the same, TT being the ones to change it up so far, the Caitlyn being the thing that is different, left open once again. Weibo did go towards that to great effect in game 1, with Wanfong absolutely popping off in that 2v2. I do think TT showed their hand a bit too soon by first rotating the Lux in that draft, which just opened up for the Nautilus to come out, and then they had so much kill pressure, as we saw. Just chain the hook into the trap. Bam, they were killing left and right.
Yeah.
TT this time around realized, hey, Jinx is, at least in my mind, the most AD carry on the patch so far. I've been quite surprised to see teams continuously opt into the Aphelios side of the matchup when Jinx does have the advantage going in. And for TT now, it's an easy rotation, right? They pick up the Jinx. They were hovering the Xin Zhao before. I think the Xin Zhao definitely provides more into a team composition than the Lee Sin does, just with the amount of space that your ultimate does provide. Yeah, right? Just the amount of space that it does bring and the damage it does mitigate. But Frigid is feeling feisty, gets the Lee Sin, gonna look for some of the big plays. You know what? It might be the 9th game of the day, but this isn't the time to let our energy die.
No way, dude.
It's time to double down.
I'm with you. I told you, tonight if I get kicked out of the apartment, I get a knock on the door, people saying, what's up? Why are you shouting? I did put a note in everyone's letterbox, by the way. I had to let them know that nothing bad is happening here. It's just some good old League of Legends casting. Importantly from that, you've just given Weibo Gaming a winning 2v2. Now, Lyric, Lux, Caitlyn, like that is a nightmare lane to play against. Doesn't matter if you're Jinx or not. You have to do Lulu here, right? You have to cement a 2v2 that can survive.
I wonder, right, if they do go towards that, or they do opt into the kill pressure bot lane, bring the Lee Sin down, have Frigid play a similar way that he did last time around. You can see Southwind on your screens, very deep in thought in how he does want to answer out and round out the first phase for the side of Thunder Talk. But nope, they don't want to do a Lulu, they don't want to do a kill lane, they just want to go towards the Yuumi once again. All right, am I solo casting starting now, or?
Yeah, you're doing it now until until I decide to come back. Yeah, I tell you what, the temptation to walk off is definitely there.
All right, so okay, Lyric, going into the second phase of Picks and Bans, what do you want to see? Well, Lyric, we already see TT taking away the Corki. There is nothing in the universe that makes me happier than that decision Looks like top lane bans coming out from Weibo on the opposite side. They don't want to leave New on a pick where he can just sit on an island, chill out, and not get absolutely abused by the Shy. Because speaking of the Shy, right, he has been a consistent point in laning phase, both him and Angel, taking advantage of their solo lane matchups thus far this game. Now for TT, another smile on my face would be the Victor, just instantly out of game. But there it is, Lyric. The Syndra taken off the board. A proactive playmaker that would pair with the Xin Zhao, bring a ton of action and fun. No longer going to be here now. The last man, Galio, off the board. Thank God, Captain CS will probably be better this game than it was before. Zoe coming in though. Zoe Lee Sin, we know, mid-jungle 2v2 skirmishes, river control, bam, people burning summoners, and Captain picking them up. Funnily enough, friends of the world out there listening, Hysterics Live, he is still actually here.
I am here.
He moved off his camera, but I can see like the top of his hair.
I'm sitting down.
Kind of chilling out.
I had to sit down, dude. I can't deal. Like, you know, there's something about Yumi that just takes me into a faraway place. And look, we've got Gragas again. So Lyric, I can't let you do it all. You've done 9 individual games. You've done 7.5 hours. Making you solo cast is cruel. I know as much as you love
My
it.
show.
Okay, well, if you want it, you take it.
No. Well, I just want to highlight the Gragas coming out once again from Shy. I would prefer Tank Gragas coming out more than the AP variant, especially with the way that their compositions are being built, right? To where it is more front-to-back style siege and team fight coming through. So him just being a unit that could buy space, that can absorb damage, try and find access to the backline if needed, I think feels a lot more important than any damage he provides, or even Everfrost bringing some utility, because realistically, who are you going to be able to hit Everfrost on and add to the composition? For TT, though, they're falling in the same vein. I think just locking the Ornn, front-to-back skirmishing as well. You have the long-range engage. I love Ornn up against champions like Caitlyn Lux. In the past, you'd see him picked a lot into things like Azir, because you don't need to get up close and personal like a Gragas or like back in the day of a Maokai, right? You just open up Call of the Forge God, get the slow in there. If you land it, it gives time for Frigid to be able to close the gap.
It's incredible to me that for TT, you know, being able to run this same bottom lane, but more importantly, change it up where there's a lot more stability. And Lyric, you know, with Ornn, I always talk about team fighting. I always look at him and say, okay, well, the 5v5 looks really strong here. There's a good amount of pick potential too, and I want you to run me through if it's just a matter of time here for Weibo Gaming, where this roster is trying to play this game 3 for the laning phase and to push ahead towards the mid game.
I'll be honest, in terms of scaling and waiting out, I feel like there's such dominant things on both sides. I mean, heck, last game round we said maybe if Weibo get into a good position, they'd be the winner. But for the side of TT, I feel like this Yumi just changes the dynamic so much. It's something we were reminded last game. Her ult range is absolutely massive. How do SOFM and the Shy ever get to a position where they are able to find an engage or set up damage, or get into a point where they are first on objectives? Their bot lane will win much heavier this time around, I think, for the side of Weibo. So potentially you will be the ones to control the dynamic, push in, get those turret plates, bringing Frigid down. But then it is going to be about some of the skirmishes in the bottom side, and Yumi doing so much to enable the Lee Sin coming out from Frigid.
Where this whole series has been about enabling the bottom side, hasn't it? Captain has often picked up this Galio that we've seen. We don't even get Car. We're just straight into the game, and I'm kind of interested to see that for the first time in the series, Captain is on something like the Zoe and can have that lane presence. Angel's been getting away with dominating lane both game 1, game 2. This time around, Lyric, it doesn't feel as one-sided. It feels like Captain will have more options available, and maybe even give TT a chance to, you know, play through a lane that isn't just bot, that also to be able to influence a lane that has a great 2v2 when Zoe's level 3 and beyond.
Yeah, exactly right. Victor's still incredibly strong at level 1, like we've highlighted, but Captain will be able to come online at level 3. Also, starting off with Ignite, is running the Unsealed Spellbook for more utility, more impact, and variety in team fights later on. So, will be a bit of pressure between Frigid and Captain in this matchup. On the opposite end, though, we have highlighted the bot lane dynamic coming in, which should be favorable for Suning coming out. And good note for top side, as we are just kind of running the lanes, the Shy has opted into the tank Gragas this time around.
He has. The Grasp of the Undying is what you're referring to, of course. Is Weibo Gaming actually, Puff not going to fall for it. Southwind, and he bind it out straight away. And Huanfeng and On get absolutely nothing. Puff will get healed up too, and start of the lane trying to cheese it out and get an instant advantage. Almost worked out.
Ooh, who's ready? Look at the jungle pathing. We're heading down towards the bottom side for both. We can even see Frigid just going from buff to buff. Heck, might even just level 2 gank bot. He's going for it.
It's going to be so quick. Puff and Southwind getting the damage off as well. Huanfeng gets slowed on down. This is not good. Weibo Gaming force out the heal from Puff, but time is all they needed. The flash, not kick, of course, level 2. It's a Sonic Wave first blood. On the next target. Lyric, it's an absolute disaster.
It is turning around for TT. After game 2, I went on Twitter, saw Kelsey Moser put, a new era starts now for Thunder Talk. And that's what we're talking about. Frigid, red buff into bot lane, kills secured. Huanfeng and On, who are they? Because it is Puff and Southwind's time to shine. Frigid making his way down, goes for the ward hop, flashes to force the flash out for Huanfeng, does save his Q though to be able to secure that one. And with all the extra summoners that a Yuumi does provide, makes it easy to close out on that last kill.
A 2-kill Lee Sin Lyric at pre-3 minutes in the game. A 1k gold lead for TT. It may as well have been that early of an invade as New versus the Shy. Grasp trades all around. We're not going to see too much action. It's two very, very big objects.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You're going to see a lot of action. You're not going to see a lot of meaningful action.
Hang on. Shy running out of mana. I feel like with a barrel roll time, you could be in a bit of trouble, but maybe I'm wrong. What do you mean meaningful action? Wet noodles are always fun, and honestly, we don't see enough of them these days. So it's kind of nice.
You're just the one who said there's going to be no action. Now you're questioning my use of the word meaningful?
Yeah, okay. Well, I take it all back. I was wrong anyway. It's Frigid. Not going to get the smite through. SOFM. Now he has to get out. That flash about to come in handy. He's over the wall. Captain here with the drop bubble though. Connects. There's no follow-up, guys. Weibo, make sure of that. And the steal's good, Lyric. But still, the problem is that Frigid has 500 gold over him. Observers getting baited up top. Are they though?
Ooh, you know, story's the same though, right? Because you look at mid and top, Weibo Soul Laners completely dominating New and Captain. The Shy just outclassing Thorn here in this matchup. Yeah. Angel going to be looking for a reset right now as well. Does have the flash up, so get some items under his belt. The boots, the Doran's ring coming in. Will be able to play a bit more aggressively. Captain does match in terms of items though, so like we said, the trades maybe we'll be able to start coming out more favorably, especially if Frigid starts looking towards this mid lane. Does have a control ward available now. It'd be cool to see those used around that lane and then make your way towards enabling bot once again, right? Because you've already got summoners up to Caitlyn and Lux. This would be a very easy lane to look for a repeat games on.
And this test Frigid does it because the jungler versus SOFM, it's like a world's finalist jungler in 2020 and someone who is a Spartan of the league versus a Fridge who's very new to the league. Guys, if you don't know what Frigid is, it's time to look up the definition. Because this jungler has struggled, moving into the mid game, struggled, enabling TT in the early part of the split. Lyric, the early game has never been a problem for TT, but again, I want to see that transition played out in this final game against Weibo. Because when you have a 2-kill Lee Sin, all we're doing is tracking Frigid right now and how far he can push that advantage to close it out for TT, to balloon this gold gap even further.
Yeah, he's already making his way down towards the bot side to gank that Weibo bot lane, but
nice, good pronunciation.
Doesn't look like he's gonna, just had to flex it once.
Yeah.
But in our eyes, they'll always be Weibo gaming. SOFM though, still around this side of the map. We are highlighting Frigid leaning towards mid, allowing and working with Captain to move down towards this bottom side. To spot out that the red buff is still up, he should know that he's on this side of the map. SOFM, nice eye as well, seeing the fact that Captain did walk down from mid towards spot, so Angel passing that information over. He is going to make sure that he doesn't get caught off guard by a man advantage roam squad coming out from Thunder Talk. And yeah, Weibo keeping this early game steady and Frigid not wanting to waste too much time is going to just go back to farming his camps.
Kind of crazy to me is Puff and on trade back and forth, that SOFM has 20 CS up on Frigid. And you see with SOFM's pathing heading towards topside, a lot more camps to go. Lyric, this guy, you can say whatever you want in previous form, hasn't been amazing the 2 series we've seen prior to this. SOFM's farming abilities remain, you know, some of the best in the jungle.
It also just goes back to the trade-off set that, you know, we've been hitting on in League of Legends forever, right? Is when you're dedicating your time somewhere, that means you're losing your time somewhere else.
Sure.
Frigid dedicating a lot to hovering around his lanes, playing towards this. SOFM on the opposite side, picking up all the camps he can on the map to make sure once this game does get into a mid-game state where, you know, his Victor is a bit more online, same with Caitlyn, he will be a fine, strong engager and frontline unit for the rest of the squad. Though, I think this game is already getting off to a very scary start in terms of just the amount of pressure their bot lane's putting up, and the fact that TT is once again going to start stacking dragons. TT have continuously been the team to be able to get these early dragons. It is going to put a lot of pressure on Weibo later on to have to commit into them to look for the smite steals and can end with advantageous fights for TT like we've been seeing.
At least you can roll the dice a little bit in your favor because we're not going to get any of the new dragons this game. Smelly Dragon comes up second. Means
You know,
we're left with the 4 originals.
You make a great point when you say roll the dice.
Yeah.
Because if 369 was on the Rift right now, this game would be all over the place. We'd probably would have seen like 2 solo kills top by now. Not saying for 369, but in some direction.
Sorry, Lyric, I'm not sure if that was disconnecting. One of us went for a body. Could have been either one of us at this point, but you know, you're right. Could have gone in either direction, and I feel like we'd be talking about Weibo Gaming with 9 in the first game, and last game would be like a 6. It was somewhere in between 3 and 6. That's how it felt. Hell's gonna start here, Lyric. And you're up, or maybe you're not, because Frigid's caught out. You know what? An easy shutdown. It's given over to the Victor. Angel says thank you so much as the Shy and you beef it out. Gragas is going to absorb a lot more of the Shimmer and send it right back out. New gets sent packing, and Herald's a freebie. Lyric, that's one way to give over the early game that Frigid acquired.
But there we go, SOFM aggressively flashing forward onto Frigid.
Yeah.
We see, I almost called him Hung because of how aggressively he walked forward as well.
Sure.
On walking forward, hitting that binding, and we get some action on the Rift. Herald's gonna come down as well. New missing out on some gold up in that top side. A 20 CS advantage already being built up for the Shy. So, and the Shy this time around can feel more confident about going into teamfights. Doesn't have to be afraid that he's the squishy AP, like pseudo mage, pseudo assassin like champion. And if the Shy is able to go in, then that means we will potentially be able to see some of these plays where you go for the E-Flash into
sandwich.
the explosive cast onto Jinx.
Good binding here on top of Frigid once again. The collapse, beautiful. The burn down ticking is on. Flashes for the auto, but he doesn't have enough damage. Angel as well has his own summoner. Frigid gets out, if only just.
That is so depressing.
Yeah.
Coming out for On, so close to being able to do it, but he isn't able to. Still generating pressure for the mid lane. Gonna be able to make his way down towards spot now, but Weibo stepping up at least in terms of trying to find the action on point with these skill shots.
I mean, that's why he called it Hung, right? You just see the flashes forward, the ability to be a bit of a Chad, because we know that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw our Mojo-ometer the other day, but
He was
Hung
on
was #1 on my list of Mojo.
Isn't it a Majometer? Mojo-ometer, isn't
Yeah.
it? Majometer? Yeah.
I don't know how it's pronounced. You could also say Mojo meter, I guess. You know,
Ooh, I like
there's
that too.
plenty of ways.
Yeah. If you guys don't know what Mojo is, Austin Powers explains it in one of his movies. Good trouble bubble. Frigid nearby as well. Angel has a flash available, but will he be alive to use it? The Ignite's down. The dodge away from Super Mega Destroyer. And the Sonic
that
Wave.
sidestep.
Angel's going to get flashed on by Captain. A couple more autos to take him down, but that's a trait. Angel deserves the praise for getting a 1-for-1.
Angel sidestepping that Sonic Wave was clean, making sure Captain has to commit into him and finding more in the mid lane when TT are the ones dedicating resources, even opening up for SOFM, threatened Frigid off his own jungle camps. Doesn't look like the Raptors were up though, so not going to get anything out from that one. We also saw a little bit of a highlight in top lane. The Shy still absolutely dominating New having to back
True.
off because they saw SOFM start to path towards that top side jungle. They don't know where he went from there. He could have been threatening a dive on top side, so New is going to respect that, and it's going to open up for plates. How has the Shy gotten 3 plates as Gragas against Orn?
I don't know, man. The same as Gragas in the previous matchup. On's going to get targeted here. Puff healed back up into fruition after sending out the final chapter. That's going to absorb the damage. He's carries Yuumi as Frigid's still in the bottom side. And the bottom side, speaking of TT, once again, doing well, but Lyric, there's a Herald mid. Angel just picked up a bit of a trade kill. And this Victor getting more gold. Again, Angel this whole series has been in a very good position. Weibo Gaming going back to it again.
Yeah, Angel showing that he's definitely been a credible captain, at least since the laning phase. Has had good matchups pretty much the whole time. I do want to throw that out there to, you know, Captain very consciously choosing what he was doing with those Galio picks coming out, trying to just roam around, but still. Don't take that away from Angel. Dragon coming up now. We've seen with the pressure that Weibo are generating from mid, this should be a Dragon that they are finally able to pick up early on. Both top lane TTs look like they are about to come up, but TT starting to make their way down like they want to contest.
Okay, well, Puff is here first. He's going to get bounded out as On just unleashes hell. Look at the poke coming through. That's 2 ultis out from the bottom lane. And now Puff can't join. Free Dragon for you. Frigid as well, backing away after Captain pushes the wave through mid. So, first Dragon for Weibo Gaming, second of the game, and it is going to be an Infernal Soul Lyric. Very good for both of the comps. Infernal, good for everyone, we should say. Is, hey, the Shy's going to get more play.
Yeah, Infernal Soul is like free money, you know? Just welcome. It doesn't matter who you are. You just like free money. As News Turret has been a bit of an ATM for the Shy on the opposite side. He's getting whatever he likes, taking out transactions every so often, but I don't care about the Shy right now. That's a tank versus tank matchup. They have the Yuumi ultimate.
The final chapter, the safeguard, straight to the ward going golden, but on the trap. The kickback's an easy one. The ulti in place as well. Frigid close to dying, but ignore that. Southwind's here. Heals back up. Frigid will get out of there. Once again, the bottom lane Lyric. TT, it's their saving grace.
Yeah, On was able to buy a nice amount of time, but like you said, it didn't matter. The traps were able to come out from Puff. And Puff, once again, capitalizing on the lead that they're able to find in the spot lane. Just getting a lot of value out of this Yuumi pick. Seems like a strategy that TT have been practicing and warming up to bring out on stage. And oh, Juan Fong, you got to be a little bit careful, buddy.
Of who? Of SOFM? I'd say yes, he's going to go on in, but Frigid's still here. The patience out of that man. The Crescent Guard as well, but it's not going to do anything. Puff's going to heal this back up. The flash away. They killed him with the cat. It's Justice, but Justice is a double-edged sword at times. That makes no sense. Look, pause for now. Sonic Wave after Frigid dodged away with the flash. Not going to follow up as On rejoins the lane. Note that Captain down here is danger as well, but the Shy hits up turret. First turret blood to the Gragas top against it on. Who would have thought?
Yeah, I just can't believe what I saw bot. I guess Frigid just expected they would have been able to kill
with the cleanse.
SOFM.
Lyric, Frigid's in for this. Sonic Wave once again. This Lee Sin is in love with the bottom lane. And SOFM's like, I got camps to farm. I'm not hanging around for this.
Yeah, he's not going to waste his time.
Leave.
Gotta be efficient in the eyes of SOFM.
He's still here.
Frigid is the jungler that heck, maybe it's send Frigid to top esports. You know, this might be exactly what they need. This might be a bit more extreme than Xiaopeng. As we see here, SOFM comes in, they go to play immediately, Exhaust comes down, they buy times on the choppers, and Frigid starts to walk away here after stacking his Conqueror. And yeah, it seems like he wanted to give the kill over to Puff, but calculation not exactly on point.
No, definitely not. After Frigid's had, you know, that double kill at the start with the very inventive level 2 gang, that brought TT into the forefront of a very confident early game, but not sure if I can say that now that we've got a 3k gold lead for Weibo Gaming. They got the first Herald, they got top and mid Lyric. There's no trade from TT. Bottom lane stays standing, mid and top are pretty healthy too. We have a Fimbulwinter Gragas this time as the first item, and SOFM is about to pick up the Herald. Lyric, Ludens, Gale Force. Even though Jinx is big, I'm seeing a Weibo Gaming that are a lot bigger here and have a lot more options moving into this mid game.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo have 2 lanes to play out from, right, as compared to TT only having the singular one. I think that the interesting part will be when we're at Dragons, right? Because I think we can expect how the map state will go for now in terms of if Frigid groups up around mid, their bot lane will be able to keep up pressure, maybe rotate them around the map, maybe even just try to find a pick outright, but it should be around their duo lane most likely, because Angel should just be safely catching waves around his turret, unless Frigid is showing, and the Shy can just continue to dominate in the top lane. So we're going to be looking mid that way. For the side of Weibo, I think it's looking towards sides like we see SOFM and On doing right now.
On a ward though, Frigid here in the fog of war. Angel's going to use the Herald, and Frigid's still waiting. The kick backwards, the reality is TT are bringing down the cavalry. It's going to be 4 members towards the bottom side. Angel's moving up too. Frigid not spotted out now, and On has to go back, but his pathing's not going to be helping him out as Angel's in the middle. He's buying his time. The fact he's still alive, but a searing charge gets the knock up, and now the Shy in the middle of it as well. Up the creek without a paddleless. Mew laughs in the face of danger. You all saw that, the quick spam as TT get a pick right before the dragon.
Frigid has got to be the most patient man in the LPL. Probably the type of human being who falls asleep to Bob Ross, just the type of human being that I respect. And it's going to open up for a dragon for the side of team, most likely. It's 5v4 right now. Yuumi ultimate still, actually every ultimate across the board except the Dragon's Rage kick is available on side of Underdog.
I mean, Captain doesn't do too much damage to him. Running into New, this Ornn trying to buy time. He's not tanking up at this point with Yuumi. Maybe I'm wrong. Call the Forge God gets knocked up by SOFM as the engage comes through the explosive cask as well. Absolutely gorgeous. The Shy running forward, zoning them out, and the Dragon might be a freebie even without the jungler as Captain runs on in. One Fong doesn't care for now. It's Angel who secures it, and the Gragas is belly flopping in front of TT's face.
And you nailed it, Hysterics. We just saw how much tankier the Shy was that New on the opposite side in that fight. Yeah, he was absorbing pretty much every cooldown to where New was just getting completely whittled down by the members of Weibo, and that was without their Victor there to start off the skirmish. They're not going to be able to pivot back into pushing out these side lanes, get some vision down. We're going to go back into the replay. New just trying to buy space. The other members hitting Dragon. But look at the damage Captain does on the Shy. It's almost nothing. Where we see here, New is just getting absolutely whittled down by SOFM, by Huanfeng, and by the Shy himself. They find those 2 picks, and they know they can easily turn over to be able to pick up this Infernal Drake.
Well, 2 dragons now and start stacking up for Weibo Gaming. Definitely a condition we can start talking about, Lyric. And, you know, coming into this one, I want to reiterate, like we always talk about team compositions here. You mentioned great scaling, but the scaling with Yuumi and an Ornn. Of course, Ornn adding that extra 5k gold value is important. But heading into this mid-game, it does feel like Weibo Gaming, with their gold lead, with the fight we just saw, are going to be the team that we talk about being the strongest for the next 10, 15 minutes, depending on how this escalates. Hang on. Okay, the Shy explosive cast gets out. There's the ulti. Away with the body. That's 3 people top! The Shy brings it out again like, hello?
I can't wait for whoever casts Weibo next, because they have the easiest segment ever of finding the Shy highlight clips. Hopefully it's you, because I know you love doing that.
We did one today. I feel like it's just...
We did one today. Any opportunity you find where you can do it, you just do it. You just slam that in there. But going back to your point, right?
Yeah.
I definitely feel like we saw in the last fight that it makes a big difference how the gold is allocated on each side. We're getting a replay of this, despite that nothing really happens, right? Kick comes out. We do see the cask as well able to buy space. And the Shy just dodging out on the Ram is quite spicy. But yeah, big advantage in top side for the Shy. And both team comps, right? It's going to be all about hitting frontline. You shouldn't really have too much access to the backline with the way that these stacked out with like Enchanter support, tank up top, and then hyper carries down in the bottom lane. So the fact that the Shy will be able to absorb a lot more than New on the opposite side, I think will be the deciding factor. Also, Angel, who will be getting to the point where he's outputting more DPS than Captain, even just itemizing more aggressively, right? Sitting on Sorcerer Shoes over Merc Treads on Captain, and even being closer to his next item. So across the board, whether it is like damage profile or tankiness, it feels like Weibo are indexed better into those front-to-back team fights. Huanfeng, though, is kind of tough in terms of itemization. So game comes down to Puff once again. What can you say?
Who knew? Who knew it would go this way? But at the very least, even though Huanfeng's a bit behind, it's only about half an item behind. He's even picked up a bit of a bounty in this game. Captain trying for the nuke, and You know, Angel, you were mentioning this mid laner, and I'm scanning across items, and of course the Shy is the one that stands out to me. I'm also looking at an Ornn that's going Chemtech and Chemtank, excuse me. And we've seen a lot of this out of the Ornns recently, Lyric. Pause that, hold the thought, One caught out, Gale Force. Again, just the edge of the Ram Jam that knocks him up. Lyric, what's next? What do you want to talk about next?
I just wonder what TT's thought process was. You know that Huanfeng is everything now. Has Gale Force, has Flash. You're not making a play on mid right there. Even if you find the pick, I guess you're trying to transition into Baron, but that would be super risky. That would be a massive flip with the amount of AoE that the side of Weibo has to be able to contest you. So I feel like they just lost a lot of time, allowed for another wave of side lanes to be able to get pushed in. And yeah, could have lended itself into better setup in side lanes yourself. More vision coming down from the Dragon. It's going to be up in 50 seconds, but in the end, no, resets coming out on both sides. In Hysterics, with the fact that Dragon is coming out, we're going to be keeping our eyes on Weibo. They're making their way on the map first, so you're going to be able to get those Caitlyn traps down for a potential Dragon fight. You're going to be able to look for the front to back like we had last time around and enable the Shy to be able to absorb the same amount of damage as before. But Ornn upgrades are starting to come out for the side of TT.
That's true. It's kind of ironic, though, that the true Fridge, not Frigid, not new on the Ornn, it is the Shy here as the Arctic off Spragas as he stands deep in the enemy jungle. News decided it's time to upgrade his own item, of course, being level 13. Weibo had the push here towards mid. The tier 1 no longer standing. Captain aiming for angles, taking over the chem tank, but just jumped on, flashed away. The light binding, final spark was exactly that. The Shy zoning once again, and TT backing all the way towards their turret. You have to go forward, but look at the HP bar here from Captain. It's going to take a bit of time. The Southwind to bring him back up to speed.
Yeah, you know, I feel like there's not enough tension in this scenario. Okay, ultimate is being opened, Hysterics.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Call the Forge God. Okay, it's over. Look at where the Shy is in the backline as Gale Force is taken, and there you can't build up fake tension. You gotta know when it's natural.
Yes, you can. I'll do it right now. Okay, we see Dragon being hit by Huanfeng. It's going. Minions being killed. What can TT do in this moment?
I don't know, dude.
Raptors being sacrificed to Frigid.
Keep going.
Yeah, you're right. You can't.
Okay.
Oh, wait, you want me to keep going? Okay, wait. Okay, the Shy aggressively making his way down towards the bottom lane. The bottom lane turret is a sitting duck. What can TT even do in this moment? New trying to catch up in time, but he's not able to do it. The Shy threatening him off. The observers aren't even showing that. And I don't know why.
I like it.
Yeah,
I tell you what, imagine if every game was casted like that. Audience has to sit there and listen to everything being a level 10.
My God, that would be tragic.
That would be jarring as hell. It would burn the ears. Something serious.
Hey,
Well done.
we passed the 8-hour mark.
We did 8 hours of broadcast, dude. I feel like with some LCK falls in the past though, I don't think we have the record here at LPL. And look, we have gone for 10-hour broadcasts. Like that's happened before. Lyric, I think a Monty Goa cast has gone a lot longer.
My guess would also be yes.
Yeah, I feel like the old.
I remember watching OGN back in the days. It
lots of pauses.
Quite long.
Lots of pauses. Sorry. There definitely was. It feels like we've gone to 10, 11. Over in the LCK in the past. You guys have had so many pauses. Yeah, we know LCK stuff with United. You're here watching Weibo and Frigid. Oh my God, Lyric. I don't know why I'm on camera for me. For some reason, LPL English is completely moved off my screen. Kind of crazy. What did I miss?
You missed Frigid walking into the jungle. Weibo setting up a trap for catching out. Weibo trying to start up a bit of a dive. I don't think it was necessarily a dive, just trying to finish Frigid off at mid. They weren't able to. TT get away, and guess what? Upgraded Kraken Slayer now for Puff.
Okay. Well,
I remember you used to be the king of the Ornn upgrade names. Oh, we don't have time to think about this. Shy getting cut out.
Yeah, but he's still tanky as hell. 2.5 items strong. He hasn't back for a while, but it might not matter here. Lyric TT trying to walk towards River. It's early for that Dragon. Soul Point already achieved before. We're kind of just waiting this one out. So we sit here for now. We wait. Lyric, I'll be honest. The pony needs to look it up. As Weibo Gaming continue to push on in. The gold lead at 4,000 still. Now they approach the tier 2, but
with Puff and the wave clear without the Baron. It makes it hard with Call the Forge God on the side. The Shy dealing with the fridge. But now for one Bong and on, they have to be careful. And New's got the knock-up as well. SOFM is separated from the team, but the burst damage coming through. Angel from the wing as well. TT behind the turret, but SOFM's down. Jungler is down as there's the explosive cast, but now the Shy separated from the team as well. Weibo, you're by yourself. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike is not a reality. The Shy gets out, but Weibo Gaming, what are you doing?
I just gotta say though, the fact that the Shy's Tank Gragas can pretty much solo kill with this Lee Sin is hilarious. I love it. Let's go, the Shy. On the opposite side though, TT seeing an angle, right? They spot out Gragas on the opposite side. They realize he has been a lot of the one doing a lot of the heavy lifting in these fights. We're gonna see how this one starts off. He called the Forge having come out. It does force onto Flash. SOFM though, trying to follow up. I think he's trying to buy a little bit of time for other members to follow through. Also gets chunked out. Angel gonna make his way over. And since he's getting his damage down onto Tank Thorn, isn't gonna be able to follow up on anything. And Puff just continues to run forward after Fruit does come out. So for TT, they're feeling like they're in a pretty good spot. And this is what we're talking about, right? Both sides have good front-to-back team fights, good scaling options, and abilities to catch people out. So I want to see how's the explosive cast used, right? Is the Final Spark able to hit numerous members? These types of questions.
Especially since, you know, I was looking at that 4K Gold League, you talked about Ornn items, and I'm starting to think, wait, actually, there's the Wormfall Sacrifice here onto Puff. And we've also got the Luden's upgrade here too, so gold actually meaning less and less every level that New gets. Level 14 now, folks, as well, keep that in mind. And he gets rooted down for the time being. New takes hardly any damage. Puff, on the other hand, from One Fong is a very different story. Now, I want to point out, healing reduction only there for the jungler, and it still annoys me, Lyric, as wave after wave comes through. 20 seconds till the dragon. BT walking towards the river. Angel walking up as well. Gonna get out with the Bellows Breath. New lucky to survive this one, but the poke over the wall. Fridge is dead. What a pick coming through here from Weibo Gaming. Now they start this one up, much like the Rolling Stones. New walking away, help of Yumi, the explosive cast, absolutely gorgeous. It's not raw at all, as On stays alive and One Fong on the chase away from the Zoe. Weibo Gaming have 5 members strong, Lyric, and Infernal Soul might be as good as theirs.
Weibo Gaming stick to their guns. They control the river. They're poking TT out, find the picks necessary to get the Infernal Soul. Wouldn't surprise me if they started pivoting. That was close, but not close enough. Pivoting into topside control and setting up for either baits on this Baron, trying to find teammates, or just outright burning it down, right? I definitely expect Weibo Gaming to be looking up towards the top side of the Rift. And for TT seeing how they can contend. We saw in that last fight that you hit on it. The Ornn items, I think, are definitely making a difference. Even the fact that New has gotten more items under his belt, he's not just easy to break apart like we saw in the skirmish early in the game. But we're gonna see here, it's Frigid who gets caught out. I believe it's by Angel who gets the damage down. Maybe On hits the binding first, if I remember correctly, yes. And then Angel throwing out the laser and the Chaos Storm. Bam! Instantly numbers advantage for the side of Weibo. The Shy forcing out a flash from Puff, and it leaves New in this awkward spot where he is just going to be able to go down. And man, the Shy is having a performance on Gragas. Something you didn't expect to say last time.
Nah, man, I mean, it's the 3-item Gragas that takes no damage that has had these great ultimates. Been a really good final game from the Shy, and even though score's the same, note the 5K gold lead, 5.5 with an Infernal Soul. Weibo Gaming running at TT. Now, New's getting tankier and tankier, and we talked up his items. Eye of Luden is the other upgrade there as well. I've also just noticed that we have a support item getting built in too, Lyric. As on the side, Starcaster has been built, so that's 3 out of the potential 4. And Frigid aiming for the flank here. How do you get in? You need Weibo Gaming to walk towards one. News just dying. The rest of the team's still there, and Frigid's like, hey, I'm still aiming for this. But Weibo Gaming are chasing. TT are up the creek without a paddle, and New needs a Yumi friend. Captain doesn't get the 12 bubbles. SOFM goes in for the ulti too. Call the Forge God finally coming through. They're kiting back, hoping that Puff can get the space, but the Shy slowed down, taking no damage whatsoever. He has the explosive cast. He sends a Puff with a nice sidestep. They're burning through the Shy. Finally, though, the kick away. Puff the big carry. TT can actually find something if Puff stays alive. Frigid goes in, sent back. The rocket can't kill on. Puffs away with Southwind. Captain 2 out of the back of the fight. And Weibo, they might be fighting for Baron at this point, Lyric, because that's the only thing up.
Oh, I want to see if Captain finds anything sneaky. Nope, sadly doesn't. But you're right. For the side of Weibo, they find the kills. They're going to make their way over towards the Baron. Angel gets off a reset, but it doesn't matter. He can just TP back to the play. And now for Weibo, this should be a surefire Baron. No Super Mega Death Rocket to try and steal this one away. And Captain being so far away, looks like he might just go pick up top CS instead.
Well, is the Baron going to cement this game, Lyric? That's my question to you. Because this goes down and SOFM, we saw that smite. Oh, wow, gold hurts a lot of one bomb off the mid lane turret. And a bit of catch-up objective gold as well, which is decent. I need to ask you, does this change it? Are we now at a point where, okay, PT are going to require a hell of a comeback? Or is it still these close fights that are going to continue forward?
I think fights will still be somewhat close in terms of, I mean, Pop is still going to put off damage, right? I think Weibo is solidly favored in this fight. As you can see, TT, even at this point, realizing that front to back 5v5, they will just outright lose. That's why Frigid was playing off Fog of War, hoping that Weibo would walk into an angle where he can find a clutch kick onto a carry. Isn't able to do that. Weibo able to continuously walk forward and just play off his range. The fact that they have Infernal Soul, the fact that they do have item discrepancies in certain roles. So now trying to sync up with the Shine bot side, who does have a wave for himself. They just picked up this turret. They can start rotating their force over from mid down to bot. Look to pick up the bot lane tier 2 tower and just keep this siege rolling forward.
I also want to point out that we do have an Oblivion Orb on. So I'm a happier man here, Lyric, as we see the Yuumi, you know, 006, 007 almost winding up again here for Southwind. The focus lane of TT going to have to pull out something, and we'll see that new ultimate come through as well. Captain even doing a bit of work on the side. Pup now finally joins in. The Shy getting hit pretty hard, but again, a big tanky boy this time around. The Lyric 8k gold lead still pushing forward. As On looks for the pick on top of Frigid. He gets cornered out a little bit, and Angel as well to have the poke. Won't reach this time around. The waves push in and...
You gotta respect.
What am I respecting?
You gotta respect Frigid. Because Frigid keeps looking for a play, right? It might not be working out, it's extremely hard, but Frigid knows that in a standard scenario, they won't win. So that's why he's continuously off on these angles, looking to see if he can pick off a straggler. As, yeah, my screen just jumped back to myself.
It does that, doesn't it? You know, at this late game point, you can't trust technology. We're boomers, Lyric. We read newspapers and we go out and ride wagons. With New has to flash away, and back in the olden days, you didn't burn flash, you just used Ghost as New gets a knock up here in the base. Frigid going down though from Angel. Look at the burst damage. On for the nuke. The 25 kill streak comes in, and it's a double kill immediately for Angel. They want to end this one in the water. Puff survives now. I believe McHale's was actually used as well. It was. The bell goes ding from Southwind, but I tell you what, it might be the wrong kind of bell. Are we winding this match up, Lyric? I'm not sure as TP comes in. Wait, but Weibo backing off.
There's no way we can be ending this matchup because we are not at 9 hours yet. So Weibo gonna back off, gonna do me a solid, and TT also, let's be real, they were putting up big damage, right? We saw Captain hit a Q on, I didn't see if it was, I think it was SOFM, which maybe just waiting there push to keep going. We're gonna see what happens here in the final engage though. New trying to find a way onto Angel was nowhere close, and yeah, it gives them the confidence. Oh, Frigid!
Yeah,
hey, Weibo in the left-hand corner of our screen are getting eldered.
And Frigid's on the run there, but it's way too late. It's smited down, and thank you, SOFM. Calls out with the Elder buff now secure. TT in a lot of trouble now with the explosive cast. Not sending you away. Good Bellows breath. But Lyric, now this is where you fight the last stand for TT. A series that looked winnable for them. Weber Gaming had to take this all the way. And it'd be an impressive win, but still. For TT, this is going to be where it all comes down to it.
Hey, for TT, no matter the result, they showed heart. This was the start of a new era. We won a game.
Okay.
We saw interesting picks.
Ooh, Captain trying out. On wants the extra, but won't get it. New, once again, has not had a good hit right here as Frigid's caught out in the back line, and TT is scattered to the wind. Onto the Ornn. That poke
absolutely insane, and Captain goes back as well, knocked down with the shift this time. Weibo Gaming ending our huge night. The screen comes back to me. We've broken the system, Lyric. It's time to go to bed, and as New goes to sleep, it might be permanent in this series. The next being defended though, and for Weibo Gaming you have to hit it down. They're getting pushed off for the time being, trying really hard. Puff onto one block, hang on. Angel needs to hit it, no! No, TT defending! He's defended the Shy! The Shy trying, but it stays! Triple kill for Puff. TT are not letting this one get away from them.
TT, what are you doing? This is where it was supposed to end!
Lyric has been on air for 9 hours just about approaching. That was a man who's both in love with this game and frustrated. Holy Lord.
No. I'm cool. TT, the sick
That was an
base
outburst.
save. They do it. They killed everyone. We're gonna get to see a replay here. Let's find out how the Shy aggressively going in. Bam! Yuumi locking down SOFM. Weibo kind of taking it slow, kind of all-inning for kills when they could have just hit the Nexus as what we saw the Shy going forward. But you know what? I'm not being picky. You're being picky. That's the end of the replay.
Look at this Shy try, dude. Respect him for trying to help you, Lyric. 37 minutes in, even with the Elder. Puff on the Jinx. Full items. 1 out. So, at this point, screw the gold league, because Ornn's in the game, guys. It doesn't matter anymore. We're at a point where gold's probably at 4K. The Infernal Soul's the biggest boon, but for Weibo Gaming as they start the Baron, I mean, TT got no base left.
No, now Tiki gonna see if they can go for the steal. I mean, Nu's not even here, so no front line.
All right.
And yeah, round 2 of Weibo pushing down mid and hitting an open Nexus. Fight!
Can they do it? Juan Fong simply has to get it in with the net. Gale Force and auto the Nexus one. He would have healed up a bit. I think we're at 50% now, doing my OCE math as Frigid wants to kick onto the Shy. Call the Forge God. They're going to take the base right on here. Right with the final spark too. Frigid getting hit down. This leads in. Healed up with the Yuumi, but TT on the discovery path right now is New again on top of the Shy. No one dying just yet, but I tell you what, that won't last for long as Captain's poke damage is massive. The minions, though, are just trying to win the game. If it ends for the minions, how anticlimactic would that be? TT, defend! Put up the defense. 2 inhibitors up, and they're waiting for the 3rd. But the Nexus exposed, the super minions again doing a lot of work, and Weibo is scared to come in. People want to go to bed, and TT just won't let them.
No, you're seeing, like you said, the poke coming out from Captain, right? The non-committal damage, using that portal hop, throwing out the paddle star, doing so much work.
Captain called, Captain nuked as well, explosive card. The Shy may have just done it. One Fong with the finishing touch on top of Frigid as well. TT gonna get exploded, and the Shy, when you need him,
the Shy did it!
He will take you home. Weibo Gaming with a series win. It can only be classified as the most crazy base kidding event of LPL so far.
I'm giving it to him right now. I know I don't decide. I don't decide who MVP is from out there. I don't even have a vote. The Shy, that explosive cask, that gets the MVP, and I hope it's on our MVP graphic as well. Just the words, that explosive cask would be beautiful. This was a mess. This was all over the place. I don't know what this is. I don't even know who I am at this point in time on broadcast. Hysterics. I know you're Jake, and I'm Jordan. Lyric and Hysterics. Now you, the game go.
Well, it's 11:30 for the players, and so this couldn't go any further. Any further. It is bedtime for a lot of the players. You got to get that rest and get into training tomorrow. But Lyric, dude, that game was something else. And the fact that TT made the base defense when Elder Soul was up on Weibo Gaming's team is incredible. So
I gotta say though, honestly, with how long this went, I would have preferred TT to win. Screw it. Give TT a win. They held out the base at the end. Why not? Just Captain getting caught out. So sad for TT. And, you know, maybe I'm just saying that because I saw Captain Be Sad walking off the stage, but, you know, apples and oranges.
Oh, God, I've never heard you yell like that. I've never heard that sense of
You know,
frustration.
I'm just very lucky that my roommate left and went to work, or, woo, God, I might get kicked out. But,
oh, yeah,
man, the frustration was real from both sides. That game, the whole series, really, Game 1 looked good. We saw clear individual strengths on both sides, right? Weibo Gaming Soul Laners were just better than TTs all 3 games in laning phase. They were dominated all along. The bot lane, though, for the side of TT, I think was the big surprise. Or maybe just how much more they were able to get done, especially with Frigid, right? Because Frigid, he sits in lanes for like 5 minutes straight.
He does.
This
Very
man does
patient
not
man.
farm his camps. He does not care.
Patient man. Lyric. I'm gonna cough, ladies and gentlemen. That's from casting. Don't think anything of it. That game. Was it as good as JDG versus LGD? That's my question for you, because I think that it's a lot more entertaining. It was a nice last stand from TT, and this is where you give credit to them again. Where you give me something to work with.
You know, all I can focus on is ET are waiting for UCal and Chieftain, and they'll be here soon, and I don't know if that'll make them better, but it'll change something, so it might be fine. But if not, you know, we saw them win a game in this series, so maybe there's hope, and TT fans out there rejoice.
Well, they're going to be joining a 0-5 team. Because for TT, one individual game win's great, but still, it's another series loss. They are the bottom team in the LPL. And the fact that they got their first game win in this series blows my mind. The fact that we went to all 3 games over 3 series. We start a broadcast. It's time to uptime this lyric and have a quick look. 9 hours and 28 minutes. The broadcast has been live, so you've been doing well. I only came in for the last 2 series. You've been live.
You know what? I have one thing to say. I wish good luck to Ox and Dagda over this weekend.
You guys don't know, Dagda's on tomorrow for all 3. Orcs on Sunday. So you color casters get a mighty special doozy. I'm not back till Monday, and you're not back. You're not back till and then that's your last cast, so you get a well rested reward.
True. Then my last cast and I'm gone. You're right.
That's true. You're gone. Okay. So my question to you before people go to LEC, and I believe we're going to an interview. I'm not sure. My question to you is: does this put now so much faith in Weibo Gaming? Are they your new favorite team? Are they a top 4? Are they top 6? What do you think about this team?
I have no idea. Honestly, let me just refresh my mind, because my mind is pretty numb right now over what teams we even have in the LPL. Oh wait, never mind. We have an interview. So
okay. Hold the thought, and I'll ask you after this. Didn't get to hear who it was. I'm gonna guess the Shy.
On.
Okay, you do on. I'll do the Shy. Over to Sam.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and we invite the support from Weibo Gaming on to join us in the interview. First, congratulations on your win today, and my first question is about Game 1, about your draft, because after you locked in Caitlyn, they picked Lux to distract your bot duo. So what is your game strategy or target on the Lux? 那么首先恭喜你们今天2-1战胜了对手，然后想要问一下，第一局比赛当中，其实对面拆散了你们女警拉克斯的组合，选下了拉克斯加厄斐琉斯的组合。那你们之后是怎么样在游戏中去应对他们这样的组合的呢？
就我们选一个比较有进攻型的辅助，然后一直针对他们的下路吧，因为他们下路两个都是没有位移的英雄，所以打野跟我配合的话，应该很容易好的抓死。
At that time, we think that we should pick some engaging support and engage on them with our junglers to dive in their bottom side of the tower dive. And we think that they are lack of kind of move speed and they cannot run away from our ganks. And the second question is about the potential pentakill for Huanfeng today. In game 1, Huanfeng got a quadra kill, and after that, what is your team communication? 那么其实同样在第一局当中，焕锋是有机会拿到5杀的，当时他是拿了一个4杀。想问一下，在女警拿到那个4杀之后，你们队内是怎么样去做沟通的？
就焕锋没拿4杀之前，他已经一直说要5杀了，我们也一直在说5杀5杀，也是很想让给他，但是对面不给。
At that time, before Huanfeng got a quadra kill, he is calling for Penta. But at that time, we just tried to make the Penta for him. But unluckily, he didn't get a Penta at the end. And the third question is about your ambition and goal for this split. Because with the Shy joining the team, I think you must have some expectation for this split. 那么第三个问题其实也是问到，就是这个赛季随着The Shy 的加入，相信你对这个赛季也会有不同的期待。不知道你对于这个赛季的期许是什么样的呢？
我觉得我们队伍是5个都很强健的选手吧，只要我们配合的比较好，我觉得我们应该能打出很好的成绩。
I think all of the 5 rosters of our team are really, really strong. So with better team synergy, I think we can reach higher. And that's for the interview. 再一次感谢 On 来接受我们的采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Sam and On. It's good to hear from the support of a team who, we're expecting Sword Art to come through by now. We're expecting that Sword Art was going to be there. On has been filling in shoes, and I think he's been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, On has definitely looked better than I think any of us expected. All of us thought that this would just be an obvious Sword Art start angle, but On has been pretty on point, I think, in a lot of recent games. Angel, almost got that wrong. Angel will be our MVP in this game. Stepping up, having a performance.
Well, all I can say is that Angel in some of the fights is amazing. The Shy had a pretty good Gragas performance. People thinking that he didn't do too much, but honestly, some of the barrels are crucial, and I don't know, Lyric, are we going to get the clip? That's the real question. 36 minutes in, are we going to get the clip? I don't think so. It's
no,
not really a
I
highlight.
hope not. It's not. It doesn't show Weibo absolutely smacking kids, as they say. But you already pointed out that we're old and we read newspapers and feed pigeons and watch cricket. There we go. Sounds like an old person sport.
Got a very good clip of that moment exactly. That's straight up on Twitter, so a good way to finish.
If you enjoy cricket, I'm sorry.
Well, look, the Ashes are okay. Anyway, let's bring up results. It's been a long day. We're going to get you off to bed. I don't even know what time it is there for you. Bring it up. We started this how many hours ago? 8.5 hours ago, you started
8
that
hours and 34 minutes ago, baby. We have been here all day. We are now a normal work week. We don't get to complain. You guys all work 8-hour days normally. Though, I guess we do more than the casting, right? You guys see the casting, but point is, 8-hour day, messy games, RNG won, Up won, Weibo won, all the expected teams won, but all the unexpected teams really made them fight for it, really made some of us, particularly my co-caster, very, very angry.
Oh, me? I mean, you were the one that were angry, so I don't know what you're talking about. We've timed it nicely. We're rolling into LEC. LEC is literally starting in like an hour. So this has been the perfect little roundup as well.
If Vedius isn't casting all day, I'm irked.
That's right, dude. How dare they have breaks and do rotations and all that kind of stuff? How dare they balance their workload as you got to talk
reasonably
to
and intelligently.
Person who made the schedules.
Hey, though.
What's happening
tomorrow's matches. Guess what? You guys got Munchables. You guys got Dagda. You guys got Mazel in there for the first series. DoNB coming in on the Rift up against Team WE. JDG locking in with 369 over against the mojoist player in the LPL in Hung. And then EDG going to play against OMG in what could be, another big test for OMG to prove it. They lost against BLG the other day. It was close. Maybe tomorrow they can pull off a win up against one of the expected best teams, not the best team in the LPL.
It'd be really exciting if OMG were able to push that against EDG. I feel like FPX, LNG as well, are pulling out wins tomorrow to show that there's those top tier teams. At the moment, FPX look great. LNG as well, finding their momentum. EDG, a bit sloppy against TT Lyrics. I'm not going to say anything, dude. Weber Gaming might be the best team in the LPL. I'm just...
We're ready to end Hysterics. We are ready to go.
Okay. Well,
do your thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, big thank you to Lyric for casting 8.5 hours straight here tonight. He's going to have a big break and then return with me on Monday. A big thank you to Mazel earlier as well for coming in. And
a
to
big
all
thank
of
you to Hysterics.
Do anything apart, you know, we just hung in there. Guys, appreciate it as always. You guys are legends. Thank you for hanging out with us for such a long broadcast. It's just bye for now, but not forever. See you tomorrow. 7 days a week at LPL. Not for us. Go to LEC. Have a good time.